Hey guys, we're coming on here in just a second. Let's see if this is where actually I have not even turned on a camera yet. I don't even know if it's working. Let's see if we got an image coming up. Oh, I do believe we do. That's looking good. That's looking good. All right. All right. Here we are. Yes, there we go. All right. Wow, 12 people on because we started early and put up a pending image. That was fantastic. I need to do that more because that worked really well. For those just joining us, that image. That's super cool. I like that. Anyway, and our sponsor, Hostadillo. No King is here. How's it going? And thanks for the coffee, by the way. I did see that. Got my Diet Coke. Alan is here from the USA. Can't wait to get back to Nicaragua with this place. Alan, did you eat at Ray's, though? How was the seafood? Because that is my favorite seafood restaurant ever. That is the place that I drove 48 hours round trip to go eat at one time. So enjoy that for dinner. That'll be awesome. Getting started early because I have loads of work to do. Ray's was closed. Oh, that is sad. You went all the way to my favorite restaurant, or at least my favorite seafood. No, it's my favorite restaurant. I just love that place. I mean, it's been forever. What are the chances it's anything like it was all those years ago? So in the background here, I'm attempting to build a tensor dock GPU deployment. Of course, my dogs are freaking out, and it just keeps failing, which is just great. Nothing like working with a vendor and being like, all right, we got this system, we're trying it out, and you got a cloud vendor, and then while you're working, it's like, oh yeah, no, we can't deploy anymore, and you're like, this was the point of cloud, to be able to deploy anytime and different stuff. Okay, the cloud provider we're attempting to use, and just to be clear, this is TensorDock, not our normal production one, out of IP addresses. I'm going to post that to some peeps. That is some funny stuff. They're out of IP addresses. I've never seen that at a cloud data center before. Yeah. That's a whole mess. I can't even believe it. I can't believe that. That is crazy. BioDude64, hello from San Juan del Sur. Hey, how's it going? Welcome to the show. So I just noticed that the horizontal of the show is a live stream, but the vertical of the show is stuck on the intro message. I'm going to refresh to screen to see if that's really what's going on or if it's just having a display issue. That is seriously crazy. There we go. Yeah, it's working on my side, so it's just a monitoring thing. Oh, we lost a bunch of people. We had all kinds of people on. Where's everybody going? Of course, the people who are still here don't know where everybody's going because they're not the ones who left. But everyone, apparently people just joined because it was an exciting armadillo at the beginning. It is nice to be on early. checking messages, making sure all caught up, doing well, getting people on the show. How's everybody doing this week? We don't have any particular topic. It's the Thursday Night Live, so we're just doing our thing. And I even have tomorrow's show recorded and downloaded, not edited yet, but I'm not behind like I often am, so that part's good. It's a good moment. I was doing work that really allowed me to be online and do the live stream, so I thought I would kick things off on the early side because so often we start so late, and there's a lot of people who are like, I'm already asleep, or we just get a different audience. It's nice to get started on the early side and get some other people to join the show. Got a lot of messages flying by, just making sure I'm keeping up. So what has everyone been up to? Beverly is Hill. Hey Scott, my Scott is for sale. Hi Scott, my house is for sale. Not her Scott, her house. Looking to be in Nicaragua by late August, early September. Awesome, good luck. I assume it's the U.S., right? Should probably sell pretty quickly. Houses move pretty well up there. It's not like down here. That's awesome. I've had a lot of people this week that I've spoken to are very close to moving or in the process of getting things sold or whatever to get down here. It's seems to be heating up, or maybe it's the season. Maybe it's May, like late spring, quarter two. People are like in motion. I don't know what does it. There seem to be, what a weird thing, right? Relocation having seasons other than school. I understand people with kids will move simply because of the school year, so that kind of makes sense. But outside of that, it's interesting that there's such seasonal changes to the schedule. She says, yes, U.S. Mr. Puppy Rocket SDT says, hola, Senor Miller. Hello, my puppy Rocket. Oh my gosh. Is it a puppy named Rocket, or is it a rocket that carries puppies? Either could be super cool. That would make an amazing cartoon, having a puppy Rocket. I think that is something that we need to see Nickelodeon or somebody make. That'd be cool. All right, I think we got all of our housekeeping done. We got people hopping on, and it's been a busy week. It really has. I'm mentally like, there's just quite a bit. It's one of the reasons I wanted to get on and do the live stream early, because it's, even though there's a lot to do, and of course there goes the dogs. It has been a day of the dogs barking. I hate having an office here. And you guys have seen my yard, right? I need a space with more like guaranteed distance between me and other people, because there are so many people close to the outside of my office. The voices and the dogs barking at people and stuff going on right outside my wall, I cannot take it. And it's all day. It just never ends. Now, partially it's because we have a very barky dog, and that puppy is a problem. We've got the good one in here. She's pretty quiet these days. But that one barks at every single thing. He's so nervous, and he's so loud. It is an unbelievable problem. It is rough. It is really rough knowing that it's just this never-ending noise and problems. Like, and people will come up and scream. I talk about this all the time. That people come up and scream and stuff just outside my window, so that I'm stuck having to deal with people and noise and the animals. And there's just, I cannot wait to have a space where people cannot approach my office, even from the outside. It is just, I cannot. And then this, Mia, come here. Mia, you don't need to bark. And by the way, my puppy Rocket, boom, my puppy Rocket. There we go. Mia, come here. You don't need to bark. You know what's going on. You can be the calm dog. The calm dog, yes. Show restraint. Yes, but it is hot and humid. It is pretty. Haha. While the truck's passing my apartment with engine brakes. We have that too, because we've got the highway to the beach is right out there. When I'm outside, I get that. Here, it doesn't bother me too much. The screaming from outside and the dogs barking at the people screaming. Today, there was actually a fight outside in my driveway, right? So I had to listen to that, and there goes. And no one will take responsibility and deal with the dog. So they know I'm in here working, I'm in meetings, I'm on the live stream, whatever. And everyone's just kind of like, we'll let everything happen right outside the window. Why the hair gone from your head and fell on your face? It did. Dorset Motorsport says, hi. Janet says, so I'm here but working too. As always, we're up to 18 people. For getting started, we got a lot of people on already. This is very nice. And speaking of trucks, I don't know if you can hear it. It's got a bit of a low rumble going on, but that's an 18-wheeler going down the street, or like a dump truck, something big. Large diesel. I suppose it could be one of the old school buses. Once in a while, it is just a bus. It just sounds like a big truck. Samantha's here. Hey, we just came this week. I assume that Samantha is also Sam. Janet was able to hear it, along with all these dogs barking. Oh, my gosh. And it just cycles. The one outside barks, and the one inside barks, and the one outside barks, and the one inside barks. And partially it's because they're talking right outside my window, so she can hear the voices, and I'm not sure who it is, so it's someone she doesn't know, apparently, and so they get a little bit nervous, and then they bark because there's somebody out there, and it's just... All right, now I'm working with this software called Parsec. Someone wants me to get working, and my gosh, I've had to work on a Windows machine this week. Holy cow. You know, I know that I hate Windows, right? But when you actually have to do work on it, dear Lord, how do people function who have Windows? Right? Like seriously, how do you people do anything? It is so inefficient, so many problems. It is crazy. Absolutely kills me. John Mason's here. Buenas tardes, Scott. A todos personas. Nicaragua Farm Stay Coffee Farm. Hey, Scott, Julie here in Matagalpa. Finally caught you live. Hey, Julie, welcome to the show. Yeah, I'm early this week, so people who don't normally make it are managing to pop on, which is awesome. Glad to be here early, get a chance to kick things off. What is this? I am on the live stream. Oh, we'll use it for next week. I'm sorry, you said you probably weren't going to do one, and I was ready to start, so I kicked off.
Oh, you never even asked me.
Oh.
Said I would.
Oh, you said you were going to try, but I figured you would. I'm sorry. My daughter made the thumbnail for this week, but we did not. We didn't wait for her, so I did not have it. Oh, here's. Anyone know what sunshine is? What the heck is sunshine? Oh. Oh, it's actually My Puppy Rocks DT. Oh, I really read that as My Puppy Rocket. It's really hard to see when your eyes are as old as mine what these things are. Jose, is it Gaussen says, Hola, Scott. Hey, what was the video you referred to in yesterday's video? I have missed a few. Oh gosh, I don't have a clue what it was. Give me some context and I'll probably be able to figure it out, but I don't know. Right, yeah, the working on Windows thing is killing me. The reason we're doing it is because we're doing ray tracing for a live broadcast, and it's difficult to do ray tracing on Linux, but doable, but more difficult. Honestly, I don't think they need ray tracing. I think that's the least of their problems, and it is causing so many problems. It's like, holy cow, the things that we are doing to be able to ray trace, including cost. Heard need a real estate classic. Mana. Heard need a real estate classic. I missed something in there. Sorry, Julie. Not sure what you meant there. Wow, we've had a lot of people on already. This is fantastic. And just a quick reminder, give us a thumbs up if you're on. It does make a difference. We really do notice. Alan says, huh. Yep. Huh. Heard one needs a real estate license to sell property. No, one needs a real estate license to be a real estate agent, not to sell property. That's very different. There was no such thing as a real estate agent until last April. Like, they didn't exist. There was no license. There was no agent, right? Anyway, I mean, you can say either there were no agents or that everyone was an agent, right? You can look at it either way, but it was an unlicensed thing that was unofficial. Anyone, like, up until last April, any of us could have said we were a real estate agent in Nicaragua, even if we had never been here, and you could do anything that you want to do. And then they added a real estate license last April, and now officially you have to be licensed to be legally a real estate agent in Nicaragua. It is illegal to operate as an agent, but real estate transactions are just real estate transactions. Anyone can buy and sell things. Jose Gaussen says, when was the last time you heard from Courtney and Elton? It's been a little bit. I haven't. I guess it's been a little while since I've actually talked to him. His channel's really busy. He's really busy with work. I need to. I always want to get up there and get in his neck of the woods and check things out, and I really need to get up there. You're referring to a review of someone else's video you did about bad Nicaragua info. You said it was a few weeks ago. Oh, you want the video that I did on that? All right. Let's see. Should be pretty easy to find. It was not a popular video in any way, shape, or form, but I do think it's an important one, but it is a bit of... I hate doing those because it is... they're grumpy. Right? Here's people lying to you, and here's all the ways that they're lying to you. And it's important information to have that people are lying through their teeth and spreading misinformation. And there's no realm where it is reasonable that the things he was saying were accidental. He cannot be that clueless, right? That's just, at some point, like several mistakes, sure. But the things he was getting utterly wrong and saying as if they were true, right? It's one thing to be like, hey, I heard this, I don't know, and spewing garbage, sure, that's still bad, but this was convinced, and he goes on my channel and argues things that he, like, obvious lies, right? And he'd be like, well, I hired a lawyer from America to make me a citizen, and it didn't work, right? Because that's not the process, right? You can't do that. So what part of that are you blaming on who? This is 100% on you, dude. Right? Like, this doesn't make any sense. You didn't actually attempt to get citizenship. At no point did you start the process of citizenship. You just did some random action that you're not supposed to do and doesn't move you towards citizenship, and then complain that you didn't get citizenship. Well, it's true that citizenship is hard. That's not a lie, but you didn't try. You didn't look into it. You didn't even do the first 5 minutes of research, but you did do a long video giving a bunch of information about something you didn't even know, the casual you didn't get here yet information. He claims to have been living here for a year and to be married to a Nicaraguan and to have a Nicaraguan family that gives him all kinds of resources and to have had a lawyer for a long time, but he doesn't have the information you should have from the things you need to know before the lawyer meets with you information. Like, it doesn't add up in any way, shape, or form. I am going to answer this guy who posted 50 minutes ago. Hold on. Give this person a minute to hop on and watch the live stream just in case they can. Someone asked me to show more houses. Guys, I would love to show more houses, but the big real estate agents will not allow them to be advertised because I think because it makes it easier to work around the real estate agents. And so they actively use their position as real estate agents to sabotage their customers to stop them from being able to sell their houses. Once again, other places this would be illegal, but here there really aren't constraints. If you use a real estate agent, that's on you. Nicaragua Farm Stay Coffee Farm says, classes in Managua 3 days? I do not know. That's real estate classes? I have no idea. Should be pretty simple. It's not a big thing, but you do have guidelines you have to follow. Roger Funk is here. Hey, Scott, we purchased airline tickets today to Portland, Oregon, roughly 40% higher than previous trips. Still sticker shocked, lol. I hope Frontier picks up the routes to give them competitive pricing. I sure hope so. We just bought tickets. It was 400%. I go up in a few weeks. Jose says, do you have any advice about employment opportunities online where I can work from home? All right, we'll talk about that in a second. Janet says, hey, Roger, what airline do you use to go to Portland? Okay, so I'm going to talk about this because I gave him a minute to hop on here. So from earlier today, by Scott AI. Shh. I have no idea how to pronounce these names, so you get what you get. Any tips on what to watch out for a new relationship with a local? I could spot someone I could spot someone trying to scam me immediately, but if they are playing a long game like marry you first, are there usually any red flags? All right, so this is a tough one for sure, and I think because this was on the Breaking Point video, and several of the people that I was referencing in the Breaking Point video, which is like yesterday's video, were of this like married someone here, and there's a pattern, and so let me tell the pattern, and then we'll talk about what to look for. The pattern, and this is the same as the guy who's spewing the obvious lies about citizenship, is that it appears that their introduction to Nicaragua, their knowledge of Nicaragua, is almost 100% via their partner, not via firsthand experience. And so they operate like someone who has heard about Nicaragua, but not like someone who's been here. It's an interesting thing. Yet they have strong claims to... they have strong claims that make them seem like you can trust them, right? Well, I've been married to a Nicaraguan. I've lived here for years, blah, blah, blah. And sometimes that totally makes sense, and it really does give you some credibility, right? That's viable. But with a lot of these people, they use that to establish credibility. But then when you talk to them, you're like, but you talk like someone who's never been in Nicaragua, like not even casually. And maybe I'm over exaggerating this, but if you're a tourist here for a little bit, yeah. But if you actually like take the effort and move here, let's take Samantha for example, who just posted, right? She just moved here. In about 2 weeks, she will have a certain amount of experience here, having lived here for the first 2 weeks, right? And it's the beginning of a long process, hopefully. So really quickly, she's going to have this knowledge. And if someone said, hey, can I just come in and get citizenship? I heard you just do blah, blah, blah. She'll be like, no. Right? Because she'll know that stuff. Because it just becomes common knowledge really quickly. Or I heard it's impossible to buy a house. And she'll be like, what? People are selling houses all over the place. Everyone I know bought a house. Of course you can buy a house. Right? So these little myths just get dispelled really quickly in many cases. But there's this pattern of people who say, well, I've been married to a Nicaraguan for years. I've lived here for years. And they're like, oh, I can't buy a house. I can't hire a lawyer. I'm getting citizenship. It happens. And then they describe something that makes no sense. They don't know the laws. They don't know how things work. And their experience makes no sense to people who have actually been here. So that's the pattern. And I see it so many times. And often it's tied to people who claim that their cost of living is very high and that things are very difficult and they're scared. Right? There's a bunch of things that tend to go together. Not 100%, but it tends to go together. And we'll go back to those videos where we did the Trapped Wife series we did maybe a year and a half ago. There was a guy just constantly saying, oh, he's got a wife here. She's trapped. She can't get out. It's such a terrible situation. And then he talks about how much money he's sending her. And she's clearly a super wealthy business owner who can do anything she wants, travel full time. She has so much money. Right, he's sending her, it was something like 8 times the minimum wage level, plus bought her a house, plus bought her a car, did all these things. So she has nothing that she needs to do. If she's working on top of that, which he claims, just so much money, right? She has enough money to open restaurants on a regular basis, right? She has so much spare income. So these patterns are really common. So given that pattern, what do we look for red flags? Well, this is difficult, and of course, everyone's different. So understand, we're really generalizing, and don't immediately panic if these are the things you see. But be cautious, right? So the first thing is, if you move to Nicaragua, like many of the people I know, right? You move here, you experience Nicaragua, you understand Nicaragua, and then you date a local, chances are these things aren't going to happen. Right? If someone tried to do what's necessary to isolate you and take advantage of you in that way, you would immediately be like, whoa, what are you doing? Right? And you would never get to the point where you're getting married or anything like that, right? You'd immediately be like, you're weird, this is not cool. But if you come here and just find someone immediately first couple days, or you meet someone and they move you here, there's an opportunity for them to create a bubble around you. Right. So imagine this scenario, and this is where, the kind of bordering on passport bros, so we see a certain pattern of older men who are looking for young girls. We're not talking young, we're just legal young, but there's a pattern of older men who are told that this is a place to find younger girls, and so they come here and they find someone in 48 hours, right? So this is not a dated, fell for someone, right? This is I don't know if I'm going to meet anyone else, so this is the person I met, and that's who I'm going to be with. There's a very specific pattern. And of course, to the person doing it, it may not feel like a pattern. But to a Nicaraguan girl having this happen, they know instantly what the game is, right? Instantly. They know where the opportunities are. They know why they came here. They know what they're actually looking for, and they know there's an opportunity. So is it always going to be the case that they're going to be taken advantage of? Of course not. Is it never going to be that someone actually fell in love? No, of course it's not never going to be that. But there's a really, really high chance that someone in their first few days who finds someone who's targeting someone who just got off the airplane, just got off the boat, right, is looking to then isolate them. And what will be the red flag is that you start getting all of your experiences through that person. And you have to pay attention to make sure that, because they may be good at this and keep you from noticing, right? But when we talk to these people, it feels like this is what has generally happened. They came, they met someone, not necessarily a third their age, but in many, many, many cases, right? That is part of the pattern. They meet someone who's almost certainly much younger, but definitely they meet someone right away before they've established knowledge of the country. They don't know what is plausible, what isn't plausible, what's common, what isn't common, what's costly, what's cheap, and so forth. They just haven't built that framework. And then they're with that person. And easily, this is right. I come from Texas. I lived in Little Salvador. You can imagine how easy it would be to meet a Nicaraguan in Little Salvador, because they were around, mostly as Hondurans and El Salvadorians, but there were some Nicaraguans, and you could easily meet them, and they'd be like, oh, I have to move back home, which may be true, and so you're like, I'm going to move with you, or I'm going to visit with you, right? So you come down, and you're completely isolated from the moment you step off the plane. They're being met by their family or whatever, but even if it's not the case, you arrive, you're in Managua, you go to Granada on your first couple days of vacation. Of course, anyone who's looking to look for someone, who's just looking to meet someone, anyone, that's where they're going to go. So there will be people looking to take advantage of that, right? If you go shopping, someone's going to provide a marketplace for the thing you want to buy. If there's that much market pressure, so this will result in finding someone. It's essentially guaranteed. And the red flag is that you will not spend time alone. Right? You will never go house shopping, apartment shopping, car shopping, food shopping, maybe food shopping. You won't do it alone. You will not engage a lawyer alone. You won't work on your residency or your citizenship alone. If you start going down the path for residency, maybe they're like, oh, we could just do the marriage thing. They will steer you towards marriage. You'll start spending loads of time with their family, and all those things are fine individually. And they may be fine all cumulatively, but you can see how quickly someone who doesn't know the language, especially, someone who doesn't know the lay of the land, someone who doesn't know the politics, and especially if you're coming from the United States, but Canada, like, talk to Canadians, it's essentially the same. The degree to which they don't generally have any framework for understanding Nicaragua. They have huge amounts of misinformation that they're bringing with them. And even if you're really good at being like, I think this is all misinformation, if you get here, someone who knows what that misinformation is will play on it, right? Oh, you've been told you can buy citizenship. Okay, that's a thing we can play on. Oh, you've been told you can't talk politics. Okay, that's a thing we can play on. Oh, you've been told you shouldn't go to these places. They'll start being like, no, you shouldn't go there. It's dangerous. Well, you've heard it's dangerous from the U.S. So you've been set up from the U.S., right? The propaganda from the U.S. State Department has set you up for someone here to take advantage of you, right? They're almost working in cahoots. They're not. But it feels that way because the U.S. goes so far out of their way to create a framework of misinformation that makes you easily manipulatable by someone who's going to present the world in that scary manner. The world is scary. Oh my gosh, you're here. We're all so scared. You should be scared with us. Oh no, I didn't seem scary to me, but now I feel scared everywhere too. If you're telling me I should be scared everywhere. And that's not necessarily manipulation, right? I spent a lot of time with Marcella in my early years here. I still see her every day, but spent lots of time with her in my early days, and she and her friends were constantly telling me how scary everything was. I would go out for walks. Oh my gosh, it's so dangerous. I would go film somewhere. Oh my gosh, it's so dangerous. Was it? No, it was not dangerous. But the Nicaraguans had also been conditioned to believe that it was dangerous. And in her defense, she lived in a city that used to have been dangerous and isn't anymore. So they just remember it as being dangerous in many cases. But it's really easy, even accidentally, to create this endemic fear that matches up with this general sense of fear you've been presented with where you came from. So you give a little bit of that fear, and pretty quickly someone is hesitant to go out and order their own food or go shopping on their own or engage a lawyer on their own. Ooh, you shouldn't talk to that person. That person's political. Suddenly, oh, I can't go there. I can't do that. It's so easy to pretend. And if you look at Allison's journey, which is a great example of someone who kind of did this to themselves, one of the things that her local people did to manipulate her was make claims that a person that they were involved with was political and that they couldn't do certain things because it would be a political quagmire. Right? Was that person political? No. She had no reasonable way to know that. I mean, common sense should have given her some hesitation, but she had no way to look it up or to know, and the locals told her that it was true, so who's she going to believe? The nobody telling her it's not true, or the people she knows telling her it is true, right? So of course she believes them. She has nothing to cause her to question it, right? So those kinds of things make for easy manipulation. So if you're getting stories like things are scary, you shouldn't do things on your own. All of the resources you need are given to you via the person or their family or their friends. If you're told that politics are something you can't talk about and you need to not do this thing or not do that thing or not go to this place or whatever, participate in this thing because it's political, that's not true, right? Those things are huge red flags. But it is worth noting that many Nicaraguans believe them to be true because they're getting the same misinformation from the State Department that we get, right? They're getting propaganda like crazy. They have neighbors who are manipulating them as well. So they may be repeating some of these things simply naturally, right? We do see that quite a bit. And it's not that there are zero problems here. There are, but they're not these things, right? These are things that you say to manipulate someone. You try to create fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And in this case, you have someone who's physically here and could easily walk around and figure out that these things aren't true. So you have to create enough fear, uncertainty, and doubt that they don't do that. And so instead of going to my local migracion and talking to the police directly, or instead of going to a parade and participating and seeing what it's like, or instead of going to a church and just seeing what the church service is like, making local friends, suddenly it's, oh, I feel nervous doing those things. Maybe my significant other or his family or friends could do some of these things for me, and that will make me a lot more comfortable because they know what they're doing, and I don't really want to drive. I don't really want to take any risks. And it's so easy to make every little thing sound scary. And there's things that we warn about, right? We say, maybe you don't want to drive. It's a lot of stress and overhead, and it's not not a thing that we recommend for all people. Well, that sounds kind of scary. I mean, to a small degree, I suppose it is. So we could be blamed as kind of contributing as well, but that's true if you give any warning. But you can see really quickly how easy it would be to build up a framework where suddenly it's everything you know about the country, your understanding of the country is shaped and manipulated and fed to you by one person or a group of people who have shared interest, that shared interest being most likely your money. And so that's really the red flag to look out for. That's a difficult one to identify, but the biggest thing I would say is what you want to do is move here and establish yourself as living here. Get to the point where you have a lawyer and you know how to use them. That you know how to drive, whether you want to or not, but you understand that you can and know what the risks are and how little they are, but how annoying it could be, right? Make sure that you feel comfortable going to the police or participating in a parade or walking up and taking a selfie with a soldier as long as they wave to you first, right? Like all these little things. If you still have these irrational fears of something based on, I heard something from the United States and I just assume it must be the worst case scenario in Nicaragua, you're not prepared to have a relationship here, right? You're simply not. You're in a position where you are not yet understanding the framework of the country that you're in, right? And likewise, if you don't know anything about citizenship or residency, those are things you should, like all of this is stuff you could learn in 1 or 2 weeks, right? Or more reasonably 1 or 2 months. And that's fine. But if you're moving to a place and like, I have to have a significant other in minutes, you have a general problem. And I understand some people are serial monogamists and they feel the need to be with someone at all times. They're uncomfortable being alone. Those are things that simply make you vulnerable, right? Even without moving to a new country. That tends to create very bad relationships because you prioritize being with someone over finding someone who's good for you. But when you do that combined with going to a new country, you're ripping away your framework for understanding the world and handing all that power to a person you just met. Whereas if you live here for a while, you get to know some people, you may be more inclined to date someone you have met before and have established that this is a nice person, this is an interesting person, not just this is the person who was there, right? You know, it's one of those things where, well, for people who feel the need to date immediately, can you really say that they shouldn't? Well, yeah, that's what we're saying, right? That's an activity that creates vulnerability. Maybe they should reconsider doing that, right? Like it's, what do you tell to someone who eats loads of sugar but has diabetes? I can't help you. Sometimes things you do are bad for you, right? Like it just is what it is. And the answer isn't how to look for the solution in Nicaragua. The solution may have to be maybe within yourself, right? Because when I see people having this problem, it really is consistently people who are fearful. Now, maybe they've been made that way by the situation, but they seem to have this internalized fear that that they can't do things on their own. They get angry at the world very quickly. They accept implausible bad news without questioning whether it makes any sense. They accept obvious falsehoods without just going out and observing with their own eyes, or ignore the fact that they're talking to people who've done, like, oh, you can't buy a house here. Well, I have bought a house here. What exactly does that mean to you, right? In many cases, it really does come down to this discussion of what does the thing you just said mean to you? Because obviously, I gotta let the dog in, all of us you're speaking to have done these things. We do it all the time. Come on, dog. Over here. Just a big boy. Just a big dog. He's a big dog. Aw, you gotta lay down. What a good boy. And so when you're talking about this stuff, and it's like every expat has the easiest time. Like, they're all talking about how cheap it is. We all talk about how safe it is. We all talk about how easy it is to buy a house. We all talk about how foolish it is to buy a house early, right? How foolish it is to invest. When you're talking to these people who've been misled, they all think none of that is true. They think they need to have a business for some reason. They think they have to have residency for some reason. They think they need to get to citizenship for some reason. They think that buying a house is hard, but owning a business is easy. That, you know, so it's just things that drain their coffers and don't let them protect themselves. So those are the patterns, and you can kind of build your red flags off of that, but it gives you something to work from. But we do see a lot of it, right? We really do. What was the video? My puppy rocks. Almost got real estate license. Now I'm catching up a little bit. Nicaragua farm stay coffee farm. After 2 years of marriage, he can apply for citizenship. That's not quite true. It is after being married and acquiring permanent residency, he can then apply for citizenship. He is not currently in a position to get residency. So even though he's been married for years and has lived in the country for 1+ years, he is not on the path to residency yet, let alone citizenship. It is you're supposed to go through temporary residency, which he does with the marriage, then get his permanent residency. With the permanent residency, it's reduced to 2 years. But you're supposed to do 2 years of temporary before permanent. So realistically, it's 4 years to the best of my knowledge. But the applying for citizenship, you're correct, and it's all in my video. It still gets you nowhere, because the final step is get the president to approve you, right? Well, the president can approve you without any of those requirements, but she's not going to, right? So whether you do 2 years or not, whether you apply or not, it's just an application. You can just apply today, right? And if they want to make you, they'll make you, and if they don't, they don't. I get that there is a written formal process to it, but it doesn't actually mean anything, right? It's completely a red herring, or almost completely a red herring. It's very misleading to think of it that way. Just because you are allowed to apply, the application isn't a significant milestone along the path to citizenship. I think that's the way to put it. The process that people talk about, the requirements that people talk about for citizenship aren't significant in the process. They are background noise. They are rarely necessary, and certainly not actually required. And most importantly, they do not even suggest that you have a hope of getting it. As Alan says, most people don't want citizenship in Nicaragua. Residency is what most people want. Nicaragua, good evening, folks. Are some political topics off the table in the social dating scene? I don't think that that's true. Maybe just like in the United States or in Canada, there are certain political topics you would tend to avoid on a first date. Or within that first week or whatever, you may not want to bring that up. But actually, I would say a lot of political topics you would want to typically have quite early, just not on that first date, right? You want to figure out, like, are we even remotely compatible? Do we care at all? And then get into politics. But you generally do want to get into politics relatively early. Just like in the United States, you want to determine if someone is, pro-government or pro-people. Are they, what do they actually value as a human being? That's significant, right? And Nicaragua is no different. You find people who are very pro the current government, pro Nicaragua. You find people that are very pro colonialism and want the country to be taken over. Those are very big differences. And if you're going to potentially, if we're talking about foreigners dating Nicaraguans, we do cross a little bit of a barrier there where you're going down a path where you may be, let's be realistic, right? A lot of people are just dating for a few months or whatever, but you might be going down a path where you end up with a long-term significant other, whether you get married or not, whether you stay in this country or go to another one or not. You actually have a bit of, needing to mesh, right? You need your values as people to align, right? If you just have friends you go out and have a few beers with, you can be pretty divergent on those things and potentially get along, especially if you aren't too passionate about it or you're not so concerned. But if you have someone who is extremely passionate about protecting groups of people or animal welfare, and these are things that are hills that they will die on, those are things you probably need to agree on. Maybe not have the same level of passion necessarily, but you at least have to be in the same ballpark, right? Or you're going to find that relationship is very difficult, right? And so I think it's pretty common for people to have a certain amount of political disclosure. Not necessarily a political discussion early on, but a certain level of disclosure to understand, how do you lean, do you care? Some people are like, I don't even know about politics, I don't care. And then you're kind of like, okay, you're not passionate, is that okay with you? Probably. Then you're okay. But if someone's like, oh, I'm really pro this or anti this, you want to make sure that you're okay with that and that they are okay with whatever you are before you go too far down a relationship. So I think the expectation there is actually that you would have a certain amount of political discussion quite early in the social dating scene, but not on that first meeting. Alan says, doesn't matter if you get married in Nicaragua or the USA, prenup, prenup, prenup. You always have a prenup if you don't do yourself. The government does it for you. Nicaragua says, are U.S. citizens in any danger traveling out there and dating locals with strong political views? No, Americans are not in danger from that perspective. It is, hold on, I'm reading... my dad's here. There's not really a danger, right? There really is a danger of foreigners coming and, like we just discussed, dating with no context of the country and just being exposed that hold on, passing out some information. It's that kind of stuff, right? This like you could be taken advantage of, you could be isolated, but you're not going to be like, chopped up into pieces or anything like that. That's really not a fear. With political views, you do have a real, we're going to use the term really loosely, a real danger that there's quite often you have Americans with very polarized views. Not surprising, right? Nothing big there, and that's just about what you're going to find anywhere as well. And the same thing here in Nicaragua. So we tend to get, right, very noticeably coming from the U.S., people who are very far to one side, coming here because they're looking for the additional freedom, they're looking for the additional benefits of Nicaragua. And then there are many who do come here not because they feel that they can participate in the politics, but they see the politics as being something that they're very passionate about, and they want to, at least emotionally or financially, support a place doing what they feel is right by the people. And so you get these very divergent Americans or foreigners coming here. And then the same thing with the Nicaraguans. You have people who think what the government is doing is fantastic and they go one way, and people who think it's terrible and go the other way. And of course you have other axes of politics, right? You have people who only care about animal welfare and people who only care about something else. And so it's all directions, right? So you do have a danger that you might end up just not being able to mesh with someone that you meet, right? That kind of danger. But do you have a danger from being political? Well, I mean, if you have so here's the thing. Your personal political feelings are not going to get you in trouble here. This is a free country, right? You're free to have any political views you want. You can even have very strong anti-government views. That's absolutely fine, right? But as a foreigner, even if your views are very strongly pro-government, which is also fine, you're not allowed to act on them. You're not allowed to get involved in politics, no matter what the direction is, right? So you can't be, yes, the government's awesome, let's all get out there and cheer the government. You're not allowed to do that, right? Of course, they're going to be less angry about that, but they're still going to be angry. They're going to be like, look, we appreciate the support, but the law is the law. You can't do that, right? And if you're very anti-government, then they'll be unhappy about it. They'll be like, we don't like you, but it doesn't matter. The law is the law, right? But the point being, it's just a simple law. So as long as you're following the law, right, then your political opinions don't matter, right? They might matter to you, they might matter to the person you're dating because you want to have that mesh, but they don't matter to the government, right? Because you're not doing anything wrong. And they know that at least half the people they're letting in absolutely don't mesh with the government's views of politics or the majority of Nicaraguans' view of politics. But that's fine, because you can have really strong opinions that you don't allow to cause you to try to overthrow a foreign government, right? The big fear is that you take on a colonial vibe and decide that, you know, overthrowing the government or disrupting, becoming a foreign influence is something that you want to do, and that's not legal, and it shouldn't be legal anywhere, right? It has nothing to do with Nicaragua, but in this case, that's the example we're using, and so, you know, if your entire thing is what discussion do you have with the person you're dating, you're fine, right? And what did I do? Oh. So it's all about your behavior, right? That's what matters. But no, not in any danger for your political views. Politics doesn't matter. In danger. Definitely, locals may have strong political views, because you could read that either way. Are you in danger dating locals because of your strong political views? What about their strong political views? Well, a lot of Nicaraguans do have strong political views, right? Just like in the U.S., it's not a surprise, and it's a place with a lot of dynamicism. So you expect to find that as well. You're not going to get in trouble there. You will easily find people who may be like, "Oh, Americans, I don't like Americans because of my political views." That can happen. Never actually heard of it happening firsthand, but it certainly could. It would be unrealistic to think that it didn't. It happens far less than I would expect it to happen, given the relationship between the United States and Nicaragua and the things that the U.S. has done to Nicaragua. Nicaraguans really have a bit of legitimate animosity that they could be excused for having, and they really don't have that. So it's pretty shocking in that way. But it's not zero, and you couldn't ask it to be. In that regards, you know, the danger is that you're not going to be able to date someone you want because they don't. They're not okay with where you come from. Hopefully people will overlook where you come from, and then it comes down to you as a person, but it's not always the case. Marcos is here. Hey, Scott, it's Marcos from my hometown. Marcos and his wife, Rosemary, and I had lunch together just 2 days ago, at Gecko's here in Leon, but they're in Managua now. So, Marcos, how's it going? How are you finding Managua? That's the big question. Nicaragua, are there any local Nicaraguan dating sites that you recommend? So I can't recommend one because there are no local Nicaraguan dating sites. Or if someone knows of one, let me know, because I've never heard of one. The only thing I've ever heard of anyone using here is Tinder. And because it's not full of bots, it's actually like viable. It wouldn't recommend it. Like, are you going to have good results? Probably not. But is it in existence? Well, that's something to give it a vote of confidence. Nicaragua is such a going out culture that dating sites don't make sense in the way that they do in other places, right? So if you are in the United States and you're like, oh, I want to meet someone, what do you do except for a dating? I don't even know, right? I've been married for a long time, so my knowledge of what Americans do in that regard is mostly secondhand, but holy cow, I have no idea how Americans do it anymore. When I was young, it was hard enough. And now I can't even imagine. But in Nicaragua, I see it all the time. And literally, you just go out to a bar, a restaurant, a club, an event, right? And the whole, like, you can just walk up to someone and introduce yourself and be like, hey, let's go out, right? Or hey, let's dance, or hey, let's have a drink. It is so totally different. The idea that you can just introduce yourself and potentially go out it's a completely different world. So this social thing, Nicaraguans are not inclined to feel like they need to go on a website. One, because most Nicaraguans aren't on websites. And two, Nicaraguans find it difficult to travel in many cases. So if you were in the United States and you're using dating websites, it tends to be like, well, here's someone across town or in another city, but it's real easy for us to drive and see each other. So the fact that you're not super close, probably okay. But Nicaraguans generally don't have cars and stuff, so having dating sites that don't give you really good details as to like, here's people within 5 minutes of you by walking distance, probably don't do a lot of good. And so what is the app for meeting people relatively close to your house? It's an app called Going to the Local Bar, right? So if you want to meet, the girls who live in your neighborhood, just go to the local bar. And if you're there a few nights, you'll see a good percentage of them because everyone goes out all the time. And maybe there's something else that's open that you can go see, right? Maybe the pharmacy's open and you end up going out to the pharmacy, or the Super Express is open, and a percentage of the people in town work in those places or in their shopping. Like, you just go out and do stuff. There are people out of their homes on the street doing stuff at every moment, all the time. And so this whole like just crossing paths with everyone is a very, very normal thing. But in America, you wouldn't. You're in a car, you're in a parking lot, you're zipping into a Walmart. You're not really socially supposed to go up and get someone's phone number in Walmart. You can, but it's weird. And then everybody gets back into their huddled cars and zips away. But in Nicaragua, everybody talks to each other on the sidewalk. You're walking close to. It's totally different. So that's how people meet. Here, Cal Hewitt. Hey, Scott was in Nicaragua last year and now planning to move down from Toronto this winter. Congratulations and preemptive welcome. We didn't go to Chinandega, Corinto while there, but it looks like an interesting place to try living in for a month or two. I think it would be, any pros or cons you can see there besides the heat and almost no other expats there. Plan is just to try living in a few towns for a few months to see where we like. Yeah, that's a great idea. In general, I will tell you that Chinandega is not a place that foreigners have a tendency to like. There are a few expats that live there. I've spent a bit of time there doing different things. I had businesses up there at one point, and it's it's a town without a lot of resources. It does have some higher end things. It has some nice restaurants, has some nice hotels, but those don't tend to get used by you if you're living there. I think Corinto really you will look at and be like, oh no, this makes no sense whatsoever, right? It's an industrial town. Nicaraguans don't want to go to Corinto. Corinto is not a draw in any way, shape, or form. It's not a terrible place, but it is a harbor, right? It is a it's the Deepwater Port. And so, it's all longshoremen and people working for the Port Authority and moving things in and out. So that's what's going on there, right? Everybody who lives in town, it's an industrial town. It's big trucks coming through, big boats coming in. It's not interesting. What you can watch my videos on Corinto. It's my first really big video. So it's from 5 years ago or whatever. But, more than 5 years ago? No. A little bit less than 5 years ago, but it's from early 2022. But there's no chance that anyone is going to go to Corinto and go, I'm glad I rented a place there. Absolutely not, right? Now, Chinandega, that's different. But from Chinandega, people don't go to Corinto for a reason. Chinandega is a moderate-sized city, very, very hot. The things that it has that we go there to use are expensive, so pretty nice, but expensive. I think the city has a lot to offer, but I think in general I'd be pretty surprised to find anyone. The only expats I know that end up going there are because they married someone from there. And so they have family, they have a reason that they need to be in Chinandega, and then they're fine with it, right? And if it was me and I had to move to Chinandega, I'd be like, that's, it's fine, right? Do I like it as much as Leon? No. Do I like it as much as Managua? No. Do I like it as much as Esteli? No. Do I like it as much as Matagalpa or Jinotega? No. Might it be better than Granada? For me, yes, I think it would be. So that's kind of where I would put it, but probably below Messiah. Everyone's different. So, you may find it right. If I had to live in Chinandega, would that be my thing to be like, I guess Nicaragua's not for me? No, I would still be okay with Nicaragua, but it's certainly on the lower end of cities. Being a bit more expensive, it is a little bit more dangerous than us, and it doesn't have nearly as much to offer, and it's farther away from things. And it does not have a nice beach nearby. So, Diego, Chinandega, are you mispronouncing hell on earth? Yes. So Chinandega is known as the city that where Satan was born, and El Viejo is where he went to die. But yeah, I don't think Chinandega the city, maybe. Corinto, rule it out now. Dad's here. Thalita is here. Hey, boss. Literally, she works for me. So, hey, Thalita, how you doing? Welcome to the show. Keeping yourself occupied while working. Alan says, here's the deal with political beliefs in Nicaragua. Unless you are a citizen, you are a guest there. Just be grateful for the opportunity to live there. Don't get in their mix. Marcos, Managua is very fast-paced. Leon is more laid back. We love Leon, but the food, but overall, the food and the locals are great. It's amazing. I don't think of Managua as fast-paced in any way whatsoever. I definitely think of Leon as slow-paced, but Managua fast-paced? Okay. That's cool. I do like Managua a lot. It has so much to offer. It really does. It's pretty cool. But, I almost feel like if I was to move today, knowing what I know and not having the friends that I have, right? Because of the friends that I have, I really want to be in Leon. But if I didn't have them and I was moving back, I might choose Managua. That little bit cooler temperature, the access to so many things. Now I know how often I want to go to the beach. I really like the Managua vibe. I really do. It's a good life. And I think my kids are very likely to choose it long term. It just seems they're so excited anytime that they go. And I'm going on the 20th, and actually I've got to write this. I have to go film something at the National Theater. A school requested me to come out and do some stuff in 2 weeks, and so I'm going out. And I just said to my daughter, "Hey, do you want to go to Managua?" And she's like, "Yep, let's go." Right? Like, it doesn't take any convincing. They know that a trip to Managua means staying in a cool place that's different. They know that. They know we'll go out to restaurants. They'll spend time ahead of time picking out where they want to eat. We'll have evenings to hang out together. We'll probably play Exploding Kittens or some other game in a apartment or something. So we come up with like fun things to do. They're just so excited anytime we're going to Managua. Now maybe it's so exciting because we don't live there, and it's a special treat once or twice a month. If they live there full time, maybe they'd be like, eh. But I think that's where they're going to want to live. Las Colinas, Santo Domingo. They've got to figure out how to afford it, but I think my two daughters, I think the two of them getting a 2-bedroom apartment, they just need a cozy little place. They do not need much, and they'll be happy. Fast pace. Diego says hello. Marco says thank you. You are an expert on Nicaragua. I really encourage others to take your advice. Thank you. Diego says Chinandega, hell on earth. It's so hot. And Diego mentions we are unblocked by the LLM gods. Just after I bought a VPN. Oh, I'm sorry. I did sign up within like an hour, Diego, of you mentioning it. For those who don't know, Anthropic, who makes Claude, has been blocking Nicaragua. Now, I've not been told this, but I know what the reason must be. Right, Anthropic has been working with the United States government, and they worked for the Pentagon, and did a lot of government stuff. Well, they got into a fight with the Pentagon about how their stuff was being used, and it violated their ethics. And so they shut off the government. They're like, "You're done." And so the government went with another provider for AI tech, and so Anthropic stopped blocking the places that the U.S. government didn't want them to be in. So since there's no sanctions or anything against Nicaragua, they were just voluntarily not allowing us to use the service. So now we have Anthropic, which is pretty cool. So for a lot of you who live outside Nicaragua, it's like, wait, you guys have not been using Claude? Like, everybody talks about this. They do all talk about that. And Claude Code, right, is like this huge thing. We haven't had access to it unless we did like complicated things, and then access to it was unreliable, right? But now we actually have it. We can buy it, and it's cheaper than other options, in fact. So it's pretty cool. Nicaragua says, I like St. John del Surf. It's funny that everyone associates San Juan del Sur with surfing, even though there's no surf at all there. Marcus says, let me rephrase that. The traffic is busier. Oh, the traffic is crazy. Yes. The traffic in Managua is quite crazy. That is true. And I don't mind driving there. It doesn't bother me at all. Actually, I kind of like it because you don't have like traffic stops and stuff. You don't have like big open spaces that you can't drive in. It's very, very easy. But why is this ticket not? All right, I'm assigning tickets now. But there's no surf whatsoever in San Juan del Sur. So it's weird that so many people mention it in conjunction with surfing. And then you find out, wait, there isn't surfing there? What? And the whole rest of the country has surf. It's like it's the number one non-surf beach in the country. It has the least surf of all beaches in the country. John says, as long as we're on politics, can we just effing leave Cuba alone, normalize relations, or just leave Cuba alone? Okay, I'm done. Yeah, one would hope. Jose says, tell me about the addresses in Nicaragua. I heard there are no house numbers. So from a functional perspective, there are no house numbers. There are actually house numbers. It works exactly the same as any other country. There are numbers on the houses. There are street numbers, everything. What's important is no one uses them. Nicaraguans are passionate about being lost. And I don't mean keeping you lost. Every Nicaraguan I know can't find their way around anywhere. And it turns out it comes from this long thing of intentionally obfuscating where everything was to keep the government from being able to track down the foreign government, right, because we were occupied, tracking anything down because they localized everything and made it by memory reference, right? 3 blocks north of the old oak tree. That works great. And so what it does during wartime, during occupation, is a soldier can't bring someone from a few blocks away to any location and find anything. You can't write down directions and have it be meaningful to someone. You can't hire a local who knows what they're doing, because locals don't know what they're doing. You have to have someone from that block to be able to do it. Basically, people just gave up on addresses, but not 100%. So it made it very, very difficult for information to be shared with the government. So they basically erased all memory of house numbers, and they've been conditioned for generations to absolutely block out house numbers. I have literally stood on the street and said, but there's house numbers here, and had a Nicaraguan say, no, there's not. And I point to the house we're standing in front of and go, there's the house number. And then point to the corner we're at and say, and there's the street name. This is 1837 6th Avenue. And they're like, no, it's not. There doesn't have a number there. they've been conditioned to lie about, and I mean, it's nearly every Nicaraguan I've met. And you also have this like, hey, can you drop a pin and show me where your business is? No. Right? They'll get offended if you ask them where their business is. Well, I'd like to go to your restaurant and eat. I don't care. I'm not going to tell you where we are. Right? Some places will, but a lot of places won't. I have had multiple businesses that we never made it to. I didn't want to go. A Nicaraguan wanted to go, and the Nicaraguan could not get there because the other Nicaraguans wouldn't share the information. If you don't know where we are, even though they're brand new, well then you can't come to this business. Right? The passion around keeping everything secret is unreal. But it comes from generations of conditioning to intentionally ignore maps, to lie about obvious knowledge when it comes to this stuff. And you know, like Marcella was born here. She cannot read a map for the world. She will never open Google Maps to save her life. She will never do anything to be able to locate herself. She has been conditioned when she's scared, right? She's riding a bus alone. She's riding a taxi alone. She will send me or someone a live location. She doesn't look at the map. She doesn't know how to read the map. But she will send a live location so that someone else knows where she is because she feels concerned being a single woman in transportation. But when we're talking about something less dire, pretty much everyone is just no. And so she will be frustrated that she can't get to places that she wants to go. She can't get to a business she wants to get to. She can't do things that she wants to do because they won't give her the address. And she often does house showings, right? She cannot get real estate agents to give her the address of the house. I'm a drunk guy. What's up, everyone? Treasure the time. That drove me nuts. Nicaragua, if I ever open up my own cigar brand, I'll consider going to Esteli. I would like to consider you as a business partner. Well, thank you. I don't. The benefit to me as a cigar business partner is that I don't smoke, and so I would never be getting high on my own supply. Because I tried a cigar once, and I said, bleh. Not my vibe. I tried it first here in Granada. My best friend was here and she had one, so I'm like, okay, let me try that. Whoa, new. Absolutely not. It's very funny just how much I don't like them, which is one of the handiest things ever, right? There's no hope of getting addicted to something that I absolutely not. But it does make me very good at business in that sense. Or coffee. Now, coffee, I will drink all of it. Um, by the way, we have a good number of people on. We're still early. Normally, we wouldn't have even started yet. We're already up to 153 views this early on. So that's pretty solid. What about mail? Where do they send your monthly bills? So you don't, right? Like the whole idea of mail doesn't exist here. Now, don't get me wrong. Someone's going to jump in and say, but there is a post office. There is. Nobody uses it. Nobody knows how it works. Nobody knows how to find it, but it does exist and they will deliver things to you. So if you want to send a letter to someone else in the country, you could. I don't know why anyone would do that, but you can, right? Um, but that's not how anything works. I have never heard of someone using that. I've never heard of um, uh, uh, I've never heard of someone wanting to. I've never heard of a business doing it. No bill is sent that way. If you have most bills, they're just going to be like normal things, right? They don't need to send you anything, right? We don't really live in an era of paper bills. They don't do that in the U.S. either, right? Who gets bills by mail? What they do here, if you're getting paper bills, is they just walk around and hand them to you, right? Literally, they come up to your house and hand them to you because it's not like we have mailboxes or anything. So even if so addresses are not part of the concern, right? We have ways to send mail. We have standard ways to write where our houses is. It's all distance from things. It's incredibly stupid. It makes no sense, but it does exist. And other things get delivered to you every day, right? Like we have. All right. For some reason, I've got someone calling. Hold on, I got to answer this. Hey, how's it going? It is. I'm good. How are you? And just so you know, I'm on the live stream right now. So I am, yes, because it rang after hours, so I grabbed it. He's probably around. He tends to work all the time, but he's not officially. No, I think he might still be around because he's Central Time, same as me. It's not 5 yet. Not real Central Time. You're on Mountain Time. Or I'm sorry, you're on Eastern Time. You shifted to Eastern. We're still on real Central. No, no, no. But the point being, he's on actual Central. It's not 5 yet, so it's still normal daytime here. Is it 108? I'm sorry, 1028. Ah, that one was not sent to the ticket system. You sent it. You sent it to help desk instead of support. And no, not a big deal. Just and he would see that, see it as um, an email, and he might go looking for or might be like, oh, I'll just see it when it's a ticket or whatever, and may not have noticed. However, I just want to point out body you listed 1228, and in the subject you put 1028. Do you know which it is? Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay, so we're deleting 1228 because they're moving back to 1028? Okay. Okay. Ah, okay. Oh, I saw someone mention that. Okay.
there was a typo in her address, so that's why she wasn't getting notifications. And I'm going to assume that the updated template for 1028 does not include the voicemail button information, so the phone is not displaying voicemail notifications.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I need all of that stuff checked. Template validated that it has voicemail lights enabled. And that the PID is in fact being pushed to voicemail when not used.
Right. All right, cool. I got it, and you're copied on the ticket, so you should have the updates.
Fantastic, I appreciate that.
Hey, no problem. Sorry I can't chat, but
Yep, have a wonderful night.
you too. Take care. Bye. Right. Sorry to have to answer the phone. That's not even the shift that I'm normally on. I do take a Thursday shift because I'm on the live stream, but that one was actually, I would have taken that call no matter what, anytime. Everall Tatum says, I guess I did make, oh wait. First of all, Instagram, I did post that down below. Or coffee. What about mail? What do they send your monthly bills? They just hand them to you at your house. As long as it's Hinotega and not Matagalpa. Says, I guess I did not make myself clear regarding hot water used in homes. I did not say that they use hot water tanks. In Central and Latin America, only rich people in hotels use hot water heating tanks. So the rest of the houses use what you call suicide showers. They are electric shower heads. They're made in Brazil. Lorenzetti, they got all kinds of prices from the cheapest $30 to the most expensive. We get them from a lot of vendors here. We do get the Brazilian ones, but we get lots of others as well. It's not all one brand. In fact, I see very few of that brand here. Why doesn't Nicaragua use bathtubs? Are they not affordable? It just doesn't make sense for the needs here, right? Like, so the real question is, why do people use bathtubs, right? Bathtubs are a little bit weird, I think, to most of the world. They require a ton of water usage. They don't get you particularly clean. They use up a lot of space, and they're kind of costly. Showers are cheap and more effective. So it's actually, I think, a surprise when you do find bathtubs rather than don't. If you need to wash a baby or whatever, you have sinks and things. But bathtubs just... As someone who would never want to have a bathtub in the house, it doesn't even occur to me that Nicaraguans don't have them until you point it out. And then it's like, oh yeah, I guess they don't. But I'm so thankful when I go into a hotel, I'm not worried about some crappy room with a bathtub. When I'm in the U.S., it does occur to me that some older hotels have bathtubs, and I'm always like disappointed that I ended up in a hotel that has that instead of a nice just shower, because they're just much more comfortable, right? Showers look nicer, they're more comfortable, you're less likely to slip and fall and whatever. And I never just want to sit in dirty water. Right? Like if I'm in the shower, I'm there to get clean. Well, I like to go, the water hits you on top and it runs down, it cleans you, right? You put on the soap and it moves on down. But when you're in a tub, you're just sitting in it. And so when you're done in a tub, you still have to shower, right? So it's not that I don't like being in tubs, but keep in mind that we have swimming pools in the ocean and stuff. So if people want to go sit in water, they have ways to do it. They don't need to I don't really need a bathtub to do that. But I think in general, it comes down to that in many senses, it's a luxury, right? You're talking about a situation where bathtubs aren't like showers, where you just tile a space and run in a pipe, right? You're in a situation where you have to have something that's sealed. You have to have a very specific amount of space, and every time you want to use it, you have to have a very large amount of water, and that just, it's not that Nicaragua doesn't have water, but it's just wasteful in a way that I think people would be like, what is the purpose of this exactly? Marcus says, what about Social Security? You need to have an address to receive benefits of Social Security. You need to have a physical address. So That's not quite true. I mean, it is true, but it's not what you're thinking. So for most people getting Social Security, the logical thing is to receive the Social Security in the United States, right? Social Security being an American pension, right? We're not talking about some generic retirement thing. We're talking about a specific um, uh, uh, um, what am I trying to say? It's a specific American pension, Social Security. So its rules are very um, uh, uh, very specific set of rules. And for most Americans who are living abroad, anywhere, you want your money to be sent to the United States. You do not want your Social Security going to another country. There are cases where that would make sense, but it is by far the minority situation. Under normal circumstances, you would want, he's from my hometown, so you might have ESNL, right? You want your money just going directly in there, and then you just take it out of the ATM here when you need it. Or if you need a lot of it, you send it to a local bank. But since you are an American, you have access to American banking, you'll be doing things through the United States. A general rule of living abroad, a general rule of banking, a general rule of business is you never move money until you need to. You don't move money just to move it. There is something about people moving abroad for the first time that makes them feel that moving money is, for its own sake, something you want to do. Definitely not the case. You do not move money internationally frivolously. So you need to have an extremely clear case why you would want an American pension to be terminating, right, to be turning from the pension into cash in Nicaragua. I cannot imagine a scenario where that would really make sense. I can come up with scenarios where it might work for you, but they really don't make sense. You want that money in the US because what if you decide you want to buy a house in Nicaragua? Well, there's about a 50% chance that that transaction will happen in the United States. You would be screwed if you would move that money into Nicaragua. Now you have to move it back to the United States to do things in Nicaragua. What if you want to have a credit card? Well, you're not going to get a credit card here. You're going to get the credit card in the United States. How are you going to pay it? Oh, now you got to move your money from here back to the United States, right? Every person I know who has put their money here regrets it because they realize that that gives them nothing. They've done extra work to get it here. Now they have to do extra work to get it back. You want to buy something from Amazon. Same problem, right? Remember that we do a significant portion of our shopping internationally. Every time you want to get a service online, you want to pay for that, I don't know, that Netflix or just whatever, generally you do it with your American card. You don't do it from Nicaragua, right? There are exceptions. There are things you want to do from here, but it's easy to move the money from the US to here in the portion that you need, right? Which may be 5% of your income, might be 95% of your income, but it's almost certainly not going to be 100%. And even if it is 100%, the question is it 100% that for all time, right? When you start sending your Social Security to Nicaragua, you're making a commitment, at least for some amount of time, that your money is going to need to be based in Nicaragua. What if something happens and you decide Nicaragua is not for you and you decide to move on to, we'll say, Colombia, right? So you move to Colombia. Now, oh, I've got a bank in Nicaragua that has my money. How are you going to get that in Colombia? Well, they probably don't have a way to transfer directly in between. Now your money's going to move back to the U.S. and then to Colombia. What are you going to do with your Social Security? Can't keep going to Nicaragua. So before you move, you got to send it somewhere else, probably back to the U.S. But now you got to establish sending it to the U.S. And you see the complications that come up. But if you just kept it in the U.S. in the first place, you can move anywhere in the world you want anytime. Your banking travels the world with you at all times. You can keep money in a place that's safe and secure and easy at all times. Everything is easy, right? So just like when people are traveling to a new country, don't bring wads of cash unless you have a very, very, very specific use case. You know, I've lived in 8 countries. I've traveled to 40. Every one is the same. Right? Show up, take money out of the ATM when you need it, and only carry enough cash to deal with your immediate needs. That's it. keep life simple. You don't move huge wads of cash when you move between countries. You don't shift your banking into a country that you're moving into. And I'm currently helping someone who did that, and it has destroyed her life. Right? She has no ability to get paid, no ability to get retirement, no ability to pay her bills. Even when she does get money, she can't get it to her banks because she abandoned the banking infrastructure that she had in the country she's from, thinking she would get new banking infrastructure in the country she moved to. And that's not a bad thing to do. It's not bad to get new banks. You don't burn your banking infrastructure because you need to be able to represent your banking identity, right? And it's just something that I think we if you come from like a banking background where you work with money and banks and stuff a lot, you inherently think about this and would never consider moving your money in that way. And if it's something that you don't do, then you will automatically jump to, I must need to shift all my money around and create this potentially really big disaster. And so that is a huge amount of recommendations that I have. Minimize banking movement. Do not close bank accounts. Maintain your banking infrastructure in the country that you are originating in, and that will protect so many aspects of your life, and just even if you end up not needing to use it, maybe you end up moving and going, oh, you know what? I can do everything locally. There's no need to use my bank back where I'm from. That's fine. All right, cool. Just took care of a ticket. Look at me go. That will protect you in so many ways, right? Alan says, no hot water. No one would want to take a cold bath. That's huge, right? How would you fill it? Like, that would be super complicated. I didn't even think about that, but that's obviously true. Although, who would want to take a hot bath? Right? If you think about the suicide showers, they are burning hot most of the time. So if you filled a tub with that, you would have an extremely hot tub, and you would get into it and just be sweating. You'd risk, cardiac arrest from the heat. Everett Tatum says, expensive ones. What was this in reference to? Shoot. Oh, this is the showers. I'm a Honduran residing in Boston, and I know about the shower head, and a good one will run you at least $140. They ground them, and you will not have a shocking surprise. So here we don't ground them. I know in Honduras they do. Here they don't. We don't have grounded infrastructure in the houses, so we can't ground the shower heads. But also, for cheaper than $140 now, we have Costa Rican inline hot water heaters. So if you're getting above like $50 for the suicide showers, you're not getting suicide showers anymore in Nicaragua. That is now a vestige. If you're in Brazil, yeah, they're all about suicide showers. But now this region is shifting to inlines once you get above the cheap ones. Definitely by 140, you're way outside of the price range of those. John says, for 140, I think you would get a basic on-demand water. Yeah, exactly. The one I have, I think, is 120. My business partner got a bigger one. His was about 200. His gets a lot warmer. Mine takes the edge off. It's fine, but his is like really comfortable. Nos vemos. Earl says, while taking a shower, provided you ground the wiring, which we can't do, the cheap shower head that are not grounded, they will give you a shocking surprise. Yeah, I'm always getting shocked. Everyone is, and you can't avoid it. Hotels, everything. It's always don't touch. E.R. Werman is here. Good day, everyone. Alan says, I'm in Boston right now. Can't wait to get the hell out of here and back to Nicaragua. E.R. Werman says, I mean, if you really want, you can dunk yourself in a pila. Nicaragua says, do I need to take vaccinations for Zika, dengue, and malaria in the U.S. or Nicaragua? No, in neither. So Zika, I've never heard of anyone having here. That in no way means that they don't. I've just never heard of it. Dengue vaccinations are all but unheard of. We know that they exist. I've never seen someone taking them. Can you catch dengue here? Yes, it does make the rounds. We've all had it. It sucks. Whatevs. Dengue is broadly cured now in China, so we're hoping to have actual solutions to that soon. But at the moment, like if you want to get a dengue vaccine, you can. It's not something that anyone worries about. Malaria, absolutely never heard of anyone getting that. Malaria is not making the rounds or anything like that. King Zorse, what's up, brother? Keep rocking that beard. I will, thank you. Nicaragua says, are there any American branch banks out there like Chase or Bank of America, or is it still in the works? Or is this still in the works? Neither. There are none, and there is nothing in the works. That is not coming. There's no reason that you would expect that. There's no reason for it. I don't know why you would want it. I mean, I kind of get why you might want it, but it's very minor. Like, who's really affected by it? Not much of anybody. There used to be Citibank maybe 15 years ago. They were gone even when I was here in 2015. So, I mean, we're talking a long time since there were American banks here. And I don't know why anybody in this part of the world would want an American bank. Air Warman says, and remember, customer service, if something goes wrong, is almost guaranteed to be better at your first world bank than at a Nicaragua bank. That's true. Leslie Gould says, hi. E.R. Warman says, oh, in Nicaragua, they haven't asked me for any vaccination certificates ever whenever I was entering Nicaragua. If you're coming from Panama, remember, they do need yellow fever. We do have someone who didn't make it here just in the last week because they didn't research that. It didn't occur to them that Panama was in the yellow fever zone. It's into Colombia, right? It's not above Colombia like Americans picture. It's in Colombia, and so in line, Colombia, Venezuela, and Panama, that's malaria zone. I'm sorry, that's yellow fever zone. You have to have those vaccinations coming into Nicaragua. They do not want that spreading here. So we don't have yellow fever here, but that's how they keep it out. So if you're passing through Panama, make sure you have that. Most of us who live here and travel carry our yellow fever certs with us, no problem, right? It's a lifetime shot. But if you've never had to deal with that, you could be in for a surprise that you're suddenly stuck in Panama. Leslie said hi. I think I said that. Nicaragua. Does Nicaragua deal in cryptocurrency like in El Salvador? No, not in the slightest. El Salvador has it, but they deal in it is very much not what you think. It was an experiment in El Salvador. It utterly failed, and so while some vestiges of it certainly are lingering on, it's gone. Right, El Salvador does not work in cryptocurrency. That is literally a trick that is played on crypto bros to try to get money. Right, not really a real thing anymore. In Nicaragua, there's nothing at all. There's no exit nexus, and so there's no means of crypto having any utility in Nicaragua. So it's as non-crypto as you could possibly imagine. There's also absolutely no value to it. So even if they had it here, you would say, well, that has no purpose. Why would I use that? Everell Tatum says the main office for Social Security Matters in Central America is located in San Jose, Costa Rica. That is correct. If you need to actually deal with them, you go there. E.R. Worman says, nope, not that I've noticed. No official government-sanctioned crypto commerce here. That is true, right? That's different. But also in El Salvador, there was... Okay, so El Salvador had this government program to make crypto. They tried to brute force crypto, right? Really to prop up crypto. And even propping it up, they weren't able to, right? Completely failed. But they never got an on-the-ground movement around it. In Nicaragua, there's nothing banning it. You're completely allowed to use it. The government has no reason to bring it in, and especially seeing how it made El Salvador the laughingstock of the region. It was such a crash and burn up there that there's no way anyone else in the region is going to touch that. That would be, right, for El Salvador, it's embarrassing, but they tried something. So, you got to give Bukele credit. He made an experiment. It was a risky one, and it could have paid off well. I'm not sure what he was thinking exactly. There are some tweaks he could have made that would have made it, to me, feel a lot more logical. Because they used Bitcoin instead of something with low overhead, what possible utility could it have had? I have no idea. But they were a pioneer attempting something. And so you can give them a pass for trying something. But if someone else tried that, they would be roasted. Right. That would be so embarrassing, and there would be no excuse for it because no one, because El Salvador proved not a single person came up with a use case for it. Right. They're all like, "What the hell does this do?" Nothing. Um, so we have no government that's doing that here. That makes no sense. We're not artificially using our resources to prop up the U.S. economy or something like that. That would be weird. But oh my gosh, Terry Yoder is here. I'll get to you in a second, Terry. That's awesome. Um, so getting derailed in my old age. You're totally allowed to use crypto here. There isn't any regulations against it, but because there's no nexus for it, it's useless. And so there's no. I've never met a person who would use it. Right? You can meet people who are like, I'm interested. I've heard about it. I'd like to get a few bucks and play with it. Sure, but that's that. And then they realize I have no way to really use this, and that's where it ends up. Um, 1971 Maximouse is here. Hey, Scott. Hey, Maximouse. Marcus says, thank you. I was confused about that. RIT team, awesome. Hey, Scott, are you retired yet or still working in tech? So I retired a long time ago, 11 years ago, and then came out of retirement, and I'm very much working in tech again. And so Terry Yoder, just to give you, so he's with RIT team, awesome, RIT. Terry and I went to university together. We did graduate studies at RIT, Rochester Institute of Technology, together. And his last name is Yoder, which is one of my family names. We are most definitely cousins from Switzerland, but very, very distant cousins. But we're from the same hometown as Marcus. So the three of us are all from just a few miles from each other. Growing up, although my family moved back to the area, they didn't. My parents didn't grow up there. E.R. Werman says, "Oh, so they changed that. Even if you're just switching flights in Panama last year, they didn't ask anything. So it's difficult because if you're just changing planes, you don't always know if someone just changed planes, and the person who has to know, like, you have to have both." Panama sign off to letting you leave and Nicaragua sign off to letting you arrive, and that has a little bit of a danger, right? So I would always carry the yellow fever. The problem that you get in Panama is that many people get a long layover, leave the airport, and technically, if you step out of the airport, you have to have the certificate. Well, they don't necessarily know if you stepped out of the airport, so it creates a kind of gray area. There are situations where you can make it in from Panama. Absolutely, you are correct. But there are situations where you can't, so be aware. No King says, do they have BAC Bank there in Leon? So for those who don't know, BAC is a really large regional bank across all. It's the bank. It's basically the Bank of Central America. That is not what its name means, but that's basically what it is. And yes, BAC is everywhere in Nicaragua, and definitely here in Leon. We don't have a ton. It's not like the number one bank or anything. Oh, no, it actually is the Bank of Central America. Like, that's its actual name. I didn't just make that up and think it was a cool thing for those who don't know. BAC, they're in Guatemala, El Salvador, Costa Rica, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Panama. So everyone except for Belize in the region has BAC. And as far as I know, they actually have a very small office in Miami. They don't list it, but they're, at least they used to. So they're a very powerful regional bank, and I think they're from Honduras. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. But they're the powerhouse bank in the region. They're a little bit less popular here because they're not Nicaragua based. They were started here, but then they moved. And because we used to be much more central, and we're becoming much more central again. We have the big powerful economy now. So we're shifting back into a leadership position in the region in many ways. So it's pretty cool. But yeah, we can use BAC easily. E.R. Werman says, oh, and I'm sure Scott talked about this in his previous streams. Beware of new entry regulations when it comes to visas. U.S. and Canada, no changes, but beware if you're from other countries. Yes, not even all of the EU countries are exempt from visas. Oh, good to know. Wait, EU countries. All of the Schengen should be... No, not necessarily. Yeah, good to know. Nika Rao says, we need algorithm consensus. Yes, we do. E.R. Werman says, got stuck in Costa Rica for a week while making a border run. Well, luckily the e-visa process for me was like 3 to 4 work days. Wow, that's still a lot, though, that it took that long. Good to know that. Do you know about how many Europeans are now stuck with it? I actually don't know which countries. Oh no, there's a problem with our. Oh. My wife is asking if there are insects or spices, herbs, on our pasta. It really looks like herbs, but I mean, it really looks like herbs, but it could be insects. Um, I think someone needs to look closer. It looks like she just dashed something on it, but who knows? Okay. Oh. I think it was Jose who asked this earlier, but I totally forgot to go back to it. But he's asking again, so we'll make sure to get to it now. Do you have any recommendations on an online job from home that can be done in the States and continued in Nicaragua when we move there, not wanting jobs that consist on pay with commission? So this is a tough one, right? Because the world of online jobs is open in the same way that the world of um, regular jobs exist, right? There's such a huge variety of what you can do as a job, right? Give me just a second to tell my wife to bring me this, and I'll inspect it. So if you were to take away the online component or the move to Nicaragua component and just said, do you have any recommendations on a job that I can that I can do? That's tough because I don't know what jobs you'd be interested in, which ones you'd be good at, or which ones are currently available. There's a lot of like unknowns going on there, and it's not that you couldn't do a job. I could be like, well, you could do any job that you speak English, or any job that has no particular requirements. So that's not generally useful. What you want is a job that plays on your specific strengths. So what your interest, your skill set, and your experience are all going to be really big factors in that, much larger than anything I have. And this even comes down to I talked to someone recently, and I was using the example, I think, of plumbing, that even plumbers, if you have any amount of experience, can start to find ways to work online. And someone jumped in and said, actually, my, I don't know, cousin or something did exactly that and created an online consulting business for plumbing. Does he make as much money as he did as an in-person plumber? No, not at all. But he's living in some place with no taxes and with lower cost of living and doing what he wants to do, and he doesn't have to drive around to going to do plumbing and stuff. He does plumbing from home and does, like, I don't know, training videos, or writes technical books, or makes things for regular people to do their own plumbing. I don't know exactly what he does, but he does an online thing, and it may be consulting with junior plumbers as they do work. I have veterinarians, for example, here who do that. And if you're a vet in the United States, a veterinarian, you can contact our team and have on live video a senior veterinarian who's been doing it for a long time, who can help walk you through, like, oh, look for this, ask about this, check this thing, right? And have someone to, even if it's just, hey, I'm thinking it's this disease, do you agree? Or I think this is a ripped tendon, is this the right behavior? And that more experienced vet can be like, okay, here's what you need to check for, or no, that's not realistic, or whatever. It can be very valuable, right? And so someone immediately jumped in and is like, specifically plumbing, I have a family member that does that. And I'm like, in reality, I have a family member who does that with HVAC. And so even things that you are sure you wouldn't be able to do remotely, you might be able to, but you may have to be a little bit creative about it. So much comes down to you. What is it that you're good at? What would you like to do? And of course, you may be like, I am so into model railroading, and I'm going to be like, okay, that you're not going to be able to make a career out of, right? Like, it's not realistic, especially remotely. Although, could you? You might be able to pull off a career out of that, right? What if you bought tons of model railroading stuff, and you made a show about doing model railroading from the tropics, and recorded you doing models and painting them and setting up dioramas and do all that stuff? Would that make any money? I don't know, but could it? Yeah, it actually could, depending on your promotion, how good you are at it, how much passion you put into it, and so forth, right? Because there are people who do this stuff online from America, from Europe. You can do the same thing from here without the taxes and the lower cost of living. So those things do exist. But in reality, right, anything you can do in the States, you can do from here. And okay, the pasta is arriving. I'm going to do the inspection. I mentioned this in live on the live stream. My wife is bringing me the thing of pasta. All right.
Unless you put herbs.
Those are definitely herbs.
Why would you put herbs on the
I
pasta?
don't know, but that is a green leaf for sure. There's no doubt.
Okay, look. Until she confirms that she did that,
I can see the veins of the leaf.
I'm not eating that shit unless she convinces me, like confirms that she did that. Because why would she put herbs on it?
I don't know, but it
Has
looks.
she ever done that before?
It sure looks like basil.
Sure, it's not veins on an insect wing. Oh my gosh! Hand it to me.
It's definitely plant.
I don't know that is true. And we'll wait and see what she says, and then you're gonna have to announce on your live stream that you just ate a bug.
It would be amazing that this entire thing is full of bugs that have died and have no bug parts and only leaf parts. How did the leaf parts of non-existent bugs get into there without any actual bugs to carry them?
I remain unconvinced.
I don't know why she put basil on it, but that's what it is.
I don't think so.
My wife is convinced our pasta is covered in sprinkled bug bits. All right, EPE Live. My friend Jerry from Michigan, who moved to Jinotega since 2008, he's been getting his Social Security sent to BAC. The only thing is that it takes 3 extra days, and it's Peter Val from Messiah. You definitely can, right? You can use banks here for your Social Security, but I think it would be really rare that would be beneficial. Like, is it making things better for him having it in BAC? The 3 days probably doesn't matter. But like we say for so many things, right? We're buying products from the U.S., we're buying products from China. That's an important part of keeping your cost of living down here. Not for absolutely everyone, but nearly everyone. And that gets really hard if you're trying to do it from here, if you give up your U.S. banking. Not impossible, but it does make it much harder. Oh, she says it was oregano. I thought it was basil. Larry says my buddy works for the Marriott. He told me they are opening 3 in Nicaragua, 1 in Managua and Leon. He's not sure where the other will be, probably San Juan del Sur or Granada. The one in Leon is already open. I knew about the one in Managua, which is not open yet. I believe it's like July. The one in Leon opened really recently. It's the old Hotel Recollection. Which I have not. We need to go check it out. We need so Larry actually. Does your buddy have connections with the one in Leon, or does he just have general connections? Because I'd love to get an invite to go film the one in Leon. It makes no sense for me to spend hundreds of dollars to go stay there because I live in Leon, so I'm not going to do that. But if they'd be willing to let us in to film the hotel, I'd love to show the audience the Marriott here. So that would be cool. No King says thanks. ER Werman says the worst impact of this is for the Chinese citizens. Lots of them here. They need visas now. Also, it's weird that Mexicans too need visas. It's not so weird that Mexicans do because Mexico requires visas for Nicaraguans and often causes problems with them for that. It's actually a little bit of a pain for them to get that. So that they're returning the favor, I'm not too surprised. I am very shocked that the Chinese citizens need it, but it's such a big thing to travel here from China. I bet no one's really impacted, right? They're like, whatever. Once you're paying that much for a flight, you're not doing it you're not waking up one morning and going, hey dear, what are you doing this afternoon? Nothing. Why? What are you thinking? Let's hop the next flight to Nicaragua. Sure, right? Even with the number of people they have in China, that's not happening. Somebody's going, okay, we got to plan a trip to Nicaragua. It's got all these transfers. We got to pack. Should we get a visa? Yeah, we got to file ahead of time. I bet it's not a problem. EPE Life says you are giving great information about not closing your U.S. bank accounts because they're very difficult to reopen them again once you're out of the U.S. That is very true. It is a one-way decision, and very rarely do you spend any or much money in order to keep a bank account in the U.S. But let me tell you, everyone is sorry when they don't have it. that you just end up going, this is not a good situation. And it's so simple to be able to just keep it, right? All right. Terry says, thanks, Scott. I'm looking for ways to fill the gap years until Social Security kicks in, and geo arbitrage is an option for us for 3 to 4 years. Need to get down there for a scouting trip. Yeah, you absolutely do. He says, thanks, cuz. Still finding bugs. Finding bugs in a whole new way now. Yeah, you need to come down. So I talk a bit on the show about geo arbitrage, specifically. So things that are really high factors for Nicaragua. The U.S. does not tax you when you're in Nicaragua up until you pass $130,000 per year per person in salary. Nicaragua does not tax your foreign sourced income, and so with a family of 2, you can have, if done correctly, $260,000 per year tax free here. And then, yeah, you might have more income than that and need to pay some taxes on top of that, but then it's a very small tax rate unless you're making crazy amounts of money. That amount tax-free is insane in this region, right? Once you're even close to those numbers, you're living so high on the hog, you can't even see the ground anymore. It's just all hog. It's just huge numbers for this region. People often talk about, can you live really well at $3,000 a month, $4,000 a month, $5,000 a month? No one ever says, can you live well at $6,000, $8,000 a month, right? Mostly because they assume that they can, but right, you're suddenly talking 20+ thousand a month, right? A little bit over 20,000 a month, with no taxes, right? Normally when people are saying $4,000 a month in the US, we're used to taking taxes off the top of that. Here, that's tax-free. It's absolutely crazy how far that money goes, and so it's a really big deal. Plus it being safe and healthcare being so cheap, just the cost of living is so ridiculously low on top of it. We win at the arbitrage game by far. John Mason says, my side gig is trading futures, although I make more money trading than I do from my part-time job. Separate are my investment retirement accounts. I can normally make $100 to $200 per day trading. That could be $100 to $200, or it could be $1 to $200. $1 a day would be pretty bad, but while my investment accounts average 24.6. Wow. That is really good. Calvin says, I used to lay over in the Managua Intercontinental. It was one of the nicest hotels we stayed at system-wide. I've never stayed at the Intercontinental in Managua. I do eat there. The restaurants are really nice. But it's really it's really nice. And by the way, we have a lot of people on the show. Like, we don't normally have, we definitely have times that it's more than this, but we are at a pretty high number for recent live streams. So welcome everyone to the show. And a quick reminder, give a thumbs up. We really appreciate it. Larry says his friend works for the Marriott Vacation Club in Costa Rica. I can ask if he can get access for me. It's a good idea he can use as a sales tool. Yeah, absolutely. I would think that the Marriott here would be thrilled to have someone showing it off. And we've never been in there before it was Marriott or anything, so it would be nice to get people a view of that hotel. And it's right around, I drive past it nearly every day. All right, just got to respond to this ticket for 2 seconds. All right. And Marcella is asking me to check on Nicaragua. I've got messages beeping. Hold on. She's saying that there is an event at... Oh, we've got events posted as far out as September? That's crazy. Let's see. May 15th, May... No, they didn't have those yet. Okay. John says, don't worry, Scott. My high investment returns aren't forever. At some point, the market will correct. David says, hi, would you say sales or customer service jobs are easy to obtain online? That's a very general question, right? So Are there? Oh, my dad's taken off early. He says, sorry for the early departure. Blessings for the rest of the show. Have a good night, Dad, and I will see him soon. Tonight is 3. Oh, no live stream on the 28th. I will be flying to see my dad on Thursday the 28th, 3 weeks from tonight. So we will have live streams for the next 2 weeks. And then we will have a week off of the live stream. There's no realistic way I'm going to fly all the way to Rochester and then live stream from my dad's house. So we'll have a little bit of disruption at that point. But 3 weeks till I see my dad for his birthday. 3 weeks is not his birthday, but his birthday is coming up on that trip that I'm going for. So customer service jobs, and I don't think anything is easy to obtain online anymore. Nearly everyone who can work online is trying to. People who want, like, everyone wants to get out and work abroad. Not everyone, but huge percentages compared to normal. And of people who are staying in their home countries, tons want to work online that didn't before. And the combination is a lot, right? There's just this huge demand for at-home work of all types. And there's a huge amount of people who are not American taking every job that they can because their costs are much lower. And so if you are from the U.S. and have that higher cost and you want to work online, it's a crazy competitive market. So are sales and customer service good jobs to do online? Yes, they are. Are there more of them than other things? Yes, that's probably true. But is it easy to get jobs in those fields? I don't know any field where it's easy to get a job anymore at this point. The economics of the U.S. market have made it such that, and partially, right, part of it is that the economy is struggling and there is actually a lack of jobs. True. But we also have a unrelated or mostly unrelated challenge that we've lost sense of how to find jobs and workers, mostly because of AI, right? The sudden influx of AI and the way that it is destroying HR departments, the way that it is completely ruining the concept of sending out resumes. It's now made it an abysmal process where nobody can find anything. The volume of information in all directions and the amount of filters and stuff are making it hard, even when jobs exist, to actually connect with one and make it possible. Calvin Reese says, live stream from Dinosaur Barbecue in Rochester. I have been to Dinosaur Barbecue in my hometown. John says, I did screw up and didn't buy Micron in February as I planned to when it was at 330. It doubled since then. Oh, wow. I did buy AMD then, and it doubled. Well, that's good. Micron is building in Syracuse right next to Rochester. That's their big location that they're moving into. Kelvin says, I, for one, welcome our AI overlords. And for those who weren't on earlier, Anthropic just entered Nicaragua, made their products available. Claude is available here for the first time just in the last 48, 72 hours. So it's a big deal here that we're suddenly getting that. So that's pretty cool for us because we've been limping with fewer options down here than other areas. I say this as I'm building AI infrastructure in the background. It keeps failing, but I keep trying. Wow, we have a lot of people on right now. This is fantastic. In Digital says, huge demand for our consultant services. Keep your job. We can help with transition. We're getting some businesses going down here. All right. Just checking all my tickets. Da 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 dun dun. All right, no response. I see how it is. Of course, now that we're online, I'm hungry because I had one bite of pasta, but not enough to really eat. You were so against AI. No. I'm still against AI. AI is dumb in most cases. But and I just gave this huge example of how it's ruining the entire employment market, not by taking jobs, but by making jobs unfillable and making it impossible for people to matchmake. But we definitely use some AI tools where they make sense. But it doesn't make sense where decision making is involved because it can't make good decisions. E.R. Werman says, what ITSM tool are you using for ticketing, Scott, if it's not a secret? I'm using CappyDesk, which is not public yet, but will be available and open source soon. It just says, did your kids fall into what? Gotta help out with something. I'm not sure what it is. Sorry, just doing another ticket real fast. Oh, so for this one, I'm actually on 2 ticket systems at the moment. So I'm currently working on. So when I was dealing with the ticket earlier, that was on CappyDesk, but this one, the one that I cover on Thursday nights, is on Zendesk. Who asked? E.R. Werman. So they're on Zendesk, but Zendesk is a train wreck. I can't believe how bad it is. My whole team is like, this is just garbage. But we got authorization yesterday to switch this customer to CappyDesk. So we're actually doing a Zendesk to CappyDesk real soon. New ticket. Subject. Sorry, guys. A little bit of mayhem here as I cover for Ava because she's off tonight. Oh, I think he means the AI rabbit hole. No, my kids will do nothing with AI whatsoever. Jammer Rule says, howdy from Reading, Pennsylvania. Hey, how's it going? Welcome, Jammer. A.R. Werman says, nice to see not everyone is on ServiceNow these days. Who the heck's on ServiceNow? I have not seen anyone on ServiceNow in a long time. That is not a good product. All right. Got that open. What are they saying? Sorry for that. Soon, they'll Iuta, a global depression will be upon us. I hope not. There might be, yeah. We're pretty isolated down here, though. I think we'll really come out shining. John says, on the subject of AI, I've started to use Gemini for Spanish practice, and it isn't bad. That's interesting. So I'm interested in how you use it for that. I can imagine, like, obviously just opening up a chat and saying, can I practice Spanish? What can I do? And it'll sit, like, do that, I assume. But are you doing something more advanced? Is it like some template you're using or some guide you're using, or are you just asking it to help you with Spanish? That's I've heard a few people talk about that, and I was wondering what was good. And I also wonder how good it is at knowing which dialects of Spanish it's doing. Like, can it figure out Nicaraguan? Does it have any idea? Does it know when to use Vos or anything like that? I have no idea. That shows how lazy I am about it. I should try it out and see what it does. Carolyn Hook is here. What month are the rainy seasons there? I'm trying to time coming for the best rental prices. What would you consider to be the minimum amount to get set up when getting there? You're coming for permanent rentals? So rainy season starts about now. We had some rain last night. We've had a few, but there's not a ton. So rainy season normally starts late May, I think. So it's mostly June, July, August, September, October, November. Yeah, that's right. So we're at the end of the dry season. We're definitely feeling it. We're ready for a lot of rain. We're just getting light rain right now. I don't know. I don't know that the rainy season is going to give you better prices. That's not really a thing. It's just avoiding the big holidays, of which one is during the dry season and one is during the rainy season. So kind of is what it is. Minimum amount to get set up when getting there. That's really hard, right? I so don't want to give these numbers because there's so many things to consider. Like, obviously, there's the flight, the cost of your tickets, the initial hotel, the amount of time you're going to spend looking for a place. But what you want to do is get into a long-term rental, which could be 6 months, but 12 months is even better. And then buy furniture. I've known people who've done the whole thing, gotten in, for under $3,000, right? They not including transit to get here, but once they were here, they immediately got into an apartment at $200 a month within the first 2 weeks for sure, and then got all of their furniture, which wasn't a lot, very minimal, for about $2,000. Now, that was very much cutting it lean. That was cost cutting every possible corner, but they did that and were in and had an apartment and were going out and doing things and living their lives based on that. So it can be done. So if you're really talking a minimum, but everybody's minimum is different. Some people's minimum includes, well, I have to buy a car. There's all these things that I would never consider. And then other people's minimum is, no, I'm good with an old used rocking chair that I found out on the street that someone had thrown away, and I'll sleep on the ground, right? And so people really vary what minimum is by some pretty large margins. But this guy was able to buy, a fridge and a range, but he was nickel and diming every single thing. Like, this range was $30, this one was $35. Get in the $30 range, right? He was really making sure he was getting the minimum on everything. But he's just a single guy, and he's like, I don't do anything. I watch TV and go to the gym. That was all he did. He had no activities. He didn't like to go out, didn't like to do anything. So all he wanted was one comfy chair, a bed to sleep in, and enough to cook. And he cooked really basic food for himself. And that was it, right? And so that was his budget. John says, I need to do it more. I need more reading and conversation practice and less Duolingo. It's true. Duolingo's good, but it's only one piece of the puzzle for sure. Indigital says, Zendesk victim. It is so true. It is the worst. I can't believe how bad Zendesk and Freshdesk are. They're major players, and they are bad, and they're not cheap. It's not like, I used this crap because it cost nothing. It is really expensive for no reason. I'm doing tickets too. You're moonlighting. Haha, I meant multitasking. I am moonlighting, it's true. Yeah, Worman says, I know from work and a bunch of retail hop giants are rolling with ServiceNow. A big thing these days is getting Copilot plugged into it. Yeah, it's used by places that don't have the technical chops to even know what to use. It's big on that. But it's not useful for those things. And plugging Copilot into it. You know, if you're using Copilot, you've already gone off the rails. ER Werman, haha, to be honest, I wouldn't mind doing tickets as a side hustle reminiscent of my first job. John says, I asked Gemini to clarify grammar concepts. I will give it a scenario and ask it to write a story in B1 level Spanish. I will ask it to converse with me, i.e. shopping in a mercado in Cuenca, Ecuador. Interesting. ER Woman said, also for air travel. If you don't mind a bit of extra bus travel, sometimes airplane tickets are much cheaper to San Jose, Costa Rica than flying straight into Managua. That is definitely true. You can get some really good deals in especially San Jose. Once in a while in Liberia, which is the northern airport in Costa Rica, but definitely in San Jose, the capital, which is a huge hub for the region. And I do that. I use San Jose when I'm southbound. I've never used it for northbound. I've used Liberia for northbound because within Costa Rica, Liberia is the northbound airport and San Jose is the big one. So it goes to Europe, it goes to South America and stuff like that. Sorry, I still have a bit of a cough. It can get really good deals. The transit, it's about $80 to take the bus. And so if you're doing it, you got to save enough to make up for the bus. And quite often you are also paying for a hotel night. Not necessarily, but normally. And so that can add up really quickly between the extra time and losing as much as $200 between all those things. You can end up being like, oh, that didn't really save me money. But sometimes you're saving $1,000 of the flight, so absolutely. Or if you have a whole bunch of people, right? Like if my wife and I are flying together, going to Costa Rica and then going somewhere makes a lot more sense because the bus, yeah, we each pay for the bus, but the hotel we share. If we're taking a car down, we share those expenses. So your situation will vary, but yeah, it's worth definitely considering. It's also worth considering Tegucigalpa in Honduras, which I have done before as well. Is actually closer in many cases, and in the same way that there's Liberia and San Jose, there's also Tegucigalpa and San Pedro Sula, which is not really that far away and does also have a major airport. John says, and yes, it does know at least basic regional dialect words and usage. That's good. Carolyn Hook says, lol. John Doe, cheaper than Duolingo and probably as efficient, if not more. I wonder if it can help correct your accent. It's only cheaper in small amounts. If you have a lot, well, I don't know how much Gemini is. Claude is 17. ChatGPT is 20. Lana Noble. So for all you Canadians out there who don't want to fly through the States, Canadians who don't want to fly through the States are called Canadians. I booked 2 flights on October 26th on WestJet Calgary to Panama City and then Copa to Managua for $2,000 US. 2 tickets, row 4. Oh, $2,000 for 2 tickets. So $1,000 each, which is still a lot. But considering we used to be able to go back to the US just a few months ago for $67. Now people are talking thousands. This is how much the protecting consumers in America has gotten us. I realize Canada is a whole country farther. It does cost more, but these are big numbers. Carolyn says, thank you. David says, would you suggest learning AI and MarTech for a job these days? No, right? I'm gonna lean towards no. So for those who don't know, that's marketing tech. That's what MarTech is. But so I think everyone should know AI in the same way that everybody should know how to use a web browser. Like these are parts of basic computer literacy today. AI feels new. So, and first of all, remember, it's not actually AI, right? It's a language processor that is useful for filtering a lot of things. It's just another tool, right? So if we go back a few hundred years, we'd be asking, do we feel like learning pencils is a good technology to learn? Yes, everyone should know how to use a pencil, even if it's not something that's part of your everyday job. You're a plumber. You may want to write something down and take a quick note. Pencils are going to be useful, right? AI is just another useful tool in your collection of general things you need to know, right? Understanding how to look things up on the web is an important skill. And believe it or not, in many cases, you can make a career off of just being computer literate because so few people are. But if you can then combine a serious amount of computer literacy, which includes knowing AI, but learning AI primarily is understanding what it is. Once you know what it is, there's not really learning to be done, right? then apply that to anything that you already have skill in, you have a big opportunity. Marketing tech, I think, is going to be something that is going to be really tough because that's one of those areas that everyone already flocked to. So you have an oversaturated field with people with lots of experience and resources and portfolios. So starting that as a new thing, I think, would be bad today. I think you want to find something that you have experience in most cases, something that you can leverage what you have. I mean, if you're just really passionate about marketing, by all means. Right, but if you are doing it because you think it's an opportunity, probably not the way to go. So it depends, right? It's kind of like IT. Would I say someone should go into IT today? Oh, hell no, unless you're super passionate about it, and then you're not going to be happy doing anything else. Well, then obviously, yes, do that, right? What you're passionate with will almost always be your first choice. It'll be the thing that works out best for you. But if it's something that you're doing because you think it's going to be a big moneymaker, then that's almost always going to be bad. Or not necessarily bad, but not nearly as beneficial as you would hope. Lana Noble says, from Vancouver to start with. Well, okay, so that makes sense that it costs more. Calvin Reeves says, there are no more flights to TGU. The airport moved from XPL, the old Air Force base at Comayagua. Oh, Tegucigalpa Airport is completely closed now? It shows how long since I flew there. That was famously the world's second most dangerous airport to fly into. It was super cool to fly in there. I knew that they were looking at moving to Comayagua, but I had not heard that they had actually done that. So that's actually pretty cool. I need to check that out for flights. E.R. Werman says, some weeks ago, I've sent a bunch of meeting transcripts to my coworkers. They just ran them through Copilot, and my gosh, what a glorious mess the conclusions were. Meeting transcripts. Okay, yes. I was thinking like lists of your meetings. Like, what is it going to do with that? Oh my gosh, yeah, Copilot. Come on, like Microsoft is so dumb with the products they design with people. Imagine how dumb something they make without people is. Like, Microsoft is the definition of products without intelligence, and then I forget that they make an AI until someone mentions Copilot, and it's like, what does it take for a person to pick up Copilot and say, I'll use this, right? My gosh. Had to send an all caps email not to send that to a customer. Yeah. And Digital says, it is a crime. E.R. Werman says, and the funny thing is that the company had us do all these internal courses on Copilot, made it sound like it was the second coming of Jesus. It's a meme that companies use Copilot. Like, it's such a joke that KVM switches. What was that in reference to? It is such a joke that companies using Copilot, like, but in the same way, right? I bet the company chooses Windows, right? Which we've talked about before in the show. Like, how does any company sit down and look at Windows and go, expensive, insecure, slow, difficult to maintain, complete lack of support. We should deploy this. Imagine a company actually evaluating setting up a network and choosing Windows. It's mind-boggling. And it's amazing that any company has done that and didn't face the wrath of their investors coming in and going, everyone's fired, right? How could anyone have let this happen, let alone everyone? Larry says, my buddy said flight from Spain is 800 to 900 right now. I forgot to ask if that's to Liberia or San Jose. Do you know? I do not, but I mean, I do not know of any flights to Liberia, and I do know there are flights to San Jose, so I'm pretty sure that that is it. I am checking out flights from Honduras now that I know which airport to put. Comiaga to Madrid. Why would it pick December? I don't want to go in December. Earworm, you should see the fun we had on a bridge call with Microsoft about Azure going bonkers one day. Talk about Microslop. Again, why would someone be using Azure? What drives companies to choose these products? On Iberia, going to Madrid from Comiaga is just over 1,000. How do I use several computers from one monitor? I guess KVM is old. Oh, I mean, you can do that if you want to physically flip back and forth. Here, woman. Yeah, a KVM or a multi-monitor switcher. Earworm says, yes, I remember Walmart was using KVMs quite a lot like 7 years ago. I mean, I use KVMs every day, but it's because we run data centers, right? So you actually wheel it for people who need to, and they're connected over IP. So even with KVMs, we do several computers from one by using remote access, right? So if it's, if you're sitting in the same network, you're using something like RDP. If you're doing it over distance, you're using Mesh Central, something to the, Rust desk, something to that effect. That's quite often that's the best way to do it. KVMs can be disruptive and expensive and a lot of cables and stuff. But, everybody has different needs. If you're doing video games that way or something, KVMs are going to work better than a lot of things. So. I actually have a fair number of tickets tonight. It's probably good that I'm the one that's on so that the new girl's not like, ah. Earworm, oh, Scott, do you have any recommendations for a reliable laptop repair shop here in Nicaragua? No. They do exist, but I definitely have not found one that I would that I would reliably use. It's it's a tough thing. There's a lot of people who do those kinds of repairs, but I haven't found any that I'm just comfortable with, right? Even here in Leon. I do know, like, Technonica, I know the guys there. I don't know if they have the expertise for that stuff, but they do have, I would trust them, right? Like they're friends of mine, and I'm sure that's fine. But sorry, I'm looking at flight prices. Just to get an idea. Tim Greener, hey Scott, can you suggest a good battery backup surge protector unit? Our fiber modem needs reset with every blip in the power. So that one's a little bit tough because a lot of the battery backups don't handle the scenario of too much power or certain things. So even my really good one, occasionally my stuff blips, but it's not too bad. So I have a really big, I can't show it, but it's a monster. It's huge. It's so heavy. It's a Duracell, and you can hook up solar power to it, and charge it that way. It's been fantastic. Works really, really well. And we've had it for years. It just keeps trucking along. It's got a nice display. It's got lots of plugs. I actually dangle other UPSs off of it, but small ones. The fact that I can hook solar to it is huge. I don't have that, but I should. It's really cool. So just looking at this Google Flights, man, these flights are expensive. The cheapest flights in the region seem to be American over to Madrid. But yeah, the Duracell has been really good. And I bought it here at PriceSmart. John Mason, I have a feeling that Scott would just grab a screwdriver. Oh, for a laptop? You know, honestly, I don't typically do my own laptop repairs. If it's a desktop, I do. Actually, okay, so this round trip, I hate. You try to do stuff on Google, and it's like, oh, we're not going to let you pick your currency. We're always going to just choose language and currency for you. Like, it's so dumb. Flying American to Madrid from Comayagua, $1,127 round trip. So that's pretty good. To get up to, now I want to know, how the heck is it an hour and 15, oh, that's the layover. An hour and 15 minutes in Miami. Really sucks that it goes through Miami, but it is not a bad price. So that is under $600 one way per person. So it's roughly the same price from Honduras to Madrid as it is from Managua to Houston these days, according to Google Flights, which has never been remotely accurate for me, so I don't trust it in any way. But yeah. That's interesting. Can you check El Paso, Texas to Venice, Italy? Round trip. I don't think El Paso gets good prices. Just guessing. Roberta Carlson is here. She says, oh, nice. The Google Flights never gave me better prices than just using an official airline app or website. Yeah, same for me. In fact, it just gives me completely bonkers prices. Like, you go to check on it, and it's like, oh, nope, not a real flight. It's not even a real flight path or whatever. It's pretty much useless. And it never shows the good airlines. It only shows really expensive airlines. So, like, whatever. I wish I knew who it was that flies into Comayagua. Oh, Air Europa. I bet that's who it is. Welcome to Air Europa, the official website of the United States. I feel like that's wrong, but maybe I don't know that much about Air Europa. What? They list Comayagua. And Rome, Milan. No Madrid. Oh, no, I don't know where they're based. Where's Air Europa based? Let's try Rome. Like, sometimes you just need to go to Rome. Rome, if you want to. Roam around the world. If I'm if I can't fly to Madrid, I'm gonna fly to Rome. That's kind of. Paris is another option, which is nice. And survey says, ooh, no. Okay, so Rome's 1,300 one way. That's crazy. No. Now maybe I picked the wrong airport. Let's try somewhere else. But that's just silly. Like, who would do that? Do they offer? Okay, they do offer Madrid. There we go. Let's give this a try. Maybe I'm picking a high cost time of year. I don't know. Oh, E.R. Worman says, for flights to and from Europe, I've been using KLM, granted from San Jose. So far, they always give me the best prices. Okay, good to know. Individual says, these prices are in total flux, unable to predict, cover yourself. Carolyn Hook says, what is the best way to find the least expensive flight? Should I call the airlines? No, never call. Always use Airlines Direct. Just use their websites, right? And do so from not your computer. Do so from, you want to do it on Tuesdays. You want to do it from a incognito browser and so forth. There's a bunch of things you want to do to make sure that you are not jacking up your own price. But always, there's one normal, straightforward method to actually find the good prices, and that is always on the website, or even better, through their own app directly through the airlines. You always get higher cost. I understand someone's going to come in and be like, no, sometimes you can get cheaper through an agent. Yeah, it's physically possible. 1 out of 100 times you can get a good deal that way, and they always use that as the example. Look, you got cheaper. You should always use an agent. That's not what that means, right? 99, and every time an agent's like, 500, it's a great price. And I'm like, I'm flying up for 70, right? What are you talking about? I go to the U.S. all the time for $130. Now, it's gone now. But for the longest time, everyone who went through agents was paying hundreds and hundreds of dollars, and I'm going regularly for 130 on more comfortable airlines with no crashes, right? Janet just sent me a thing on Nicaraguan Spanish starter pack from Gemini. That's pretty cool. Jessica Bravo. Yes, I'm curious about Duracell backup as well. I currently have a Trip Lite, which is tiny. Yeah, which is, I believe, what it's called. But 3 outlets are not working anymore, so it's time for an update. Those little ones tend to die pretty quickly. It's just kind of their nature. I'm not seeing great prices out of Komiyaga. Maybe I'm just going to the wrong places. I don't know. I found member selection respaldo de batería UPS inteligente con protección contra sobretensiones 1000 VA 600 watt. Is that similar? No, not similar at all. That is 1000 watts. Someone mentioned today 1500 VAs. Those are small, right? They're not tiny, but those are still desktop units. We're talking big units that are meant to power stuff. They actually list them as generators, which is 1000% a lie. That's like me taking my phone and being like, here's your spaceship, right? It is not a generator in any way, shape, or form, but that's what they call them because in the U.S., you're allowed to just lie about anything in your marketing. Roberta Carlson says, no, I just signed up for TEFL courses, for a TEFL course. What was the no in reference to? Can you link the Gemini starter pack? No, you have to ask for it. You have to, ask it, and it gives you the starter pack when you're using the AI, apparently. Ask it to teach you Nicaraguan Spanish. All right, we have everyone to have a challenge. What is the cheapest flights from Central America to Europe? What are the options? And of course, when you go to the things that claim to answer that, they don't. Calvin says, not too many flights out of XPL. I would fly in there and be the only airplane at the terminal. Oh, I was expecting that to be pretty big these days. Janet says, yeah, like Google for help with Spanish. Google for help with Spanish, and it starts out. Yara Worman says, say for a modem, would a regular UPS work to prevent internet outages if the light flickers? They shouldn't be that expensive. You can with that. Yeah, the cheaper ones do struggle with flickering. They're meant to handle outages and not outages, not flickering. That's where it gets tough. Even the really good ones struggle when it flickers. It's the brownouts are really, really difficult. Let's go look up KLM. Let's see what kind of prices we're actually getting. I'd like something just to plug my router into, nothing crazy. I mean, yeah, for just your router, 1,000 or a 1,500 VA will last you quite some time, and they're not too bad. I have it that I keep my monitors on. I keep all the stuff I can charge my phone and all that, and run for 12 hours. I want to be able to work. E.R. Worman says, but for my advice for prolonged power outages, just get a gasoline power generator. Man, I wouldn't. Right, I am so thankful that isn't what we did, because one, most outages are under 5 minutes. So by having a good battery, we're riding through all of that all the time. But also, when you have a generator, you go through you wait, you got the beeping, you lose power. It's like, when do I start up the generator? Because I got to plug it into everything in the house. I got to listen to that noise. I got to keep fuel. I got to, buy this big thing that I don't use 99% of the time. I've been here for 6 years continuous. I've been here for 11 years. The number of times that I wanted to hook up a generator for power outages at the home when they weren't doing the prolonged outages because of the hospital construction 6 years ago, 0. Never once have I needed to hook up a generator. And the generators provide dirty power with a lot of noise, make the neighbors upset. I mean, if you live on a farm, okay. But for the most part, they come with a lot of negatives. Oh, I got to... Co-location America, this is Scott. How can I help you?
Hey, Scott, this is Wally Baker.
Hey, Wally.
You guys have been working all day to reboot my machine, and they've done it 3 or 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
It is a rebooting. Can you stay with this thing and figure out what the hell is going on? It just went out. I wasn't doing anything either. I was trying to shush into it. It wouldn't let me in.
So it was up and it just went down?
No, it went down this morning.
Oh, okay. Uh-huh.
And we spent the entire day going back and forth, rebooting, power on, and we're not getting anywhere.
Gotcha. So I just put in the ticket for the most recent reboot, and had them do that.
Yeah, and they did. They sent me back. They rebooted. I pinged in, and it doesn't respond.
Gotcha.
Same thing it's been doing all day.
Let me... Hold on. Just reading their note. We've got a bunch of tickets, so it's a little bit hard for me to track.
Yeah, I know, because we went back and forth so much, and we got nowhere the whole time.
Yeah.
You can basically ignore everything. Look at the last one. It doesn't boot, and it said that for, this is my 5th one. And I asked for a full cycle power off.
Mm-hmm.
I assume they did that. I don't know. I'm not there, so I can't tell.
Right. Unfortunately, I'm not there either, but I'm sure they're doing a full power cycle, because they're just in the data center. They don't have any other way to do it. It's a, oh no, I mean,
I didn't see them say anything about a power cycle, but I did ask them to do that.
okay, let me, hold on. Why am I not getting a copy paste? That's annoying. This is, double checking. 881, right? CS 881?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. CS881.
All right, I'm asking them to tell me what's on the screen once it's rebooted.
At least you're staying with it. That's what I need to get it done with, I'm sure.
Well, unfortunately, they're going to get back to me, right? So hopefully it's pretty fast. It's been pretty fast most of the time. But they're really busy over there today. We were talking about it.
They must be. They take up like an hour to respond.
Yeah.
That's why I end up getting too many messages on here.
Right, right. So you don't have
No, I'm doing that tomorrow. I didn't realize I hadn't done that.
Gotcha. Okay.
But still, I've got to get it to come up without that. It's not working.
Right, right, right. Yeah. Um, I don't have notes in front of me about it. What kind of hardware is it?
It's Bill.
Oh, okay. Oh, I do see a note about an iDRAC in here. I don't know if that was from you. Oh, that was from you. Okay, so it's obviously Adele. So technically, I'm not on the technical side here. I'm just on the customer service side, um, but it's a traditional server, right? It's a R640. So we should be able to have them wheel over a KVM if you wanted to get remote access that way. I know you don't have the iDRAC, but we should be able to get that on there, I think.
You're getting the switch that you guys need
Oh,
from Amazon.
I see. I did see a note about that, but I didn't know what it was. I'm just came on shift a little bit ago, so I'm catching up. Um, okay, that makes sense. Let's see how quickly they respond here. Oh, okay, so they want a clarification. They said, as previously mentioned, CS881 is a firewall.
Don't think so.
Okay, so
Servers.
oh,
Two servers, they have the same number. I sent them, they requested it, I sent them the IP, the ID number, everything.
is it?
Earlier,
Yeah, okay. So when we send these on, we do everything through that CS number, and when it goes to the data center, that's the only thing that they have to work from. So okay, they have the IP is 253.22, but that doesn't help them because they don't know where that is because they're looking at physical boxes. They said they have two servers there, a gateway and a black box. Do you? But it's an R4. It's an R640, right?
yeah.
Dell R640, which off the top of my head is a 2U.
What's that?
That should be a 2U rack server, off the top of my head.
Yeah, it's a rack server.
I'll go look up. I'll go look up a picture. I'll have it in a second.
Daniel sent all that to me originally.
Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, there's no picture on this page. What the heck? Who needs? You always need a picture. There we go. That is a 1U. Okay.
Yeah, it's NRFA 7 is the location. Yeah, gateway server, Dell, Power Edge, R640, upper unit in rack, NRF A7 via shush, servers, public IP. You said they don't need.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be able to connect to that. Um, need a picture. Gateway or a black box? I wonder if it's either of these. Do you know how much equipment you have there?
Black box.
Oh, you do. Okay.
Black box.
Okay. So could they be referring to this as the gateway?
Could be.
I wish they would just send me photos of what's there. Like, so often, that's all I need.
Yeah. Netgate firewall gateway CS881. Access outer UFS firewall. Total AWS lockdown. Public IP level. Sets in front of the gateway server and black box.
Okay, so CS881, they are correct. That matches what you just read to me. That is not the server, that is the firewall.
Okay.
So every request that has that, they've been rebooting the firewall.
Okay.
I'm having someone trying to research this as well.
Yeah, CS881, that's the Netgate firewall server ID.
Ah, okay, cool.
Do you think you figured it out?
No. Okay, they just asked, what's the IP of the machine I want rebooted? Maybe the one that I put in the first note. 143.202.253.22, correct? I know that was fast. I'm just reading it off of your notes. Wait, that's the IP?
Says that's the gateway IP we want responding. That's the public-facing IP of the Netgate wall.
Oh, yeah.
Routed
Yeah, we
to
don't
be
want.
able to shoot through it. Black box is at 192.168.1.100.
It. None of these words match the Dell server. Is it a black box? Because Dell servers are not a black box, and they're not a gateway.
Unit.
Okay.
The Dell server generated that.
Okay.
How do you want me to do that?
That's fine. You can attach it to the ticket. I'll see it.
I can just what?
Attach it to the ticket. It'll come up.
Oh, attached to the ticket, sure.
Yeah.
The last one. This is the overview of everything. That I got originally.
All right. It looks like your CS 471.
It's working.
No, we just got told the label. They said that you called it black box, so we can't locate it because it's not a black box. So we have no idea what that means. That actually keeps us from finding the server. It's CS471 is the only identifier we have for that. So that's why they've been going all day and not rebooting it. They had not figured out what to look for yet.
Okay, I just sent you. I think I sent you. I sent you the wrong document. So go ahead and trash that.
Okay.
Sent you an Expat. Okay. So ignore the 5:21 p.m. email. I just sent you a new one that has the spec sheet.
Okie dokie. Oh, am I looking at it?
This is the iDRAC is connected.
So the iDRAC's connected, but it's not coming up. Gotcha. Got it. All right. I see the file.
Server ID for database server. Server ID for control server. Black box gateway. It says Dell 640 and it says CS471.
Yep.
Name control.
So if you scroll down, it says CS471 control server Dell 460. That's the one you wanted rebooted.
That's it.
Yep. Right.
Oh, you want to reboot again? Sure. How long do you think to CS471?
Yep. So they've got it now. Hopefully they'll have it rebooted in a minute.
And you're there until how long, Scott?
Oh, well, someone's always here, but I'm here until, so I'm on Mountain Time. I'll be here until midnight, and then Jordan will be here.
Okay, so when I push forward, I'm going to get you or somebody around you there?
Yeah, no, it's late, so you'll get me.
Okay, that's good. All right. Let's see, and let me go see if I can ping into the wrong thing.
All right. Well, they've not responded yet that they've gotten it, so I expect they'll get it fast now that we know what it is, but they are running around doing a few things. But if you want, I'll respond on the ticket as soon as they get it if you don't want to hang out on the phone. I'm just sitting here all night, so if you need me, I'm right here.
All right, man. I really, really appreciate it, Scott.
No problem.
When they get it going, okay?
Will do.
Thanks, Scott.
All right. Thanks, Wally. Have a good night. Yep.
You too.
Bye. All right. Sorry, guys. I know that was actually a little bit entertaining. So yeah, that was. Let's go back a little bit. So all day. This has been complaints about that all day. And I'm at the same time that I'm talking to you guys, I'm chatting with the internal team about this. Like, so funny, because people have been feeding me information. They're like, what? That's the whole day. This is like 14 hours it took. And finally someone inside the data center goes, you know, this isn't a server. And then he shows me his own spreadsheet, and his spreadsheet says that he's doing like, just right there in front of you. All right. TOEFL course, Gemini, not many flights out of XPL, Google for help. Say for a modem, what a regular UPS? Yeah, we answered that. Plug my router into nothing crazy. Yeah, 1,000, 1,500 VA is going to be really good for that time-wise. Janet says, I use some that help with the flicker, but for both the modems and the regular computer connections, but I want one of Scott's kind. Definitely. This Duracell's been great. E.R. Worman says, haha, depends where you live. Here on the islands, it goes out for hours on time. Well, no, so even on the islands, right? So we don't normally go out for hours on time, but this goes for 12 hours. So we never would go to generator. And then that's if I keep my desktops running. Like, I've got monitors, all kinds of stuff running, right? I can live stream when it goes down. I've got my Rode hardware here. I've got phones charging. I've got cables everywhere. I mean, I shut some things down, but I've got a NAS device. All of that just keeps running for about 12 hours. If for some reason we suspect it's going to be really bad, I shut most of that stuff off and I go to lower power things like a laptop. But my laptop gets 12 hours on its own, and then the battery gets 12 hours. So I can really get a lot of time. We've never had an outage come close to that. So even if you're getting a few hours out in the islands, anything short of 10 hours, unless if you got 10 hours every day, I don't know, maybe. But if it's, in the several hours range, I would never even think of going to generators. So much effort for something that you could just transparently not have to deal with. Found a flight, return flight, June, July, San Jose to Madrid, 1,200. Oh, round trip. Not bad, with KLM. Okay, cool. Yeah, I get that. Scott's solution is much more elegant and better. What are you using for your modems? Scratch that, KLM. Oh, it got more expensive. Sorry, I'm catching up. Steve says, this is my favorite part of the show. Yeah, once in a while we just have to do that. My apologies, but it's, it gives us a little something different. It's a little bit entertaining, and it's only 6:30. Graduate gemologist is here. Hola, Scott Allen Miller. Gerald Martinez says, saludos desde Managua. Oh, wait. Oh, no, I did see this. Gerald says, Scott, usted es un verdadero influencer. Ayuda a muchos expatriados a conocer Nicaragua. Well, Muchas gracias. John Mason says, why wouldn't they have iDRACs on their servers, which I was answering by text. They do. They haven't hooked them up. They actually saw during the conversation that it was actually online, but they couldn't connect to it. Yeah. Okay, I got another ticket that I got to respond to. This is a really busy night. I think this is the busiest tickets on a live stream that I've had yet. That guy definitely went from a little bit grumpy to very sheepish once he realized he had been yelling at people all day and they'd been doing what he asked and it was all his fault. But even if he had an iDRAC on it, if he was connecting to the wrong server, he would have rebooted the wrong thing. He had multiple servers. So weird you're troubleshooting on the Nicaragua live stream. Have you tried turning it on and back off again? The audacity for many to call themselves IT companies, it's really true. Alan points out he is an awesome IT company. E.R. Werman says, sounds familiar. If you have access to their network, grab an ARP table. Yeah, they're actually in a private network, so we don't have any access at all. Alan says it's a data center. You can't just do that. Luke Manikba says, cool beard, dude. Stay blessed. Thank you very much. E.R. Werman says, used to do that with the Walmart servers and network stuff. Don't know much about data centers. Granted, it's probably different. Partially, it's because everybody's behind their own firewall, right? This is not stuff that we manage. It's just a data center. So we're literally calling into the data center and telling people to go out and take a look at it. We don't have any access at all. We literally don't even know what building it's in. We're so isolated. Alan says, probably. Halo 42591, saludos desde Granada. How's it going out in Granada tonight? All right, more people coming on now that we're not on the phone troubleshooting that. What a night it has been. One would think that a data center would have at least one capable network guy. Well, it has nothing to do with networking. It's the customer of the data center doesn't know what machine is in the data center, right? So you could call into the most capable. Think about, so data centers are like warehouses, right? So you call into a warehouse and you say, please, reboot the contents of storage unit 1. And so people go out and they reboot storage unit 1. And then they go, okay, done. And then the person goes, well, it didn't reboot. Please reboot it again. And they go back and they reboot it again. And they go, well, it still didn't reboot. And then after 14 hours of complaining, they say, oh, actually, I meant storage unit 5. Right? The entire request was to power cycle something at a location. That was it. They didn't tell us what it was. They didn't give us the correct location. They didn't give us access. It is a guy yanking out the power cord and plugging the power cord back in for someone over and over and over again based on an extremely precise, incorrect identity on the thing. So he had an asset tag of a real asset that he owned, and he kept asking for it to reboot. But the data center can't determine if it's a good reboot or not because they don't have access to it. It's not theirs to touch. So no amount. The best networking gurus in the universe would have no effect on the outcome because it has nothing to do with networking. It has everything to do with reading a spreadsheet and repeating correct information. Yes, absolutely. Exercise in futility. That's what the entire team is like. Wait, we just went all day dealing with this, and I can see this goes way back in the day. They've been dealing with this the entire day. All right. Well, that was a bit wild. I keep saying customer support should be one of those jobs with extra pay for mental stress they cause. John says, have you heard anything from your Bolivia team about high inflation there? Only a little bit. Some things have gotten more expensive. You know, they know gas is more expensive, but like food has stayed down and housing has stayed really, really low. So there's some inflation, but I don't think they're facing like really high inflation. All right. Getting a little bit peckish here. I started the show so early, I haven't had any food. And it's funny, it's only 6:30. Sometimes we haven't even started the show yet, and we're already this far along. Like this is pretty good. I like being able to start early. And now this would be a very late start for us, but we're over 300 views at this point, and we're still early on. E.R. Werman says, inflation is a thing here too, just FYI. Prices went up like 15-20% in the past couple of years. Yeah, everywhere. The whole world saw inflation post-COVID, so it's, you know, just kind of life. Oh, okay. So this is actually a good question that I just saw pop up somewhere. We are at 3 hours 23 minutes. What did I say? 3 hours 23 minutes? Now I'm lost. 3 hours 23 minutes. 3 hours. All right, let's grab a link. We're going to be talking safety here in a second. And Mark. All right. Nick Allison asked 2 questions. He asked, are black Nicaraguans living in Leon? Yes, they are, for sure. I want to learn about their culture. So there aren't a lot, but I do have friends who are from costeñas, as they are known, costeños, if they're male. I know women from the coast, costeñas. They speak English natively. It is a black Caribbean culture, very, very related to Jamaica, to Belize, that area. It's an interesting, Caribbean culture. It's kind of what you would expect from the Caribbean, but finding it in Nicaragua sometimes surprising to people that we have that. It's surprising even in Belize to a lot of people, even though that's what Belize is. So yeah, we have some, but it's a very small population, right? They do stand out as being costeños. Here, there just aren't that many, but there are some for sure. And of course, you can travel to other parts of the country and find 1 million of them. Literally, there's about 1 million. It's high 800,000s. Nick Allison. Oh no, I'm sorry. That was Sherry Ash that asked that. I actually, they have the same color icon. I didn't notice. So definitely come out and check out their culture. right? It is very different than what we have out here. Nick Allison asked this question: how do you compare Nicaragua to Guatemala in terms of safety? I went to Guatemala last January and saw armed men in grocery stores and even pharmacies. They were security. In the tourist areas like Antigua, there were military men with machine guns guarding the area. Also, someone tried to snatch my cell phone while I was walking in Zona Uno in Guatemala City. How safe, unsafe is Nicaragua compared to Guatemala? So, good question. So, in a lot of Guatemala, you actually have quite a bit of safety, right? You're seeing there's a disconnect, right? Just because you see security doesn't mean you are unsafe. When I worked on Wall Street, there were people with machine guns everywhere, right? There were automatic bollards that would come up in the street. There were loads and loads of people with M16s, right? This was not 2, 3 guys. This was a lot, right? Is Wall Street unsafe? Heck no. It's super safe, partially because of a bunch of guys with machine guns. If you go around the Colosseum in Rome, is it dangerous? Well, it's more dangerous than New York City, but it's not dangerous. The Colosseum zone in the middle of Rome is quite safe. And yet you see military everywhere, not just police with guns. You have the Carabinieri with pretty hefty weaponry, right? So that is common in tourist zones. Now in Nicaragua, we don't tend to have that in tourist zones. We are so safe that we actually see very little of that. But that's an anomaly. That in Guatemala, you have loads more tourists than you have in Nicaragua. That Antigua is a much bigger tourist zone than Nicaragua is. That you have affordable armed men in grocery stores and such doesn't mean anything, right? It is what you're really seeing in the case of Guatemala, and you will see some of this in Nicaragua, is that armed guards are cheap and in some cases required by the insurers, right? So if you're going to go into an AMPM or a Super Express here in Nicaragua, you don't have to have an armed guard, but you do if you're going to have an ATM in that. Not because it's a law, because the banks require it, right? So you will find armed guards in many little shops all over the country. I remember gas stations having them long ago. We have less now than we used to, but certainly they are around. Does that mean it's unsafe? Heck no. Right? No more than the Colosseum or Wall Street are unsafe. Those are very safe places. But are they places that could become unsafe if they weren't guarded? I suppose that's true, right? They're tourists, they're ATM machines, they're high visibility targets. So you want to protect them. You want to keep people safe, right? You don't want to give an opportunity for it to stop being safe. So that more than anything, I think, is what people are noticing in those circumstances. And so it is worth noting that you may be saying nothing more than that, right? Just because you're in those places in Guatemala does not mean it is, not because it is unsafe. Now, let's look at raw numbers, right? Guatemala has a homicide rate, which is not the same as a violent crime rate, but they're really related, right? Of about 26 or so. That's homicides per 100,000 people per year. That's a high number. It's not the highest by any stretch, but for countries outside of a war zone, it's pretty bad. So they're kind of famous for how bad it is. They're not Honduras bad, but they're pretty bad. However, most of that is gang crime, right? So it doesn't actually reflect on the safety of living in Guatemala very much. Nicaragua, on the other hand, has somewhere between 4 and 6. It's a little bit safer than the United States on average. So, but not a lot. It's very comparable, right? So we're not completely without violent crime, but it's very low, very, very low, right? We're generally considered like the second safest country in the Western Hemisphere. The big competitor being Paraguay, right? A lot of people talk about like it, but it's all relative, right? Paraguay, crazy safe, crazy cheap. It's got a lot going for it. A lot of people are like, what about Argentina? Argentina is really known for a lot of semi-violent crime where there's like aggressive snatch and grabs and stuff like that constantly. I have staff that work in Argentina. They are regularly in scary situations. Not like life-threatening, but that they're worried about, and people are losing their stuff, right? So it can be scary, and it's difficult to compare because, for example, Costa Rica doesn't have a super high crime rate. Overall, it's about 3 times that of Nicaragua, which still keeps it way lower than Guatemala. So it's about half that of Guatemala, but 3 times that of Nicaragua. But the crime there focuses very heavily on expats and tourists, whereas in Guatemala it basically never affects expats or tourists. So the crime that matters to you, Nick Allison, is that's probably Nick and Allison, but it's just called Nick Allison. So you, when you're in Guatemala, are generally completely safe. You can walk around Zona 1, Zona 10, Zona 14. You don't have to worry about anything. I don't look over my shoulder. I don't have to pay attention to anything, right? I walk through Zona 9 in the middle of the night. Okay, foolish, but not a problem, right? With my luggage. Like, I'm not like a big guy strolling around confidently. I'm a tired guy off an airplane pulling luggage all the way from the airport, crossing Zona 9 into Zona 10, right? And still, I don't worry. I prefer not to do that, but still can. So that you're seeing those things in Guatemala mostly is because there is crime out there. There is risk out there. They'd like to keep it from you. And there's a lot of tourists. Nicaragua is wildly safe, right? And some people will bring up El Salvador. Yes, El Salvador is temporarily super safe, but it's a powder keg and it has some other issues that are important to consider for violent crime or what we consider risk, right? So we generally don't consider it as safe as Paraguay and Nicaragua. Overall, so if your concern is you want to be safer than quite safe Guatemala, yes, Nicaragua is significantly safer just because it's so safe. But should you be concerned about Guatemala? No, absolutely you should not. You should feel complete confidence going to tourist areas of Guatemala. They want to keep you safe. You're simply seeing artifacts of that. And artifacts of it is far. So in the United States, for example, hiring an armed guard is relatively expensive. Having some things stolen from your store is relatively cheap. That flips here. Having things stolen from your store would be very expensive, but the armed guard is pretty cheap. And in the United States or Canada, you're not really under big pressure to try to create jobs. That's not a big thing. You don't go and say, look, I created all these guard jobs. People will be like, and that's not a well-paying job. We don't really want to focus on making more of them. You need them when you need them, and some people need that work. Great, but it's not a specific thing that we're focusing on. Whereas in like Nicaragua or Guatemala, there is a shortage of jobs, and so that's a job that is above minimum wage, especially if they're armed. So that's a relatively well-paying job, and it is able to even a minimum wage job, if you create it, is a big deal. You're helping, right? So you're creating a job that someone didn't have before. You're putting food on the table. It's important. So you're seeing those factors flipped, and it just looks much more dangerous than it actually is. Don't worry about Guatemala. Don't worry about Nicaragua, but you did okay in Guatemala, so come to Nicaragua. You'll be in great shape. So that's the answer there. And we're just about to get, if we get one more subscriber, we're going to hit 15,700, which is not a milestone, but just happen to see that is where we are. Checking all my messages. Okay. Did I ever mention, this is John Mason, the guy with a channel from Cuenca that after 2 years there couldn't shop in a mercado without Google Translate? I don't think you did, but that's, yeah. After 3 years, he wasn't much better. It was so funny. I called my son to share my rage at the dumb American. It's so true. It's amazing. When you get into, I mean, Cuenca, it's like a real city, right? It shouldn't be an expat zone, but it's enough of an expat zone. You get people who are actually isolated to a point where, like, yeah. Erman says, most danger comes here from scammers and consequences of getting too chummy with shady locals when drinking, which there are a ton of. Davio or Deveo says, hey Scott, what's your take on expat life in Ometepe Island? Is it enjoyable and sustainable? Certainly a lot of expats do choose Ometepe. I mean, a lot, not huge numbers for sure. It's an isolated island, but it's a beautiful island. It has 55,000 people, so you're not in the middle of nowhere. Being isolated by a ferry for some people is like the best thing ever, and for others is mind numbing. So it depends on your vibe. The island, I think, actually has more restaurant selection than like the city of Leon does at 6 times the population. So that part's really good. The island is pretty safe. It does have a lot of expats. So if you're looking for an expat-heavy lifestyle, it probably is going to work pretty well. And if you're looking for really escaping the expat vibe and not having them around, then it'll probably fail a bit for you, right? It may not be what you're looking for. So it depends on what you really need. Obviously, it always does. But I think, I mean, I've not lived on the island, right? But I know people who do. I know people who have. I've been going to the island for a long time. I think it's fantastically beautiful. And if you said I had to move there, I could certainly make a happy life on Ometepe. I think it's a really interesting place. I love how quiet it gets at night. Of course, that would drive you crazy, but it's also nice that you can have dogs, and if they run away, they're on the island, right? How far can they get? It's a very country lifestyle, but I think it actually mirrors life in the U.S. a little bit more than most of Nicaragua does because, one, there's a lot of expats, but also because of the small towns that actually have stuff going on in them is much less of a Nicaraguan style living across most of Nicaragua compared to like the U.S. So you can go to some pretty out of the way little spots in Ometepe on the island, and you might be in this little tiny village that has nothing, and there's a quirky little cool restaurant in it, right? And you'll be like, well, how does this little restaurant thing survive? And it's like, well, because one, the whole island is pretty small, so you're never that far from things. It's kind of like a really small Caribbean island in that way. But also because what am I trying to say? Because the island is a loop. So even when you're as far as you can possibly be from a major village, you're still on the loop. And so there's a certain percentage of the population is going to just come through. So everyone who drives around the islands will have seen your place, know that it's there, and can get to it within a reasonable amount of time. And so you get a lot of like really out of the way little tiny places that are actually doing something, which I think is really nice. So I think you have to be ready to accept some serious quiet and extreme isolation, but you can always get to Rivas and San Jorge and stuff without too much effort. And it's absolutely beautiful and serene. I would absolutely love to have a house on Ometepe, but I'd prefer not to live there full time. John Blair, hey Scott, good evening. Considering the growth of San Juan del Sur and the surrounding areas, are your perspectives changing towards that area? Thanks. I don't think really. I mean, I guess a little bit of growth there is kind of interesting. It's neat to see Nicaragua have something that has just more to it. But so much of downtown is empty and stays empty that it's tough there. We're still seeing just so much businesses closing and failing there, or limping along but up for sale because they're not doing well enough to be kept. But if anything, I think the growth makes it worse in my regards. And I'm not saying it's bad and that I never want to go there, but it's so much just spillover Costa Rican expats, which is specifically what I don't want. I don't want to go to Costa Rica and be around the expats. I mean, I might for a weekend, right? Like, what are you doing this weekend? I'm going to get a break. I'm going to go down to Costa Rica and be around all the expats and eat a Taco Bell. That's cool. Everybody needs Taco Bell from time to time. But when I go to Costa Rica, right, I try really hard to get away from the expats for the most part. I'm taking the bus, not going on the expat transports. I'm going to San Jose, not to the expat tourist areas. I'm staying in hostels away from most expats or away from like American expats at least. I'm walking everywhere. I'm doing stuff in the city, all that kind of stuff. So that's my preferred way to be in Costa Rica most of the time. So San Jose is, San Juan del Sur growing. Like, it's neat that it's growing and all, but it's still, I think, a terrible place to invest. It's still constantly having businesses fail, and it still is you're just getting more expats. You're not getting more Nicaraguans who are moving in because it's a cool spot. You're getting more expats who have been sold the same, marketing package online. Well, it's just getting worse to me, right? And that is not to say that it's like, oh no, it's so much worse. I'm just saying that more of it does not improve it, right? More Managua improves Managua. Managua has a city culture that gets better by being bigger. San Juan del Sur could benefit from being a little bit bigger, that maybe you can sustain more restaurants, but Band-Aids, right? It would be nice if you actually had viable things with good culture. It's still so transient. I need to get down and spend some time, but it's everyone that's down there reports that the toxic culture has not changed, and that's exactly, I have no interest to be around that. Earworman says, I live there, been living for more than 2 years. If you want peace and quiet, it's perfect. It's very party-oriented island, but if you avoid that, life is quite nice and calm. Not as cheap as the mainland, but nothing unsustainable about it. A lot of people passing through, right? You're kind of like a beach town, except islands. Which I don't really like a lot. Once in a while, I love the transient thing, because it's like I can go to a bar and there's someone new to talk to, and it's just like, hey, new guy, what do you want to know, right? I'm an extrovert, so it's nice to just be able to go out and find new people and just have a conversation, right? But beyond that, pretty typically, I find the transient nature wears on you. I used to live in Las Penitas, right on the beach, and there were just new people every few hours. And so to them, oh, it's a person to talk to. I can get information from them. But you're living your life, right? And you want to help them. You want to be useful. You want to be the friendly local guy. But oh my gosh, it never ends. There's always a new person every hour, every day of the year. And so to them, it's a special thing. To you, it's the same forever. And it really does wear on you, because it's just people passing through, and the conversations are the same, the situations are the same, life is the same. And so I find that really rough. Hold on. All right. Lucas here. Hola, y'all. Band practice ran late and mi tarea de español mi está esperando. John says, hey, Luke. Nika Rao says, can I teach English? Do you mean, can you, as a foreigner, teach English in Nicaragua? Is that the question? I need that context to be sure I'm answering the right thing. DeVeo says, thanks for the reply. How's the social scene been for you? Have you had an easy time building relationship? ER says, it's good. For the most part, locals keep to themselves, but being a big tourist spot, there are a ton of expats and tourists, so the social scene is awesome in general. Luke says, first expat luncheon in Matagalpa was last Friday. Initial attendance of 4. Haha. Next luncheon, June 5th at Brooklyn Cafe. Awesome. Glad to hear that went well. It would be nice if there was more than 4. We need to do one in Leon. I really want to do that. I said, when? You know what? Actually, maybe next week. My wife's going to be away. My wife's heading to Colombia in a few days, because I drive her crazy and she needs a break. And so, oh, hi. Look who's here. Look who's here. Oh, he's so handsome. Whoa, you almost fell over. Do you guys remember when he was on the show and he fit in the palm of my hand just a few months ago? He was the tiniest dog, and now this is him on the floor just coming to say hi. You're so sweet. Oh, Mia's here too. She wants to say hi. 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 Aw. Hi, Mia. You're the good girl. Yes, you are. You just woke up and had a moment of needing love. Is that what happened? Is that what happened? You're staying now? No, there you go. Okay. You're a good boy. My wife is avoiding me and going to Colombia for a little bit before we head to the United States in just a few weeks. Oh, now he wants to leave. All right, hold on, guys. You want to be all adorable before you make me get up?
You're the good girl. You never make me get up for you. You're just so good. You're just so good. Yes, you are. You're the baby.
Here I am. Oh, getting older every week. So yeah, maybe I'll put together a dinner here for the expats in Leon coming out. That'd be cool. I've been wanting to do that, and it just never happens. It would make a really good episode too. The funny part of the Cuenca guy is that he didn't live in Gringolandia. He lived in a hillside barrio. Okay, that's wow. Richard Johansson says, I thought San Juan del Sur was actually shrinking. It's shrinking from a business perspective, but more developments are being built, but I'm not sure more people are moving in. It's hard to say. We're carrying signs now, says, I'll watch later. Still working. Hope all are well. Almost 70 degrees here on the Oregon coast, considering scorching hot here. ER says, gotta run. Thanks for the stream, Scott. Always a pleasure tuning in. Have a good night, ER. Have fun on the island. Nicaragua says, yes, teach English as a foreigner. Okay, so all you need the part is as a foreigner. The answer is no. That's all you need to know. There is no working here, period. Luke says, met some Aussies at Matagalpa tours today, referred them to this channel, and they were already subscribers. That is awesome. Well, and shout out to all the Aussies who are in Matagalpa. That's so cool. I love it. It's been a while. I haven't had the getting recognized on the street as much as I had for a while, but I guess I've been out a lot less. There was one time I walked into a hostel here for something and got recognized by someone in the hostel who was like, oh yeah, I came here, watch your show and stuff. And okay. Wait, you guys will love this. For those who were on for the ticket fiasco just a little bit ago, please have someone go in and reset the password. I don't have the credentials for the machine. This is... What an evening. I'm entertaining myself, I suppose. All right. Oh, now you guys are quiet. I think I'm going to pop out and refresh my drink. We've actually been on, we're coming up on 4 hours. Like, we've been on for quite a while. American Airlines just screwed over my coworker. Oh, this is a graduate gemologist. What happened? I have not had any negative reports of American Airlines anytime recently. I'm apparently luckily flying United coming up here in a few weeks. Luke says, street recognition. Even my local police call me the gringo of Guanuca. Canceled a legitimate return ticket. Oh, canceled the ticket like ahead of time? Or like he got there and they're just like not going to honor it? I did warn everyone. Ahead of time. So that's not as bad. Still really sucks, but could be much worse. All right, let's get a placeholder screen. while I refresh my drink, maybe grab a little bit of pasta. And let's see. Is that what I think it is? That'll do. And I need to walk around just for a minute. It's good to stretch. That looks good. All right, guys, I will be right back. You want to stretch too, little doggy? here. I'm here. I'm back. Bum, 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 ba-dum. And I have food. All right. Sorry for disappearing. Hey, people are still on. That's good. That is good. All right, what is the news? The news from Lake Wobegon. Where all the women are strong, the men are good looking, and the children are above average. I have some very basic pasta. This is the insect pasta. Oh, it's cold. Here's a bay leaf. Great. Honestly, I'd rather eat an insect. Sorry, guys, trying to catch up on all the messages. There we go. Okay. Gotta run things on the stream. Teaching language Mozzie. American Airlines just screwed over. Yep. Cancel legitimate. Okay. I just bought a round trip in August. Managua, Miami to Tampa, 1,300. Cheaper to rent a car from Tampa to Miami and less driving for the house. Turo truck for a week. Total $1,700. Oh, Turo for $1,700. Total travel $3,000. Oh. That's awful. So I'm heading up to New York and hang out with my dad. I'm going to stay up there for 2 or 3 weeks and then head to Texas, join up with the family who's going to be there, and fly back to Nicaragua. John Blair, have you spent any time in Messiah? A little. Would you say that it's cooler than Granada? Definitely. Messiah is a little bit higher elevation. I would say it's maybe 2 degrees cooler on average. Yeah, it's definitely not. Oh, that's Richard. Yeah. It's definitely not a lot cooler than Granada, but it's definitely cooler. And it depends where in Messiah you are. But if you're like in the middle of the city, it's a little bit cooler than Granada. Granada's quite low and really struggles with getting wind. I think Messiah gets a better breeze. Overall, I find Messiah to be quite comfortable. It's fine. Sorry to be eating on the show. It's a long night. You guys can all order in pizzas, have a beer. I did add some rum to this particular round, but it's hard for me to eat while on the show, so sometimes I got to sneak it in. Richard says, I own some land south of Diriomo. It is 350 meters above sea level. It's 3 to 6 degrees cooler than Granada on average. That's perfect for me. That area is quite nice. I really like the Diriomo area. It's very cool. And very accessible to things. It's funny how Nicaragua has this large area that's kind of in the middle of things, but feels like it's way out in the middle of nowhere. And so Richard, are you like in the San Jorge area or closer to town? It's such a beautiful region out there, but I wouldn't want to be too far from town. You're getting into smaller villages south of Diriomo. Really kind of east of Diriomo is super nice between there and La Fuente and what is that town? Well, kind of just east, right? In that little, in the highway spot, there's like a neat little area there. I need to go out and spend more time there. I just never have time to get out and just hang out in random areas for no particular reason other than to enjoy it. Ah, just south of San Jorge. Okay, cool. So do you go drinking at the Gallera Porton Rojo? Between San Jorge and San Marcos. Ah, okay. Well, you're kind of out there a little bit. But there's little communities out that way. This is what's cool about that region. This is why I would really like that edge of Messiah and Granada where they come together. You have these little communities, but they're because they're more affluent, they have like real character to them. We have little communities between things out here too, but they're so poor and remote that, sorry, just making sure I don't have any pasta in my beard. I don't think I do, but that there's nothing there. It's just a few rundown houses, and that's like it. But when you're in that region, the space between things is a bunch of really nice stuff. And yeah, you're not going to get a lot, but you know, if you were to start hiking west, I mean, I realize this is a real hike, but you could hike all the way to like San Marcos or Jinotepe, and everything along there is a little town that's kind of cool, little community that has some potential, and you know, there's just all kinds of neat little things going on, and it might just be a cool farm or something, but here those little out of the way places feel so, I don't know, abandoned, or I don't know, but when you get down there, it really is it's a totally different vibe. I don't know quite how to put it. I mean, the extreme affluence of the area really is a major part of it, and the cooler temperatures, it's a different world. It feels so different when down there. And yet the population isn't that heavy, which is really something. He says, I've been planning on building a house out there, but right now I just let a local guy keep his cows on it and currently live in Granada. Oh, well, that's kind of too bad. I would really like to live out there. That would be fantastic. I would love to eventually be somewhere in that region. Not full time, obviously. Leon is my home, and I intend to keep it that way. But like that region, or in Managua proper, or in between, which is some really cool stuff like Borgodonia, San Juan de la Concepcion, El Eden, that kind of stretch through there is really cool, and close to things. So I could see eventually having not like a big thing, just like a cottage or something out there, but enough that like what are you doing this weekend? Oh, I'm escaping to cooler temperatures and completely different food and vibe and set of restaurants and stuff. But instead of having to rent a place, going out to my own place and having a place to go. And really, I could have I would like to have an Airbnb out there so that when I'm not there, it's not just an empty place losing money. Not that many people would care to stay at an Airbnb, but if anyone does, it does something. But it's a really useful area. It's so central, so easy to get places, and yet not in the city. It really is true that nearly all areas of Nicaragua that I go to, I'm like, this area is fantastic. No matter where I go, I always end up being like, oh, I could live there, I could live there, I could live there. And that's one of the hardest things is choosing a place. In reality, my wife probably did me a really big favor by choosing Leon and making it such a has to be um, um, uh, uh, my wife made it that we needed to be in Leon. If she didn't have this rule that we needed to be by the beach, we easily would have ended up in a cycle of being unable to determine where we wanted to settle down in the country and constantly jumping around from community to community, which would have been cool. But we would have been just living in all these little different places over a period of time and really struggle to figure out what we really wanted to do. And it would have been really cool, but also at some point you do just need to settle down and kind of suck it up and be like, it's time to choose a home and make a community, and living here, making the hard, not the difficult but the hard decision, to just choose Leon as home, made it that once we showed up, we had our resources here and friends here and made connections really quickly because this is where we would be. Yes. Sorry, I have a lot of messages unrelated to the stream. Okay. Richard says, I love the wildlife out in that area as well. Tons of birds and animals. I actually seen my first deer yesterday out there. None of that in Grenada. We don't get the deer, but we get loads and loads of birds and animals out here as well, outside Leon. John Blair, in regards to living in a Nicaraguan community like Diriomo, what would the cultural integration look like for an expat? How long does it take for the expat to be viewed as a member of the community? In a lot of cases, that's actually the best, right? Because you're in a small community, and especially if you're like in town or something, and you can make a big effort. Here in Sutiava, it does great by being in Sutiava. Just saying it anywhere in town, people are like, oh, Sutiava, you live here. Okay, cool. Like that's just, it's so in your face. This is, this is who we are. It's, I think, excellent, right? People really want you to make that integration. A lot of people find you interesting. A lot of people see it as an opportunity to practice English, to get to know someone new, because generally you're in an area where people really don't see a lot of new people, right? You have the people you grew up with; they're always there, so you are interesting. Right now, if there's a ton of expats, that goes away. But when there's just a few, you are unique, and it's you're going to attract people to want to get to know you just naturally, right? And so I'm closing some of these multitude of tickets we have, so especially those small communities, I think. You can integrate really quickly if you make a point of it. Go to the local bar, eat at the local restaurants, shop at the local shops as much as possible. Be friendly, go out and talk to people. With a little bit of effort, you will integrate really quickly, especially if you can speak Spanish, right? Obviously, that carry on those conversations and stuff. Sorry, a lot of tickets here. It's really good. I would not be worried about it at all. Richard says, all the locals know me when I go out there, but I don't know most of them. That's how it seems to be. You will definitely stand out. People will remember you in most cases. Luke says, I met the English teacher for Escuela Guanuca, 24-year-old local, who was so stoked that he could practice his English with someone in the barrio. That's the girl who I'm covering for this shift is the old English teacher. She's 29. English teacher for Chinandega, who found out that it didn't do any good to practice English anywhere because they didn't let her teach much real English anyway. Very frustrating for her up there. All right. Oop. Getting so many emails from all the tickets. All right, cool. So we did all those reboots for the guy, and then he doesn't know his password, and then they can't reset it because he hasn't sent a switch in yet because the stuff isn't plugged in. So switch on the way. What a day. Sometimes it's the funniest stuff, especially on this shift. You get the wacky stuff tends to happen in the evenings. I've got so much stuff going on in my office today. The messages flying by while I'm trying to do the show. Would you say that there are a lot of people in Nicaragua who want to learn English? Oh, yes. Yeah, the number of people who want to learn English is very, very high. Especially now, like from a job perspective, if you really know English, right? Not just you can get by, but you actually know English. That is the number one job qualification. That makes all the difference for having access to basically unlimited jobs, right? You don't have to worry about much of anything. All right. Oh my gosh, after all of this, I told him to hook up a KVM. He said he couldn't for some reason. And now he's like, "Can someone go hook up a KVM?" What? What? Oh, and the IP address that he gave us is not working, or is not the one that he wants. Oh my gosh. I can't with this guy. Luke says shift happens. This shift certainly does. If he'd have just asked for that earlier today, instead of telling us he couldn't. Okay. Sorry to abandon you guys again. Andrew O'Neill is here. Good evening, Scott. Hey, Andrew, how's it going? I've had a busy night tonight. We're over 400 views, and it's not even 8 o'clock. Andrew, how are things going? What's new down there? You still in Papoyo? Let's see if there's any new post on the community. Give us something to talk about. There's not. You guys are too quiet now. We had so much conversation going on for so long, but we got started too early. The momentum is gone. We got to get it back. We got to get people chatting. Let's make it happen, everybody. I thought I understood the border run concept. Wait. Do you not understand the border run concept? What makes you think that? Andrew says, hey, we moved to Jiquilite, found a 2-bedroom house for $400, a 5-minute walk from the beach. Very cool. Well, congratulations. Jiquilite. Luke says, looks like the band I sponsor will be marching in Leon in November. Details to be determined. Dirty Chivo, how does that work since CA4 includes Costa Rica? It works because CA4 does not include Costa Rica. Costa Rica would be sometimes referred to as being in the CA5, which is an informal designation for the old members of Central America, but since it's in no way associated with the others that are the CA4, which are the unified group, it is simply not part of that group. So the question then becomes, who do you think the CA4 didn't have in it? It is related to the others because it used to be part of Nicaragua, and then it was broken off, and then it annexed part of it. And historically, it was part of things for a long time. But They drifted away from the CA4. They're a completely different animal down there. Andrew says we are much happier living there amongst the locals and found internet from Claro is a little bit cheaper, about $1,500 per month. That's Cordoba from our old location, and we now pay $1,100 Cordoba. Ooh, that's a noticeable drop. That's like $9 a month cheaper, which is a lot here, right? Like our internet is cheap. Costa Rica, Florida South Annex. Yep. Yeah, so border runs here, just go to Costa Rica. That's what everybody does. That would suck to be in the middle of the CA4 and have no borders. That's the problem in Honduras. If they want to do a border run, they're going to Mexico or Costa Rica. It is far. I never think about it, just what a pain it is being in Honduras. They must mostly go to Belize. There was a ferry. I don't know if there still is, which I would love to do. I'd love to go up to Honduras and do the ferry to Belize, but it's also remote Belize. Like, it'd be a huge pain. But I would do it. It would be cool. My phone is just blowing up from all the conversations going on. If only you guys could be a part of more things. Andrew says, sorry I have dropped out for a while and haven't been joining the lives. I always appreciate your content since it was very helpful to adjust to expectations when arriving. That's right, Andrew. We don't expect everyone to be on all the time. We do allow for some amount of, but you've used up your allowance of not being on, of course. So that goes without saying. But now that you're back, you can get back into the regular swing of things and be on the show. Hola, buenas noches. Doris aquí. Hey, Doris, how's it going? Welcome to the show. We've been running for 4.5 hours already. One of the how many coins to preserve your streak on this channel? Andrew says, one of the points you made a long time ago was that mangoes literally fall on your head as you walk down the street. That was when I was like, absolutely have to move to this place. My dogs also have coconuts falling on their heads. Coconuts keep falling on their heads, but that doesn't mean their eyes are too big for their bed. Crying's not for me, 'cause ooh, I lost track of something. Hold on. Bum ba da 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 dun da da dun ba dun 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 da 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 dun dun. Lots of good mangoes, but lots of not so good ones. Some of the very old trees have very fibrous mangoes. We eat a lot of mangoes here. We've got a nice mango tree right in the backyard, so we get them a lot. Heat is terrible lately. How is everyone coping? I need and miss my AC, Doris says. Where are you located, Doris? Are you in the Leon area? It's pretty hot up here. Andrew says it's kind of crazy to think how the people actually harvest the mangoes, because I walk down some streets and the mango trees are so tall with crazy amounts of mangoes. Don't they literally just fall? They do literally just fall, and they will crack you on the head. But I know around here they got poles with hooks on them, and they use that to get them down. How do taxes work while you're living there? They don't. You can't do taxable activities, so you can't pay taxes. This is William Uros. Are you in any chance related to the Uros family of the Leon Airport fame, which is Fanner Uros? But remember, as an expat, you are tax-free in Nicaragua. There's no reasonable opportunity that you will be taxable. Not because they don't want taxes, but because there's no taxable activity that you're allowed to do. Doris says, I'm mostly in Managua for my daughter's school, but most weekends in Rivas and in Piña Blancas. Oh, the finca down in Piña Blancas. That is not an area that we normally think of people hanging out, right down there by the Costa Rican border crossing. But that's cool, Managua during the week. I will be in Managua in 13 days. Yes. William says, thank you. You are welcome. Because it's foreign income is non-taxable here and you can't work locally. That's the underpinning of why there is no taxes, right? So even if you're bringing in big foreign income, you're tax-free. Now, you may owe taxes other places, right? You may, if you're American or Canadian, if you're Canadian especially, you'll owe taxes in Canada while living here, sure, but here you won't owe any. If you're American and you really live here, then you get $130,000 per person tax-free before they start taxing you. Andrew says, we have been dealing with 3 days per week for the last bunch of months with 8-hour per day power outages because of installing the power lines along the new highway. That got us in 2021. We were living on the beach and the whole Leon area kept cutting power because they were installing the new hospital, which obviously uses incredible amounts of power. And it's great that we have the new hospital, which, by the way, my daughter was in yesterday. I didn't get a chance to talk about this. So my youngest actually had oh my gosh. Anyway, heart arrhythmia or whatever. Her I can't remember the word for it. Her heart was very irregular and beating really, really fast, and she wasn't feeling well. So she ended up going to the ER at the New Leon Hospital, the largest hospital in Central America, and she got to check it out, and she was pretty impressed. She said that the outside of the hospital is beautiful. They did a lot of gardening, and the area was very nice, and that it was all very bright and clean and modern. She didn't enjoy going to the hospital, of course, but she was happy with the hospital and how they handled everything there. So that was a good experience, and that is the first that we have dealt with the new hospital in any way. So. Short pop in tonight es hora de hacer los deberes. Adios, y'all. Good night. Yeah, 8 hours a day, 3 days per week without power is annoying. I mean, a big battery, you'll be okay, but ugh. He says, but property taxes would apply if you owned property. Yes, that is true. Property taxes are basically as you would imagine them to be, just about anywhere, right? Now, if you're buying property, right, presumably you've lived here for a long time, you really live here, you don't want to buy property willy-nilly. Like if I bought a house and rented it out, how would taxes work there? Well, it'd be just completely normal, right? So if you've got property that you own, you owe property taxes. That you're renting it out or not renting it out won't affect you. If you're renting it out and someone is paying you, then you would owe taxes on what they're paying you. If you're renting out your house, it's I think 17% tax rate. There's a really high sales tax on that, right? So that's separate. We normally, when people say what are taxes, you don't think of sales tax, but for some reason in Nicaragua, people react to sales taxes as if they're a tax, and Americans would never react that way. So it's very confusing because we approach that thing so differently. But you would have business taxes if you're doing that. So that you'd owe taxes on the profits, and even if you don't have profits, you would owe sales tax. Of course, you're supposed to collect sales tax, and it's not part of your profit. It's not your money. You collect the government's tax and then give it to them. But here in Nicaragua, people routinely think of it and speak of it as if it's your money and then you're being taxed and giving it to the government. It's not. It's the person is being taxed. The person you're renting to is being taxed, and you're giving the tax money that you collect on behalf of the government to the government. But people record it as like profit and then give it away as tax. Like some of this stuff is crazy. But it's all exactly what you would expect. It is identical to every country I know. Property taxes if you own a house, sales tax if you sell anything, and taxes on your business if you're running a business, which renting out a home would definitely be. So it's just ratios and stuff is the only thing that would change. Wife is from there but hasn't returned for, I assume, quite a while, is where that ends. And love your channel, by the way. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's but it's all very, very smooth. Oh, Andrew said, I'll be able to get through it pretty smoothly with a Jackery 1000 V2. Well, cool. I have to keep a lot of computers running when the power goes out, so I need a bit. Dora says, but is that if you buy as an American Canadian, do you still have to report if you buy as a Nicaraguan if you are a Nicaraguan? It has no bearing. Nothing matters, right? Taxes are taxes. There's not a single tax that I know of that changes based on where you're from. It's just not how it works. If you're American and you're here for a very short period of time, there's a few exceptions you might get, but it's only temporary, like super temporary. But property will never change. Definitely, Nicaraguans pay more taxes than foreigners, not less. There is definitely no Nicaraguans don't pay tax concept. And in his case, right, his wife would probably do a lot of it because she's Nicaraguan, but it wouldn't affect anything. We got 25 people on. It's not a huge number. We were up to 44 earlier, which is pretty cool. I'm reporting back to Canada, USA if I buy property as Nicaraguan. I guess I don't understand. What do you mean by property as a Nicaraguan? If you're Nicaraguan, if you're American, you have to report to America. If you're not American, you don't report to America. Whether or not you're Nicaraguan doesn't have anything to do with anything. It's whether or not you're Canadian or American. Buying property, you never report, right? But as soon as you run it as a business, you have to report. So if you're going to rent it out, you have to report. So the question about the U.S. has to do with your American status. A question about Nicaragua would have to do with your Nicaraguan status. So we don't know what you have there. If you're not an American, you don't even have the ability to report to the U.S. Who would you report to? You just call up and be like, "Hi, I'm a Nicaraguan. I'd like to report I bought a house." They're going to be like, "What are you talking about?" That would be a very funny conversation. Meaning, I'm Nicaraguan. When doing Canadian taxes, they ask if I own property outside of Canada. So you do Canadian taxes, but you're not Canadian? I mean, so I don't know how. Oh, my battery died. Hold on. Just got to flip the camera battery. I'm Canadian and Nicaraguan, but lived almost all my life in Canada. So I don't know if Canada has some loophole to this, but if you're in the U.S., if they ask if you own property outside of the U.S., they don't say, "Do you own property outside the U.S.?" unless you're Nicaraguan, right? The question is, do you own property, yes or no? And that's it. Now, the U.S. doesn't ask that, right? They don't care what property you own outside the U.S. It's irrelevant, but Canada does. Canada has much more onerous financial controls than the U.S. I guarantee that question is, do you own property? Otherwise, weird things could happen. Let's say you decided to go to the U.S. And buy a whole bunch of property, and Canada's like, "Okay, you owe us a bunch of taxes," and you go, "Oh, no. I'm Nicaraguan. It doesn't count." And they go, "Oh, we didn't realize you're Nicaraguan. It doesn't count." I guarantee dual citizenship is not a get out of taxes card, right? It could be, but I guarantee it's not. That would never happen. William says, in the U.S., if you are a green card holder, you still have to file taxes, but wouldn't report property outside of the U.S. But even if you're an American citizen, you don't report property outside of the U.S., so it doesn't matter, right? You never report outside the U.S. property. But you do have to report any business. So if you're an American and you decided to rent out your house, you have to file that you have foreign business investments. It doesn't matter whether it makes money or not. It does not have to do with taxes. It is handled by the IRS, but it is not about taxes. So it's very important to know that. That's just an American thing. It's best to just become a non-resident of Canada, or else you are supposed to disclose all of your international assets. Non-resident, no obligation to. Very hard to become a non-resident of Canada, though. Some people will find it's really easy, and some people report that they can't make it happen. Not everyone has the option of doing that, is how I understand it. Depends on a lot of factors. It's unfortunate, unlike the U.S., where it's just automatic. You have very concrete guidelines. You simply do them, and you don't even have to file. It just happens. Which is kind of nice. Nicaragua is the same way. You stay here 181 days, you become tax resident. United States, you stay out 330 days of the year, and you're automatically not tax resident in the U.S. It's really handy that both of them require no announcement, no special filing, nothing like that. It's hard now, but I became a non-resident 15 years ago. Okay. Yeah, they've made it. Everyone's reporting, to me at least, that it's incredibly hard, and they haven't been able to do it. I assume as a dual citizen that it's easier to leave Canada, but I don't actually know. But of course, now you have the problem that Nicaragua does not necessarily maintain dual citizenship, so that's a ongoing concern that they may at some point decide that you're the low-hanging fruit. You guys are quiet again. It's hard as the night goes on. I can't stay awake and engaged too much if you guys aren't talking. I am doing some work in the background though, so that's good. What happened, dog? Oh, the little boy's here. Oh, we haven't seen you in hours. Hi, handsome. Hi. You want to be on the show? People like to see you. Yes, they do. Because you're so handsome. The little Boston Terrier is hiding on the floor, but I don't know if he's going to come up and say hi or not. William says, keep up the good work with your videos, and thanks again for the answers. Buenas noches. Buenas noches igualmente. What you doing? Hi. He's at my feet. Maybe I'll get him to come up. Nope, he doesn't want to. Wait, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. I want to say hi. Yeah, here he is. Here he is. Yes, he my boy. He my boy. Yeah. Where have you been hiding all day? Huh? What have you been doing? What have you been doing? He my baby. Oh, oh. Okay, you want to get down? All right. There you go. I'll probably leave now. No, he's making a bed. Oh, he's going to hang out with us. That's so sweet. Dora says, thanks, Richard. Beverly says, watching a video recently about shipping stuff, do you use a mail forwarder? A freight forwarder is what you're referring to. Yes, I do. I use Envios Fast Track in Managua. They've been fantastic. Now, to be fair, Luke used them, and he had some issues. Not huge issues, but he had some issues. He took some time, had to deal with some stuff. They lost it, then they figured it out or something. They did eventually deal with it, but it was not perfect. I've been using them for several years, and it's been fantastic. A lot of people are like, oh, but I want someone who will deliver to my house, so I use a local one. And then every single time someone has said that to me, it turns out they admit they don't actually ship to their house and they have to go through a third party. Well, the one in Managua does that too. So they're not getting anything for it. And I get a better deal from Envios Fast Track in Managua. But they've been really, really good. And I use them constantly, right? I essentially now, obviously, these things take time because I'm doing maritime shipments most of the time, but I basically have something in motion at all times. So at any given moment, we have something arriving at Envios Fast Track in Managua, and we're in Managua normally weekly, sometimes multiple times a week. We were in Managua, I think Monday. Yes, my daughter had a foot appointment with a foot doctor on Monday, so she likes her foot doctor. It's Marcella's foot doctor in Managua, so they go there for that. Sometimes you know it's not that far, and so so we'll use Managua for things that you wouldn't necessarily need to. It's easy to get a foot doctor or whatever in Leon, and they can be fine. But if you find someone you like in Managua, it's not that big of a deal, right? If you have that rapport or you're just used to someone or something like that. So it's something we do all the time. Plus, we go to PriceSmart for grocery shopping. My wife has a doctor she sees there. Sometimes we go for business shopping, like we have hotels and stuff, so you'll need things. Like if you're going to get towels or sheets or some big order of things, that's cheaper in Managua, right? Or more selection in Managua. So we're just always there for one reason or another. And of course, on Monday, my wife will be going to the airport. On the 19th, I have to be there for something for one daughter. On the 20th, I have to be there for something for Marcella. On the 25th, I have to go there to get Paul from the airport. On the 28th, I'm going to be there to go get a flight out. So I've got a few days where I expect not to be in Managua, but it's like, ooh, a 10-day stretch without being in Managua. But beyond that, I'm in Managua all the time, right? Or someone from the family is. And that's not even including like Marcella, who's normally there twice a week at least. She was there normally like Monday and Thursday or something like that. And she'll just take a bus. She'll run in and run back quite quickly. Um, hold on. Okay, sorry, I was doing a few things there. Watch shipping, yes. So NVO's Fast Track. I'll write that in for anyone who cares. One that I use, NVO's Fast Track, and I have their information. They've just been fantastic. I get great prices. They're great to work with. You text them on WhatsApp. It's super easy. They don't have any computer system for you to use, which kind of sucks, but it's very casual. To just text them and be like, hey, do I have a package? When's things coming in? Whatever. I normally ship by maritime, which keeps the price really low. So I pay like $2.50 a pound, which is like nothing. And there's no tax in the US when you send to them. So I just send to their address from Amazon, and it's cheaper than if I bought from Amazon in the US, only by a couple of pennies. But literally cheaper after paying for the shipping, after paying for the aduana in Nicaragua, after paying for everything. And our freight forwarder making their profits. We still pay less, just by a few cents, but we pay less. Not equal, not more, less. It's slower for sure, but we pay less. So it's a cost savings thing. And of course, the thing that I like, well, is the saving money. But I really do like that when we do it, it takes so long for things to get here. It forces me and everyone else to slow down and really think about what we're going to buy, right? And so when I'm on Amazon, I'll spend 2 weeks placing an order on Amazon. Very carefully think about what I'm getting, check the prices, make sure, do I really want that? Is that really the thing I should be getting? And we buy frivolous stuff. I'll get some Dungeons and Dragons miniatures, little plastic miniatures, or a new pack of dice, or you order a book, or presents for my kids. And it does suck sometimes things take a really long time. So my daughter had a birthday 2 weeks ago, and the stuff for her birthday still has not completely arrived yet. But it's another 2 weeks before we're definitely in Managua with her. So we're hoping on that trip that we'll be able to pick that stuff up. And, once you get used to it, it's a great cycle. Yeah, you don't get that instant gratification they get in the US, but you know what? That instant gratification is addicting and gets you to buy more stuff. And that's not something I want. I don't want to buy more stuff. I don't want to be spending my money like that. That doesn't make sense. So I'm, for the most part, thankful. And when I really need something, I can send it air. And then I do pay more than if I was living in the US, and I'll get it in a few days. It's still not instant, but it's pretty quick. And it's, when necessary, it's possible. Justin says, hey, boss man, I sent you an email. I'm a vet looking to explore with my family. It's more explained in the email. It's close to my username. If you can give me some guidance, I've watched dang near all your videos. All right, let me open up the mail. I am. Yes, there's your Justin Harden. All right. Yeah. Justin, I'll reach out. Or if you have questions now, let me know. We can talk about it on the show, of course. But did I respond? I'm always behind. Okay, hold on. I'm going to send you my WhatsApp. Cool. Richard says, I've used Rapibox for a few years now. They are good and charged by volume and not by weight. So if it's something heavy, they are a good deal. Okay, good to know. Rapibox is a volume one. That is an interesting thing that there's some people do volume, some people do weight. They all have a different thing, and so you can balance them to you know, excuse the pun, to figure out what makes sense. Oh, jeez. Holy cow! Someone's asking me to do a whole bunch of WhatsApp management. Have you been to Rivas Piñas Blancas? Have I? Of course I have. I've not spent a lot of time in Rivas. It's definitely a place that I tend to pass through. But I've been first in Rivas going way back. Piñas Blancas all the time, right? Because that's where I did my border runs for forever, and I still go into Costa Rica from time to time, right? Just because I like to go to Costa Rica sometimes. Um, Richard says also if you get on Rapibox mail list, they usually put on good deals close to when they have a container leaving the USA. I think it's generally if the container isn't full. I've seen 50% many times. Ooh, good to know. Dora says we are working on a pig farm. More than welcome to come and visit. That's actually really cool. I would like to do that. That is a neat idea. How? Let me see. Oh. Hold on, the doggy wants to go out. Oh, I thought he did. Oh, no, the doggy wants to come in. That's what's going on. Oh, now this one wants to go out. And that one wants to come in. Everybody's doing hey. Okay. He didn't mean to hit you with the door. That was an accident. I know he did hit you, but it was an accident. It's okay. He was good. He was an accident. One dog was sleeping by the door, the other one came through the door and knocked into it. Doris, do you want to send me a WhatsApp or send me an email? Because I can't put my WhatsApp in here, but send me an email, and I don't know when I'm going to be down there again. It's definitely going to be some time. But it'd be cool to come out and film a pig farm. People would find that really interesting. Oh my gosh. Marcella just mentioned it's about to be a year. It's a little bit yet. A year since she finished her, I guess it was her first treatment, but finished her um, um, oh my gosh, I'm losing my mind. Chemotherapy. She's about to be at a year since finishing chemotherapy. We are usually at farm on weekends, except this one because my daughter has swimming competition. That would be great. I'll send you a WhatsApp message. My daughter has created some videos I'll send you. Oh, very cool. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I would like to save money. This is Justin. I'd like to save money and just find a healthier life for me and my two children, better education, and truthful rather than the lies fed in America. Yep, for sure. So one of the things that we really like here, we did homeschool here. My kids are now 15 and 17. Oh my gosh, they're old. When we first came here, they were 4 and 6. Wow. It's amazing how that time has passed. It's neat though that my kids really have we lived away for a while, so it's not continuous, but they have a lifetime in Nicaragua. They have this old memory of being in Nicaragua when they were very, very little. And my eldest turned 7 here. So when she was basically just turning 7, is that right? Am I doing my math right? Yeah. She and I used to go for walks together. My youngest was too little. But at 7, she and I would go for walks together. Hi, puppy. Oh, geez. You got all the cables caught up in your tail. Always that tail. And she and I would go for walks together through Granada. We would go get dinner for the family together and walk back. It was a really special time. And they used to go swimming in our pool in the house, and we went traveling all over the country back then. We would take our weekends and go to Jinotega and Matagalpa. It's when we came to Leon for the first time. We actually never went to Masaya or Managua. People terrified us back then. They were like, oh, Nicaragua's great, we can't go to Managua, right? Everybody was like that. And then now that we live here, we're like, what the heck were people talking about? It's a great city. What the heck? We went to Rivas and Ometepe, San Juan del Sur, Chinandega, El Viejo. We went all the way up to Potosí. We went all over. We didn't do everything, but we did an awful lot when they were little. And, and now my eldest is going to be an adult here in a few months. She's a full 17 and a half. She'll be an adult in November. And my youngest just had her quince. She didn't do a party, but just turned quince. It's, for them, Nicaragua has just been part of the fabric of their lives. To my wife and I, it's this new thing. It's still an adventure to such a degree, but to my kids, they're just Nicaraguans. They've had this as, they left the U.S. A year before that. I think we had started moving a bit, and even before that, they knew that we were moving, right? We started moving, we started the whole process when they were tiny, when they were 1 and 3. So from the time they were 1 and 3, it was always, I mean, obviously they didn't know at the time, but they grew up with the idea that we were always going to be living somewhere, and we were trying to figure out where to go, and that was just part of the adventure of their lives, and Nicaragua's always been a part of it. So it's really cool that we've had that time here. And that let us plan from the very beginning to do homeschool and stuff, and that's been a really good I see. Just such a great experience through all those years. 10 and 12, those are great years to be moving, right? That's exactly the ages that mine were when we made it our permanent home. That was the final decision, made it. They spent 2 years, and then at 10 and 12 was when we got here. So they knew from about 8 and 10 that this was going to be the final place, and we were making it happen, and it just took a little while to actually do it. Hold on. Anthony Wilkinson said hi. Hello there, Dora says, and then came here and great. Justin, one of the reasons we came, if you're planning to register here at school, ping me. My daughter went to school in Canada, pulled her out for homeschool for 2 years, and then came here, and great education. That is awesome. Come on. No, not now. Come on. Why is this so hard? It should not be. Sorry, just have some necessary work to do. Seems like that takes care of everything. Thanks, Doris. I look forward to connecting to getting guidance as well. I had an experience abroad in South Korea with my military stint. Loved it, but there seems way more affordable to access this, but here seems way more affordable. Here is definitely way more affordable than South Korea. That goes without saying. I think a lot of Asia is cheaper than here. In South Korea, I don't think it's too bad, but we're very cheap and very accessible. Right? There's a lot of things that just make this very easy. Sorry, my desk gets a little bit dusty over the course of the evening. We have been on the live stream for 5 hours and 20 minutes. We have 499 views. Guys, give us some thumbs up, and let's get over that 500 views hump to family and investment opportunities. Now, just real quick for Justin, anytime someone mentions it, I'm going to be like, this is not a place with investment opportunities. Absolutely not. It doesn't mean it's impossible, but no. Okay. Both there and America. To family and investment. Affordable to access to family investment. And there's 500. Woo! That's a nice warm up. And we're not anywhere close to done. We're just going. Chadise, saludo Scott. I've heard the heat wave has been nasty. You know, honestly, I haven't noticed. I've been outside a bit, and when I am, feels kind of normal. I guess there's times that we're outside and we're like, it's feeling a little bit warmer than it's been, but it actually hasn't been so bad out here. But you're not the first person to mention it, so it must be affecting people. But, you know, honestly, here in Leon, we might be less affected. We get so much heat so much of the time that a little bit of a heat wave may affect us less, whereas, like, Managua or something may actually rise more. I don't know. Do a quick work thing while we're over here. I feel bad not everyone can afford an AC at home. That's true, right? I feel bad for people too. A lot of Nicaraguans don't want them. Don't get me wrong, a lot of them do want them. But I often talk to friends here who are like, no, I wouldn't want air conditioning. Oh, by the way, we also did that 15,700 achievement that I had mentioned. We did that too. So good evening as far as that stuff goes. We have a really good active live stream. This is doing really well. And other little milestones, all tiny little things, but makes us feel good. I feel like, oh, yes. Is that what I was doing? Excellent. Excellent. Just cleaning up some stuff on the channel real quick. And when I said investments, that's what was meaning I will be able to... Investments? That was meaning I will be able to financially. I would like to explore before I settle permanently. Absolutely. It's a great place to spend time relaxing and exploring. Richard says, I actually just seen an ad for an AC that is designed for solar panels. Seems like a good idea. You only really need it when it's sunny anyways. That is very true, except for when you're sleeping. A lot of people do like it when they're sleeping. But I have seen solar-powered AC units before, and that is a very cool idea because you're right. Almost always the most important time is when it's sunny. And you can just keep putting, like, they're self-sustaining, right? Just keep putting them in if you want more. I mean, obviously, they might be costly, but it's such a neat idea. I wonder how much they cost. And do you know if you can get them here? Did you see an ad here for them, or just in general? I'm looking them up right now because we need to get started with that. We don't have a solar system ourselves yet. Here you go. Who's going out? You don't want to leave. You're my baby. You want to stay. See, I knew. I knew. If you go on EG4's website, the air conditioner that they show in the pictures actually looks dirty. Like, I feel they could have improved that a little bit. Energy efficient, eco-friendly temperature control. The advanced ductless heat pump air conditioner is engineered to reduce your electric bill while ensuring that your living space stays comfortably cool or warm. Because it's a heat pump. Yeah, that makes sense. Does it come with a solar panel? I don't think so. In theory, we could buy them somewhere and have them shipped in too. Brookville Life. Hello, we are a family of 4 with our twins under the age of 5. In your opinion, would Esteli or Matagalpa be more family friendly? That's a tough one. I don't know. Really, when you're thinking of cities. Oh gosh, I just found one of these mini splits. $2,212. I hope that comes with a lot of solar. Nope. Accepts up to so much solar. I'm pretty sure you would do better just buying separate solar and plugging it into a normal $450 air conditioner. That doesn't seem very cool. Brian says, still on? Just got home. We're still on, Brian. We started early. We're on for 5.5 hours already. When you're talking about cities, what cities are or are not family friendly? I think all cities are essentially equally family friendly. Or maybe I'm not understanding what you're looking for. Esteli and Matagalpa are similar cities. They're not hugely different in size. Matagalpa's a little bit larger. Walking, Esteli's a little bit more walkable. Matagalpa, I think, has a little bit more to do. More restaurants, more activities. It is a bigger metro area. In that regard, I feel like Matagalpa is just a more active place, but that's probably just my feeling on it. They're probably very, very similar in that way. I don't know that one would be better than the other for kids. Maybe someone who's there is able to pop in. I mean, okay, so Dorset just said London is not safe. Yeah, so I mean, there's places that are just less safe, but even, New York City, is that good? It's actually quite good for families, right? It's a great place to raise kids. Different than a lot of other places, so it depends what you're looking for. But especially of cities in Nicaragua, they're all so similar. It's not like you're getting those kinds of variation, right? You're getting into tiny. Tiny differences, and the differences as to what is going to be better for your family will probably be greater. The personalization level will probably be greater than the overall how people perceive it as being good or bad for a family. I think you're both are absolutely fine, excellent options, and if you visit one and find it nicer than the other, then you're probably all good, right? I wouldn't think it's something that you need to consider in that way, deciding between them. Richard says, I am sure you can ship them in with one of those companies like Rapibox or Envios. Oh, I'm sure you can. Just, boy, that price is so astronomical. MJS says, happy DEI Thursday, lol. We're carrying signs now. Which of the bigger highland cities is the quietest? Esteli, Jinotega, or Matagalpa? Least amount of barking dogs, fireworks, thank you. I'm going to guess Jinotega. It's so much smaller than the others and higher altitude. Seems like it would be I can only imagine. Larry says, tonight's show has been riveting, especially your 1-hour phone call with client. Thanks, Larry. Dorset says, hi, I was swimming. London not safe. Galipal in India is good. Richard says, yeah, just looked on that EG4 website. For some reason, they are way more expensive than the other stuff that the sites that sell their stuff. Usually things are the other way around. Yeah, that's just unaffordable. But I think you could piece that together. Like a normal air conditioner will run off of um, uh, solar, of course. You just invert it into AC, which isn't ideal. But I think air conditioners run off of AC power anyway. So I think you're converting to AC internally no matter what. I'm not sure you actually gain much by having a DC direct one. Some convenience for hookup, I'm sure, but I don't know that it's significant in some way. It's a night of lots of tickets. Lots of tickets, yes, there are. Lots and lots and lots of tickets. Have I checked out? This is Chidise. Have you checked out any parts of the new Costanera Highway? Only a little bit. I was down in La Boquita not too long ago, and had a chance to see some of it there. I'm trying to think. I think I've seen it somewhere else as well, but that one I definitely remember. And so it's cool. I got to see some of the work done, but it was completely empty because in that part of the country, and I totally understand down in San Juan del Sur, it's a big thing and people are excited and it does make a difference and it's useful down there. But up in La Boquita, it really showed just how silly it is in that area and why up here we're all like, who cares? Because it goes from nowhere to nowhere and there was 0 cars on it. So looked cool and all, but no idea why anyone would care in the area. Which I'm sure someone will, and it's neat and all. And we have high hopes that it'll do some good things and let us connect to some places, but we'll see. Right, we've got a lot of really big logistical challenges in this region with the highway, including the really big I'm not sure where I was going. Anyway, Richard says, getting away from the fireworks and loud music and barking dogs is near impossible. That is very true, right? You may get just the tiniest bit less, but be prepared. It will be a lot. Justin says, I am certified solar systems sales with ATG. They have various solar options. Very cool. Here we tend to get solar, I think, from China because we're tariff free. So that makes a pretty big difference. All the stuff passing through the U.S. has a lot of overhead to it. So, and buying American products has lost a lot of luster here. People don't tend to want to buy American if they can do something about it. That's where they're based. It's a China-owned company and manufacturing there as well. Oh, excellent. You could get into importing those directly from China and set up a whole shop and stuff. That's something. I don't know if they sell them here. I don't. I have not done solar research here really. We've looked at building and we really want to do solar, but we're not building right at the moment. So, or the stuff we are building isn't stuff that we would power with anything. Did you see anything about the old house that collapsed the other day in Granada? It was actually one of the good-looking ones and looks like it was kept in good shape. Oh no, I didn't see that at all. I didn't hear anything. Jadise, do you think it might be worth it to buy a piece of property to build an Airbnb along the Costanera? Maybe, but honestly, why? Right? So I think you might be in a land rush along the Costanera where everyone's going to pay top dollar for worthless land. This is what I anticipate. And I think this is why they're doing it in a lot of areas. I think they're going to get foreigners to throw wild money, like 400% value at things that are worth nothing, get a bunch of construction done, maybe, and then realize that what they have is worth nothing, and then abandon it, and it'll eventually become property of the locals, and eventually it'll just become free property. That is my guess. Now, if you're talking about the Costanera just outside of San Juan del Sur, right? Well, you're too late, right? Any really specific value has already been had. Most likely, right? Because they've had it for a while. It's past the point of speculation, really. Up here, we're all thinking that the people who are building along that are nuts. Now, if you want to build on it and have like a warehouse, because you're like, ooh, I want to supply frozen meat products to the beach restaurants, and by being based on here with cheap land, I can put in a warehouse and get directly onto a highway and move between the beaches. Now you got something, right? Do I think that's a value that I should do? No, because if I did, I would do that, right? I do not perceive that as a specific value, so I'm not doing it. And that's an easy way to look at it. Do the existing people, are they jumping on it? If not, the answer is not a good deal. But the real question would be, who would your customers be? Now, it's true, there seems to be this insanity amongst people who aren't here, expats looking at Nicaragua from abroad who think a random inland highway going somewhere nearish to the beaches that are already very accessible is exciting. But to people in Nicaragua, we don't understand any of this because it's not a highway for us. It's a highway for people who aren't here. And it's doing its job, clearly. Everybody talks about it. No one here talks about it. No one. I can go, and I mean this, a year between hearing people talk about it here. I have not heard a local speak of it in at least a year and a half at this point. And it's just a land grab for crazy people, right? But it's 100% for expats who aren't here. So you might be able to get in and get a nice piece of property. But the problem is, once you put an Airbnb on it, what are you going to market? Come stay at my Airbnb along a highway. Was it on a beach? No. Is it near an attraction? No. What's the thing about it? It's on a highway. And that's the part we're all confused about. Why are people excited about a highway to nowhere? So that's, you got me. And Richard says, some of the foreigners who already bought along the new highway are already trying to sell at ridiculous prices. One guy told me it was $45,000 per manzana. I thought it was a typo. Right, so to give you an idea, you got people thinking they're going to get $45,000 per manzana on a remote highway that goes nowhere and is next to nothing. Now, I mean, maybe someone find a spot along the highway way down south where it just has the most perfect view and is going by the highway, or going over the ocean, and you get like, yeah. But it has nothing to do with being on the highway. It has everything to do with they just happen to get access to a really beautiful spot. That could exist. Still, $45,000. I don't think that's like Las Colinas prices, right? But when you consider that beach access. Not beach near, not beach-ish. Actual beach isn't 45,000. Your only possible sellers are complete lunatics. At the kind, and that's what you're going to find along there, right? All the same people who bought all the property in San Juan del Sur and then left it empty once they realized they'd been duped. I think that's what you're going to find all the way along the highway. A whole bunch. The whole thing is going to be an online free-for-all to sell bridges in Arizona to people who don't come visit. And somehow, and this truly blows my mind, and kudos to the most amazing marketing team in the history of the world, the Nicaraguan government has somehow managed to turn a remote highway that goes from nowhere to nowhere, but does run along. There are some isolated spots where it totally makes sense for a few little things very far south. And in the rest of the country, it is just this extra highway that we already have highways to go to all the places. None of them are busy. We have no clue what role it plays, except somehow they've gotten it to be the most exciting thing ever to people who aren't here. And let me tell you, I have driven one of the world's most beautiful highways, the American-Turkish highway running between the capital of Albania and Pristina, Kosovo. And it is so ridiculously beautiful and well-engineered and absolutely fantastic, and no one in the whole universe has ever heard of it or care. And to see such a gorgeous highway going through such interesting places, and no one's building houses along it, no one thinks anything of it, and then have this highway that goes through nothing, and everybody's obsessed with it. I am flabbergasted that anybody knows about it, that anybody talks about it. I truly just, cannot wrap my head around it. At some point, it'll be done, and I'll drive it, and we'll all go, cool, road. And then we'll realize it looks like all the other roads in Nicaragua, and except for a few spots where they make it scenic by the water, which they already did on the Costa Esmeralda, up here, it can't get anywhere close to the water. So it's going to be just this inland extra highway. I'm not saying it's terrible. Those people on the beaches, no, we haven't even figured out how anyone, I've talked to people on the beaches. I own on the beach. We don't see the slightest value to it. We have no clue what it could be for. Because there's no beach for us to go to. There's no beach for us to have come from. There's no resources we get by going up and down it. So it's lost on us. Doesn't this highway take you near the Costa Rican border? Sure. Why do you want to go near the Costa Rican border? I've driven where the highway is before the highway was there. I've driven it when it was a dirt road. It's pretty like anywhere else in Nicaragua. I have no clue what being close to the Costa Rican border does for anybody. Why is that interesting? I mean, it's interesting, right? You're driving along and you're like, hey, did you know that's Costa Rica over there? But you can see that on the highways that exist already if you just want to be near Costa Rica. Right. Richard says the border maybe, but not a crossing. Exactly. It just drives along the border. You have to go back to the old crossing on the old highway to get anywhere. So if you want to get to Costa Rica, you wouldn't take this. If you only want to be near Costa Rica and say, I'm near Costa Rica on a highway that's not going into Costa Rica, I don't understand the value of that, but that is the thing that everyone seems to rave about, yes. Which is, again, this is all part of the I do not understand, and I've never had someone, except for the very specific, there are some isolated communities right around San Juan del Sur that have very, very difficult time getting between them, and they were able to put the highway in an area that was very scenic and connected some really difficult to reach places because of previous, they just hadn't invested in the road yet. But it has nothing to do with being the Costanera. It's just this is an isolated area. They hadn't gotten around to paving the roads yet. Now they pave the road so they have more access. Great. Outside of those, like really, really minor, now we can build a house on this hill and we can get to it. I have never heard in the years of people raving about this highway, I have never had someone mention any value that comes from the highway without accidentally meaning the old highway. Everything they mention as a value is actually the value of the old highway to replace the Costanera. And so it's the weirdest thing. It's like, why do you want to drive to the US instead of flying there? Well, because I want to go by air. No, don't you see that's flying? Oh, well, I want to get there faster. Right, you get there by flying. Oh, well, I wanted to be able to have a view of the ground from high up as I went. Yes, that's flying. Right, that's what it's like. Every single discussion of the Costanera is always people describing the old highway, but attributing it to a new highway and acting like the thing that they want isn't the thing that they've had all along, and just pretending that the new thing does a thing we already have. It's super weird because people are like, well, I want to be able to get to Costa Rica faster. We're like, faster? There's a straight line, right? The current highway is a straight line from the population centers to the crossing. Everything else goes out of the way and winds along the coast. Scenic in some areas, for sure. Up here, no, it's not supposed to even be scenic. It's going to go behind the hills through, because we have salt marshes by the ocean, which can be nice. I'm not saying salt marshes are bad, but you can't put a road through them. So the road's going to be inland and go where there's no population, no beaches, nothing to see, not interesting, and it's just going to run parallel along the existing highways. But the existing highways already go straight through the population centers and already have all the stuff built up along them, and there isn't enough business currently to keep those places populated. Now, we've had some cool changes in the last few years, like so we have the new Leon Highway. So this is a great example of how the country has changed, and I'm going to make a note about this because I think this would make a good episode to talk about if I can find my episode notes. When I first came to Nicaragua, we had the old road running from Managua to Leon. One highway for all the traffic. And it went basically in a straight line, as much as you can. And it was empty. You left Managua, and it was just nothing. And then you got to Leon. Obviously, there's some houses and some little communities along it. And there was, a few Casio stands or whatever, but there was extremely little. Now we have a new highway. The old one is still there and is still busy. But the amount of traffic going between Managua and Leon is so much more. We now have the new highway, and the new highway is busier than the old highway. I think it's busier. And it goes right through some cool, interesting population centers, most notably La Paz Centro and Nagarote. When you come along that, it was roughly the same for a long time. When I first moved back to Nicaragua, it was the same. You drive along that, and it's empty. Now, you went through these two towns. They had a few things to stop at in those towns, and that was about it. But now, over the last 5 years that I've lived here, both La Paz Centro and Nagarote have completely rebuilt their, not downtowns, but highway zones. These are on the edges of town where the road comes through. Both of them have put parks and big entrance things right there. Now, La Paz Centro put in these little side streets with some shopping and then a big grand entrance into their town. Nagarote, which has like a park attached to it. Nagarote put in an enormous park that they revamped. It's one of the best parks in the country. It has an enormous gastro park. It has a huge outdoor restaurant area all along stuff. It's fantastic. Right? And both of them put in super expresses or AMPMs, right? 24 hours. When we first moved back here, there was not a single 24-hour thing on either highway. Now there's 2 24-hour mini marts with nothing else attached along the north route, the new road. Then they also put in gas stations. Eventually one went on the old road too. They went to the north one first. 24-hour gas station, and it has a mini mart. So now there's 3 24-hour places to stop along that road, plus tons of stuff that's open during the day. Way more. I mean, 40 new restaurants have moved in just in Nagarote alone. Right, it's totally changed. Mataare has grown up a little bit. They've put in El Doral. Multiple new towns have sprung up along the highway. So that journey from Managua to Leon has changed so much in the last 5 years. Now, maybe there's some hope that the Costanera is going to encourage a whole bunch of growth. But unlike Managua de Leon, it isn't offering an alternative path that's just as fast, nor is it going between 2 points. Neither its starting point nor its ending point are anywhere. And so there are times, if you're already on the highway somewhere, that you may want to move to somewhere else along the highway, that it works out. But if you're coming from Costa Rica, I know of no time it makes sense. It always is faster to take the old road. And if you're coming from the north and want to get to the south, you always want to go along the main road. And even if you're moving just within Rivas, where it's most beneficial, it seems like at least a good portion of the time the old road is still faster. So, we're hopeful that it could do some things we're not imagining. That could be really good. But there's nothing about it that makes us feel like there's a reason to expect that. There's just nothing of interest along it. Now, maybe I'm completely wrong. The number of people who are excited about this road is unbelievable. So easily, I'm the one that's wrong. I mean, you would expect that I'm the one that's wrong. The only thing that gives me any reason to think that I'm not is that quite literally, I have asked constantly about this, and no person has ever listed a reason that it has value. Never one. So at some point, even if you have 1 million people who are convinced of a thing, if you ask all of them, but why? And they go, because the sky isn't blue. At some point, you are just convinced that 1 million people are wrong. So that's kind of where I am. I'm at a point where, it's kind of like Amazon reviews. But it has 10,000 reviews, but every single review is, I don't like Amazon. And you're like, this isn't even a review for the product, right? That's basically, every time someone mentions a value for the road, you go, but that's not a value of that road. Justin says, is it possible to drive a motorcycle to Nicaragua? I mean, sure. Like all vehicles, can't possibly recommend not doing that enough unless you're using that motorcycle to move your luggage down and drop it off and are immediately driving the motorcycle back. But motorcycles don't really haul storage units behind them or campers or anything like that. So it's hard to imagine the reason to bring down a motorcycle because you can't keep it, right? That's not realistic. So you wouldn't normally expect to do that, but can you? Sure, if people do it constantly, right? But it's always people passing through Nicaragua, not people who intend to move here. As with all vehicles, bringing a vehicle to Nicaragua is essentially out of the question. It's not technically impossible; it's just not. It would also generally not be super recommended. Assuming you're coming from the U.S. down to Nicaragua, there's a lot of zone there that is not necessarily super safe. And, you can do it, and a lot of people do. Itchy Boots did it, for example. Elton came down on bicycle the whole way. So that's impressive. But it's not generally something that people would want to do, but every so often we know someone who comes down and crosses by motorcycle. Dalen Borsma 665. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the frickin' frogs gay. There's a song. I'm not going to sing it. My gosh, have you ever looked up the hilarious t-shirts and stuff that say that? That's awesome. They have a thing called Tip Temporary Import Pass. Yes, they do. And that's exactly, it is the tip is why you would never bring a motorcycle down. The tip is for passing through. And you have to tip in and tip out of every country the entire way down. So it's, it's doable. And some people just really love riding motorcycle, which I totally get, right? And if it was easy enough, well, I don't really ride motorcycle, but I used to have one, right? It's not my thing. I like it, but not really my thing. I hate riding with other people, my gosh. But on my own, I can see a lot of fun to it, and being out there and kind of motorcycles let you be a little bit more connected with the space around you, or a convertible would do the same thing. It's neat, right? But you've got so much exposure, so much time, so much distance. You're looking at days and days on a motorcycle, and then dealing with all those tips and all the tip problems. 2019 Busa, not going to be a safe ride. Free coach Ron Williams, I hope to sell my cottage to be able to move down to Nicaragua by June at the latest, which is soon. I'm bringing some music recording gear to launch my home recording studio. I'm in Montreal, Canada. We have a lot of, I don't know what it is about Montreal that so many people want to move down from there. Like, that's my favorite North American city. It seems like that would be the place you'd move from the least. But I suppose it's the city of the people who've made the city I like the most. So they're also the ones who'd be the most likely to want it to be even better, whereas everyone else in North America is just like, well, can we get to Montreal first? I don't know. I like Montreal. It's such a cool town. I mean, I'd rather be here. I didn't move to Montreal, right? I could have done that, and I don't know if I could have. Probably I could have done that. Seems like Canada would have let me in back in the day. Now I'm sure they wouldn't, but that's real cool. Have a lot of people are launching home recording studios down here. Luke has done that. He's got a pretty serious setup there at home. Should I bring it all in the plane or pay for boat shipping? I would definitely pay for boat shipping. Absolutely. Coming on plane, 1, you have a lot of just complications with the plane. 2, you have a lot of shipping cost on the plane, most likely, right? They're going to charge you luggage fees and stuff, and you're going to be worried about it. All of that could be very expensive. And then when you get to Aduana here, that stuff is not tourist gear, right? So you're 100% taxable on that stuff. You may not get taxed on a lot of it, but you may get taxed on all of it. And those taxes can shoot up to pretty close to 100% of your prices. Generally not, but they can, right? They can get really, really high. And so all of that's negative. Or ship it with a freight forwarder and pay just a few bucks per pound, and it'll get down here nice and easy, and you don't have to pay for luggage fees. You don't have to pay for the taxes. You don't have to pay for the import fees. Everything comes down to just $3 a pound or whatever, which is not going to be nothing, but it's going to be almost certainly way less and so much less stress. It'll be just, I just ship it and then it's there. Yay! We just crossed 6 hours. How do I find a freight forwarding company? You just call Envios Fast Track. From Canada, I don't know any freight forwarding companies. That is true. They do exist. Someone uses them, but I don't know of any. You can just ship to the U.S., though. That one is in Miami. Definitely not perfect, but better than trying to do things direct. Please write the info. That number, just WhatsApp that number, and they'll give you all the things. Just say. Now that's for in the U.S., so that you have to ship the stuff to Miami. If you have any ability to drive it into the U.S. or drive it to Miami, that would be ideal. Obviously, that's a big thing to do. But I have driven more or less from Montreal to Miami, and that's a crazy drive, but it's very drivable. That's an option. Probably a bit much. Probably easier to ship it to Miami, but and if we can find one in Canada, that would be great. I know some people ship in barrels from up there. It's pretty crazy. Can I ship before I get to Nicaragua and have it stored, or should I move to Nicaragua first? There's probably a way to do that, but I don't know how people would do that. Like, I kind of know how you would go about it, but figuring out how to store it would be very difficult. Richard says, I know there's DHL in Managua. Avoid at all cost. Maybe you could ship from Montreal to Managua for pickup at their store there. Definitely don't use DHL. Anything like that, disaster. Right, like so bad. They're not a freight forwarder. It is not the same. I would throw everything away and start over if that's what you're going to do, and I mean it. I would start over by ordering all of your stuff remotely and having it shipped new. instead of doing that. Rapidbox used to let me store my shipments there for 2 months at a time. I often leave stuff for a month or two at a time. I work offshore, so I would be gone for 2 months before I was able to pick up. Envios, I don't know if they do that. They don't know. They don't say they do, but they don't make me come in at any particular time. Ron Williams says, thanks, Richard. When possible, please provide details for the Managua company you referred to. No, do not use them. Freight forwarders only. We cannot warn against this enough. We will consider firing clients if they get our employees' addresses and ship them stuff with those things. They are extortion rackets. You could end up in serious legal danger if you use those services. Now, DHL, we have not heard the horror stories, but the cost will be astronomical. You will better to set all your stuff on fire. But we know UPS and FedEx, they will ship your stuff in, charge you 10 times its value, and if you don't pay that day, they'll call the government and threaten to have you deported. Right? These are literally extortion rackets. Never ever work with anyone who isn't a Nicaraguan-based freight forwarder. That's key. It must be a Nicaraguan company. Never a foreign company that is shipping things in from abroad. This is a global thing. We've learned this living around the world, but a lot of places you can get away with it. DHL is based in Europe, so shipping around Europe with DHL generally works. There's a few countries where it works. Never use U.S. mail service. They won't extort you, but your package will never arrive, right? But if it's UPS or FedEx or whatever, never even between the U.S. and Canada, let alone to a non-domestic source, because U.S. considers Canada to be domestic. It's more than just fees beyond your wildest imagination. It's also legal risks. Do you have an email for a Nicaraguan freight forwarding company? Nope, that's not how things work here. Use the WhatsApp I gave you. That is or did it not show up? No, it shows up there. That is the only way things work here, right? Don't try to work around the Nicaraguan ways. Use the WhatsApp. That's it. Now, again, they're in the U.S., not in Canada, so that may not be the right one for you. Maybe we can track down in the expats group, one in Canada. There's so many Canadians here, more than there are Americans. The reason that American freight forwarders are so popular is that things like Amazon are better from the U.S. than from Canada. And so, sure, that one time that you're shipping in from Canada, you're wishing you had a Canadian freight forwarder, but once you've done it that one time, every time you're buying something or dealing with anything in the future, it'll always be from the U.S. or China. And so U.S. and China are where all of those are now located. So it's... What is this? Oh, that was this. Okay. Oh, handy. So having Envios Fast Track as your shipping partner might be the thing that makes sense. I've just had great experiences with them, and the prices have been great. Make sure you mention me when you talk to them on WhatsApp, and they'll treat you better for sure. All right, super cool.
Hi.
Oh, what's going on out there with these loud dogs?
They were barking at the back. It might have been the cats.
Oh, okay. All right, crazy dog. Hi. Hi. Yes, you're back. It's been hours. I know. Yeah, you're crazy. You're crazy. Oh, and my little boy, too, down here at my feet. All my dogs. All my dogs. They're all standing around me. I think I have all three now. Yep, I have all three of my lunatic dogs. Richard says Rapid Box also has pickup points in northern states that border Canada. Might be cheaper than sending to Miami. Oh, that's good to know. The one that I use, Envios, is only in Miami, so that's which works perfect for me. But yeah, if you can do pickup in northern states, that's a much bigger outfit. Envios Fast Track is not a big one. I think they're getting there, but they're pretty small overall, I think, from what I can tell. But they, really personal treatment. And it's a lot of people, right? And they've got a new warehouse in Las Colinas. It's hard to find, but once you know where it is, it's pretty convenient in Managua. But it's been they've been very good. I've been very happy with them. But yeah, Rapid Box might, if you can drop off in the north somewhere, that could be really good. I don't know what else I was going to say. Oh, I have both feet have a different dog on them. They're so sweet. So sweet. You're my sweeties. Chadice says good night. Don't let the bugs bite. Have a good one. Buenas noches. It's 9:30 here in Nicaragua. Checking messages, seeing if we got anything new to answer. No. Been a generally quiet evening. There we go. Larry says you've done a great job tonight devoting an hour to explaining the same shipping company. I only wish Google would take out more for my membership fee. We can find ways, Larry. We can find ways. Ron Williams says, thanks, Richard and Scott. You're most welcome. We're up to 585 views. We're coming up on 600, which 500 is solid. 600 is really good. I actually wonder what like our records are. Now, over time, they go up, right? So old ones get a lot of views that the new ones don't have, for obvious reasons. But, okay, those are the lives. Filter by the number of views. The best ones, okay, so the best one, Nicaragua live reaction to U.S. bombing in Venezuela, over 2,000 views. The exodus has begun from February 6, 2025, so way over a year. 1,136. Nika Live, Canadians moving to Nicaragua, a pretty popular one from June 2024, whole 2 years ago, 1,191. Why I left the WhatsApp group was a short one I did to explain what was going on with the WhatsApp, 1,116. Escape to somewhere. All the ones that are about escaping, they do pretty well. So we're currently... Oh, we're way down the list right now. We're not even on the top page of videos, but those are all of these. Okay, we had a more popular one on March 5th. That was just 2 months ago. That appears to be, oh, no. April 24th, which was just 2 weeks ago, 709. That one's ahead of us. Other than that, oh, no, January 19th, 764. Okay. We're not breaking any records tonight or anything. January 15th of this year, U.S. bans visa applications. 5 hours at 918 views. Oh, March 12th, just about to hit 1,000. All right. January 21st. Oh, yeah. Never mind. I'm full of crap. We've had some really big live streams this year, so tonight's not breaking any records or anything, but it's a good, solid showing for sure. It's going to put us into, I think in just a little time it'll put us into the top page. Which is, if we just keep hitting that top page, right? It means everything's growing. Everything's in a forward direction. What more can people really look for? There's 591. We're climbing fast, actually, as I talk about. Ron says, I will look into it tomorrow morning. I feel like the expat groups will have Canadian-based ones, and that'll make your life really easy. I just wish I knew any of them. I've never had to ship from Canada, so it just doesn't come up. Doing a little bit of work in the background, as one does. Who do we got on? Let's do a little roll call. Let me know if you're around. What was that? What was that whining sound? Happy dog laying at my feet. All any whines. Okay, you guys are just too quiet at this point. It's very hard to do the show when no one's talking. Especially when we are 6 hours and 20 minutes in. That's when, start to get a little bit like, ooh, all right. Richard says, still around, just praying for rain. We actually had sprinkles last night. It was tiny, tiny. I was taking them because we feed the cats out back. I was walking their food out, and I felt just the tiniest little drips on my face. And I'm like, are you really? There's rain? And that was it. Just the tiniest little sprinkles. But it was something. Oh, our people are dropping, but we are over 600. We're at 601, so that is that's good. I feel good about 600 on the live to actually hit that number. It's hard to believe we've been doing the live stream now for 2.5 years. Like, I remember at the end of the first year, I was like, oh, we've done this for several weeks now. And then we looked it up and we're like, we've done it for a year. Yeah, my farm in Riomo has been getting fog at night, so at least it's getting green from that. Oh, that's nice. What did you do? You hit the table. Poor dog. We never get fog out here. That would be nice. That is not a thing. I've seen fog a total of one time in this area in all the years I've lived out here. Hello. Hi. You're a sweetie. Yes, you are. You're the sweet. Ow, 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 ow. Your feet are so sharp. So sharp. Oh. And then teeth on my ear. Oh, you're going to rip my throat out. Oh, my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. Ow. That was a bite. Why did you bite my ear? Why did you do that? I don't bite your ears. Do you notice the difference? Do you notice the difference? I don't bite you. I give you kisses and I pet you. Yes. And then you give me kisses, but then you bite me. Yeah. He's only like 8 months old, so he's still just a baby. We got him in October. Huh. Got you in October. You're just little. You're so little. Yeah. Even though you're huge. You're the baby. Crazy dog. $21 people, so it's not nobody. If you're just coming and joining us now, remember to give a thumbs up on the show. It does help. And if you haven't said hello, be sure to do so. Probably going to step away here. I've not used the bathroom, I don't think. During the show tonight, we're already at 6.5 hours. So that's a little bit of time considering I've had 2 large things of Coke plus some water during this time. May need to take a little boy's room break. I'm a drunk guy. 6 hours. Dang, nice. Yeah, 6.5. Like this is a serious show we got going on here. And we've had a good number of people. Like it's never dropped to a tiny number. Now I do think a bunch of people have come and gone because our average view duration has dropped significantly. So that definitely indicates that some people have disappeared. Or that many people have popped in and out. We do see some fluctuations, so. I joined earlier but had to leave. Am remodeling bathroom to get ready to go full-time to Nicaragua. Awesome. We got a lot of people mentioned tonight that they're getting their houses ready to sell. It feels like some momentum is building in that regards. There's more and more of that, of people are ready to make it happen. Milton Ramirez, how's the heat? The dog days of Nicaragua summer, right? Oh, and Ron gave us a thumbs up as well, as we got some people on. It is the dog days of Nicaraguan summer. That is true. And a lot of people have mentioned the heat. Honestly, I've barely noticed it. It's only registered a little bit that it's like a hotter season. Oh, we got several new people on. Or several more people on, I should say. Could have been people who were on earlier. Hey, let's not get into barking. Yeah, okay, you're climbing up. Yeah, okay, here you come. All right. I know, you like to be on the show. You're the star. You're the star. I'm just here to be climbed on. But honestly, the heat, even in Leon, I don't really notice it. I was out, where was I just the other day? In jeans, in the middle of the day, walking around somewhere. Now because I met with Marcos and Rosemary, who were on at least earlier in the video. I don't know if they're still on. They're normally asleep now, so they're probably not on. But they met me for lunch at Gecko's, and so I was in long sleeves and jeans in downtown Leon, and of course in the restaurant. It's kind of breezy, but. Walking down the street to like go to my car and stuff, it was totally comfortable being out. And the heat, by the time we left, it was probably 1:30, right? So it's right about at the peak of the day. Doesn't get much hotter than 1:30. Technically 3 o'clock might be the hottest, but that's kind of the peakish periods there, and it really wasn't bad. So obviously a lot of it is because I'm used to it now. So that has changed, but it's noticeable how used to it I am sometimes. Which I can remember when Leon was unbearable, and I could not possibly deal with it. There's no way I could wear jeans. I remember when we used to go to restaurants a lot more often when we first got here. We would go out at night, and even at night we'd be like, okay, can we go out at 8 instead of 7 so it cools down a little bit more? And we gotta sit under a fan, and we gotta wear the coolest clothes possible. And now we go out at 5 in jeans. You don't worry about a fan, and it never even occurs to you that it's warm, right? Like that has changed so much for us. So this hasn't been bad. Although we did hit, I feel like I saw it at 97, 98 the other day, and someone mentioned Rosemary mentioned when they landed at the airport, it was 102. Richard says, I know quite a few people are also moving from Costa Rica to Nicaragua. Too expensive now in Costa Rica. We're definitely getting a lot from there. Brookville Life says, have you made a video regarding the free trade zone status? Can an American import-export company register for free trade zone status? So the Zona Franca is the local expression that he's looking for there. Yes, to the best of my knowledge, there's no restriction on American companies being in the free trade zone, right? Lots of companies from different countries are in the free trade zone. There's no specific restriction against Americans, so you should have no problem there. We do have someone from Canada currently looking at setting up in the free trade zone. Had run into no obstacles so far. I'm a drunk guy. Did Nicaragua go down, or didn't I save it correctly? It's not down, it's broken. It's not quite the same thing, depending on how you look at it. If you go to it, the page is there. Something went wrong. I'm working on it. It's actually the underlying code. We do not build Nicagram. We run it. It is pixel fed is the code under the hood, and something has gone wrong with their latest build, and it is down. I don't know why. The diagnostics are not helping us. We're not getting the information from them that we would hope to get. So we're a bit upset about that because we put a lot of work into that, and our ability to update it like and I don't have a lot of free time, so getting this fixed for something of which there is no leads at all on it is really frustrating. So that sucks. We really want to be able to run this and have it available, and we will get it back, but something has happened to it. But if you go to the webpage, it is there. It's just not doing what it's supposed to do. Yes, but yeah, an American import-export company can definitely use the free trade zone. That should be no problem at all. Hey, who just growled at who and why? Oh, we got 26 people on now. Yeah, we got a slowly climbing contingency of late night people. Milton Ramirez says, have gasoline prices increased a lot in Nicaragua? They've not increased at all. I'm not aware of a single change whatsoever. It's been completely stable. Now, we're normally higher than the U.S. as a starting point. Not always, but generally. And so that it hasn't gone up, we have a lot more room for stabilization than the U.S. does. The U.S. is just rising to get up to where we already were. So it's not as impressive as it sounds, but since we get our fuel, we're told, from Iran, we're in good shape. Now, someone mentioned we're getting some from, it's now passing through China to get to us, to get it at the prices so that we're getting Chinese refineries, so it's coming through a different path, but it's still Iranian fuel oil that is getting to us. And with that, hang out for a few minutes, guys. I am going to take a quick bathroom break. Oh, it didn't work. What? What is that? Oh, I know why. Janet says, so I was gone for a couple of hours and you are still here. I did leave my computer listening, however. Hey, Janet, I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break and I will be back in not long at all. Might find a snack or something, but let's go. Boom. Hey, there we go. Oh, it doesn't quite cover the window, does it? There we go. All right. See you guys in a few minutes. Oh, all three dogs ready to run out. Maybe we've got Okie dokie. How is it going? Let's see. Hey, everyone's still here. That is awesome. Good job on not leaving. All right, what do we got? Gasoline prices. I was gone. Nika Flow 89 got back a few days ago, spent about 2 days in Leon, and man, that new entrance near the stadium is so beautiful. Traffic's still a little sucky, but beggars can't be choosers. That new entrance is really cool. The new Zona Viva with the restaurants in front of the stadium itself. That new road along the stadium is really nice. The new gas station is nice. The Pronto has a big improvement. They upgraded Ruben Del Rio there. They need to go up the bypass a little bit and do some stuff there, but it's been really good. Like it's looking nice. It's very cool coming into town. Janet says something will be listening, but I might be something will be listening, but I will be in class. Ron says Leon has snacks. I'm on the way. Yes, Leon has snacks. I'm a drunk guy. I've seen gas prices pretty constant in the times I've been there. Higher than in the U.S. most of the time, but it seems like the cars are built better or the distance helps. The gas is the least of our worries in Nicaragua, more like where are we going next? Yeah, so here we have a couple things going for us. One is we have non-U.S. cars. So cars outside of the U.S. tend to be tuned for better fuel efficiency in general. Here we have so our prices are high, but our octane's really high. Right now, it's not. I understand that it's not as high as it seems because the U.S. does octane differently than other places. So it's not that it's like the insane higher that you think it is, but it is higher. So we have a higher octane gas than you normally can get in the U.S. at a little bit higher price than you normally pay in the U.S. So it's a little bit misleading as to just how expensive it is, because how do you directly compare? That's the first piece, and then. My computer's running low on space. Dun, dun, dun. So it's very difficult trying to figure out how much we're actually paying in direct comparison. And then we have smaller cars and more fuel-efficient cars, and our highways are 50 kilometers an hour, so we go places very slowly, and the distances are tiny. And so we drive so little. It may seem like we drive a lot, but like, for example, I was driving the Suzuki around. I think I made it 2 weeks on one tank of gas, which included going to and from Managua to the airport, right? Like, or maybe going to Managua twice. I can't remember, but it was some serious distances, and it was all done on one tank of gas. One tank of gas. And so, yeah, even if gas is twice as expensive, we barely notice in most cases. Now, people who are driving the Hilux around to show off that they can have trucks and are driving all over in a Hilux, yeah, they start to notice. But most of us, definitely the cost-conscious Nicaraguans, we are not feeling anything from the raise in prices up north. It's just not happening. All right. Estoy en camino, pues. Okay, Ron is on the way. There's a spot called Dorado, famous panaderia there, highly recommended. Oh, yes, I've been to Dorado. They are really good. I had them on the show one time. Diego says, Milton, no, the government has kept the price of gasoline artificially extremely high for years. It's not really extremely high. That is not true. When I moved here when I moved back, I always say that. When I moved back in 2021, when I moved here permanently, the fuel was the same as the U.S., higher than Texas, lower than California. It was just a U.S. price. And it basically hasn't changed. What's different is the U.S. came down in the interim and now is going back up. And so, yes, they do keep the price of gas here artificially high, but artificially high, they're keeping it in line with like Europe. right? Most of the world that is not fuel producers know that gas creates problems, right? Creates pollution. It represents wear and tear on the roads. It creates a drain on society. And so most civilized societies charge extremely high on gas for two reasons. One, they're making people who are using gas pay for the things that it does. And two, they want to discourage the use of gas. If you can get a car that's electric, you don't pay those things. If you have a sail powered car, you don't pay those things, right? If you want to bicycle somewhere, you don't pay those things. And so they do it for a very obvious reason. And it's actually, I hate that the U.S. Subsidizes, and I don't know if Venezuela does the same thing, right? They keep the prices super low. It's terrible because it makes people just waste gas because it's so cheap, who cares? And so I really hate that. I like that Europe keeps it really, really high. What's the... Just gonna see what people are paying. So a gallon, is this really current? Supposedly this is current. Hold on, got to do a bunch of conversions. Yeah, a current gallon in Norway is pushing $9, right? That's not double Nicaragua, but it's getting there, right? So that's high. We're really low compared to our competition countries, because Nicaragua, in many ways, is more in line with the Nordic countries than with places like the U.S. So is it artificially high? In a sense. But in other ways, it's artificially low. It's still not enough to cover all of the costs generated by it. Diego says, yes, the increase in prices really doesn't affect us because we were screwed by our government. We are definitely not screwed by the government. You are getting a very reasonable price gas. That is American propaganda tricking you into thinking that low-cost gas is a good thing, and that if you're not low, that makes it high. It is not. That is absolutely not the case. I'm a Drunk Guy says, if you're talking about the U.S., then what you say is true. Right. The U.S. basically subsidizes the oil industry, right? Like, remember, Nicaragua has to buy their gas overseas and ship it in. The U.S. is producing it locally. The U.S. is now the world's largest producer of oil, and it's the major refinery. So the U.S. isn't shipping gas at all. It's all just local, all of it, everything. Nicaragua is bringing it from Iran, taking it through China, getting it all the way here. We don't make money on it. It's 100% loss. So you want to do everything you can to protect the economy. Raising the price of gas is part of that. If they were to sell it at cost, that would be a dangerous thing to screw over the Nicaraguan people. That's what screwing over the Nicaraguan people would look like. But the U.S. wants really heavily to make people think that that would be a good thing. Right, that somehow having cheap gas encourages the economy, right? How would it do that, right? If the gas is, there's a difference between you want to get your power as cheaply as possible, but it doesn't mean you want your people to choose it as cheaply as possible. You want, if there's going to be a cost to the fuel, it's better to have it go into the public coffers than to have it go to foreign powers. And so Nicaragua is taking measures to reduce the amount of outflow of economic value out of the country, while promoting good behavior inside the country. As far as I'm concerned, the price in Nicaragua is low, and too low. I think it should be up at least 20%. And someone on one of the videos several months ago said, well, tell that to the poor of Nicaragua. And I said, I am telling it to the poor of Nicaragua. I am yes, it is frozen. It's not a market price. It's not a market price in most of the world. Only countries that are irresponsible use market price on something that damages the environment and harms the economy and the people, right? That is not, market price does not apply to things that use the public good, right? I'm a drunk guy says, us Americans need to travel more to see things in other places. The grass in sometimes greener in third world countries, which I think Nicaragua is there, definitely a second, if not first, from what I've seen. There's so many ways, like our gas prices are first world gas prices. U.S. prices are third world gas prices, right? The third world tends to keep gas really low because, well, people want to drive and it makes them happy, right? Whereas first world countries, like the Nordic countries, Nicaragua, keep it high because they're trying to convince the public to do good things that are best for it overall. Nika Flo says, I drove a Nissan Frontier diesel 4x4 for 2 weeks, several trips to and from Managua to Granada, one to Leon, several nights driving to and from restaurants, completely emptied the tank twice, spent about 160, in my opinion, for the safety of lugging a truck around. That is amazing. Diego says, they froze it in the biggest part of the spike in 2022, and they told everybody that it was to keep it cheaper for the people, and the price went down, and they didn't unfreeze it. It's still too low, right? You can't argue that it's not too low. It's ridiculously low. So what? I mean, I get that they took advantage of a spike in 2022 when they were in line with U.S. prices, and they used that opportunity to ease the pain of adjusting closer to an appropriate price for gas. But it's still cheap, right? We're still on the cheap side of non-gas producing, non-fuel producing countries. If we were making our own fuel, refining our own fuel, that's terrible for the environment, but at least you can make an economic argument for it. But as long as our fuel comes from overseas, every penny spent on gas is a destruction of the Nicaraguan economy. You want it super high. The official line is that they do it to make it cheaper for the public, not to save the environment or pollution. Well, that's because the public isn't smart, right? Why would they tell you something that's obviously helping the environment and fighting pollution and say it's making it cheap? You say that because people care about cheap. They don't care about the environment. So the government's making people learn, right, do what's good for them even if they don't prioritize it themselves, right? Yeah, I get it. The public isn't smart anywhere, right? That's why democracies are kind of a struggle, because the average voter will destroy the world because it sounds good, right? Understanding that high cost gas is better for the poor is not something that normal people understand. And so telling people reality, and this is crap, right? But this is something the internet has exposed a lot, and AI even more than just search engines. But the number of people who are able to understand what AI is, even though it's incredibly simple, it's a language statistics engine, that alone should be enough to just explain what it is. You don't know how to build one yourself, but it tells you what's going on really clearly. And yet, try to find someone who actually can understand that. And yet people use it and depend on it. They depend on a linguistic statistics engine. That's a scary thing, that people depend on something without even knowing what it is. And they use terms like artificial intelligence, and people don't go and say, wow, it's not artificial intelligence, obviously. What the hell are you talking about? Nobody does that, even though obviously it isn't. Someone on the channel just 2 days ago said, has Nicaragua passed laws to ban AI data centers? Which highlights how much people have no clue what they're talking about. How do you ban an AI data center? You can't define an AI data center. What the hell makes a data center AI, right? Yeah, marketing. You can say that AI companies are using a data center and then say that's an AI data center. But even that may or may not be true. But as someone who works with data centers and AI, you can't actually make a useful definition about what makes this place an AI data center or not, partially because none of it, not one single thing, is artificial intelligence in the slightest. So that alone makes it a very complicated thing. But you can say, well, we're just using the wrong terms. We can call it LLMs. Okay, great. So you say we have an LLM data center, but you can't really define that easily, because what makes something an LLM data center? Every place uses LLM and no place uses only LLM. So what makes a data center an LLM data center? Someone's going to say, well, percentage. Okay, great. How do you define the percentage that's used in things like that? Now you're talking about processor cycles. Are you talking about RAM? And how do you define which parts are and are not the LLM, right? This is really complicated. You could come up with some rule eventually, but it would be nonsensical and people would just work around it because literally every desktop is doing LLM today. Google just got caught putting a 4 gig mini model into their Chrome browser. Every single person running Chrome is running LLM data centers on their desktop. Is your house now outlawed? No, of course not. Right? Now, of course, you can say it's not a data center, but now you got to define a data center. Which, yeah, there are things that are obviously data centers and things that are obviously not, but there's a huge gray zone in between where most things exist. And if you were to write a definition of what a data center is in your mind, you would find that many of the things you normally would associate with data centers actually turn out not to be, and many of the things that you would associate with LLMs not to be. The point being, normal people cannot begin to come close to being told reality or they will be upset. So if you want to do good things for people, you got to sometimes just either force it on them or convince them of the opposite. The U.S. did this when they wanted to nationalize a bunch of resources. They told them that, they didn't want people earning too much money. And people got upset that smart people were working really hard and earning too much money, which is weird, but it is... it's a strange thing, right? Because what they did was move money into the billionaires' pockets. But they didn't care because what they cared about was hard-working, actual working Americans who went to the office every day, put in 90, 100-hour weeks, studied their asses off to be able to do those jobs. They wanted to harm them. The fact that the money went into billionaires' pockets, oh, that's fine, right? So the government was like, oh, here's how we help the billionaires, just get people mad at the people who are working hard. Right? Because the people who are working hard, that makes sense. Oh, we hate people who work hard. They make us feel bad. So same here in the opposite, right? They call it cheap and most people just go, wow, it's cheap, right? They don't actually check. And now the price in the US is coming up to it, so we're pretty much back up to it anyway. But, the amount you just spent filling your car is the amount you've been filling your car since 2022. So, the big answer is, well, drive a cheaper car or drive less because that's what the goal is, right? And yeah, when I have to drive, I hate that the price of gas is as high as it is. Of course, I'd like to fill my tank for less, but not as much as I want to help the environment and make sure that people are on buses and try to get this country. Why is everybody in cars? Why aren't there trains yet? Why aren't there trams? Why aren't there cable cars? Why aren't there more buses? There's an awful lot of buses, right? They're coming in pretty fast. Why is everything set up to need to use cars? I just proposed to Intour taking the entire area of Las Bonitas and Ponaloya, putting a parking lot outside of the villages, and taking the whole thing to pedestrian. Are they going to listen to me? No, but I had the head of Intour sitting with me and proposed it as a resident who lives in the middle of the town. I will give up my cars, right? Is it inconvenient for me? It's incredibly inconvenient. I'm trying to think of the greater good rather than being like, well, for me personally, it'd be really handy to have a car, so screw everybody else, right? It would be wrong for me to be fighting for my car because it's not helping Nicaragua. It's not helping the people. It's not helping the environment. Everybody loses. If we get everybody towards public transportation, I hear my dogs running around, everybody wins. Right? Rising tide versus individualism. Edwin says, hi, Scott. I'm a drunk guy. Says, aside from gas prices, the quality of life is better, in my opinion, in Nicaragua. Sure, times are tough, but I've been to many Ipicas, Semana Santas, and plenty of people having fun and partying. And Digital says, I like that. I don't like the sounds from my dogs outside, but I think they're just playing. I always worry that they found a cat or something. But there's no screaming or barking, so I think they're just playing with each other. Yeah, I think I hear them running around the house now. We're up to 28 people. You helping with parking. That's, oh my gosh, right? For those who have spent time in the United States, you know how expensive it is to drive places because the distances are huge. You know how hard it is to get around cities because everything's a parking lot. Like, you know what it's like looking at American cities from the sky. It sucks. They're ugly. Everything's parking and everything's expensive and everything takes forever. And Nicaragua doesn't have that. We don't want that to happen here, right? And they have to take drastic measures because as the middle class are coming up and there's more and more money, people are going to be able to spend money in ways that will destroy the good parts of Nicaragua if we don't manage to get these other things in place, right? Until we get the trains in place, we gotta stop people from buying cars, right? And I know it sounds awful, like buy fewer cars, but we don't make cars here. The United States manufactures its own cars. That's why they're pushing cars. And those cars run on fuel made in the US. That's why they're pushing all of that. They get money from the poor by selling their zoning in such a way that they're trapped buying expensive cars and going through US made fuel that probably is marked up more than Nicaraguan fuel is, right? Because the market price in the US is nothing like the market price in Nicaragua. And that's how they keep the poor. It's one little tiny aspect, but that's who pays for those parking lots. I'm a drunk guy said, I meant appropriation of one's funds to enjoy life and not worry as much. The bus system there is awesome. It really is. Diego says, I didn't have a car in 2022. I'm really young. I was forced to be on the buses. So the thing we want is more buses and trains, right? Once we have trains going places, oh my gosh, that will be a dream. It's so sad that the U.S. managed to get Nicaragua to take out the trains in the 90s. I mean, they were old trains and ugly, so, it wasn't going to be perfect. But if we could get new trains in here, it will completely change Nicaraguan life. It'll be so cool. There is something just about seeing trains, right? When I lived in Europe, I remember living in Romania, which if you've never been, Romania is just fantastic. And I was in Timișoara, and I remember being up on a hillside and looking down, and there's a it's a tiny city, real small train station down there, but it was kind of modern, had kind of a cool look to it. And their trains there are smaller because it's not a huge population, and they kind of look like monorails in Disney World, right? They're kind of modernish. They got kind of a look to them like that. And this little train just came swooping in out in the countryside. It's in Transylvania, and comes into the train station. And just watching it happen is like magic. Trains just are gorgeous in the countryside, and they represent so many people moving so safely. There's so much to love about trains, even just seeing it happen. And I miss that so much. I miss being in Romania with the trains. We took a lot of trains in Romania. We took trains to Bulgaria, trains to Moldova. You can go everywhere there by train. And being on the train at night and being able to sleep on the train is so cool. And being able to take trains at dinner time and having a full dinner with a glass of wine and a full meal. And the food's not fantastic, but it's pretty decent on the European trains. And it's just so enjoyable sitting on a train, going to your destination, enjoying a leisurely meal. There's no reason to hurry. You're just going to be on a train, right? And there's always power plugs to plug in and do stuff. It's nice. It's so cool. That's what we need here. That ability to go from Chinandega to Managua and Granada all on a quick, silent little train. Doesn't have to be big. Doesn't have to be super fast. Who cares if it's fast? If you're on a train, you don't care if you're getting there at the same speed you are by car, right? Let's say it takes 2 hours to go from Leon to Managua by train. Who cares? 2 hours is nothing on a train. In a car, it sucks, right? You're bored. You're stuck sitting. You can't really do anything. There's a few things you can do, but it's not that exciting, right? But if you're on the same 2 hours on a train, well, you can walk around. You got big, comfy seats. You can plug in your laptop. You can set up a laptop and actually do something. You can put in an iPad and watch something. Right? So you can watch a movie or you can work on something because you're not bouncing around. You can type. You can really be productive. You can go get food and enjoy a leisurely meal. You can just stand up and stretch and stuff. It's not a big deal. You can take lots of luggage with you. You don't have to worry about that. You can stare out the window and generally not get motion sick. Also a big deal for my kids. It's neat. And I would happily 2 hours, especially if they run at night. That would be so amazing. I really think we need a train station out near where the oh, I can't think of it, the big Seoul gas station is. That whole area in Leon should be turned into a giant train station, unless they come right into downtown, which would be cool if they could get the space, because we have the old station that's still there. But a big station with all the restaurants and different things in it, all kinds of activity, and you just pull in, and then the buses come from there and go to Sutiava, so you just get off the train, get on a bus, go to Sutiava in 10 minutes. That would be just a dream. And then the train goes on to Chinandega and points north. Being able to, my future, I envision that my kids will want to live in Santo Domingo, and being able to hop a train off to Santo Domingo in the morning and spend the day with my kids, hang out, do stuff, have dinner, have late drinks, and then head to the train station, right? Because I'm sure a train station will be along the Messiah Road somewhere, right? So just go to the train station that's along there, maybe take a taxi, maybe walk, maybe they'll be close enough to walk, and hop the train that's heading out west, and just off you go. And even if it's 2-3 hours, I don't care. And just relax on the train and have this beautiful ride out and get off in Leon and not have to worry about anything in between, but be able to do it late at night. The buses really can't do that at night. The shuttles, it's dangerous. But the trains don't have to worry about that stuff, things in the road, things they can't see. When I lived in New York City, which is one of the very few places in the U.S. that has trains, we lived outside of Manhattan, but I worked on Wall Street. And so originally we had lived in New Jersey, and I took the tunnel. We had a subway that went into the office, and that was pretty cool. The Jersey train was nothing to write home about, but it got me in on a train. I rode a train for a really long time, from west to east, and then when we moved to downstate New York in the Hudson Valley, I would take I had multiple trains. I could take the MTA or Amtrak up to the MTA would go right to my door almost, but if I caught Amtrak, it would go up to Croton on Hudson, and from both I would walk to the house, which was for a ways, and but it was amazing, right? Even though the train ride was over an hour, I would go into Grand Central and get on the train, and you just the whole train station experience is so cool, and then getting on a train is so relaxed, right? Like it's no effort whatsoever. Right, it's not complicated, it's not stressful, it's not like a flight. And going into like Grand Central, and I remember now, it's funny, I haven't talked about this or thought about this in years. And I would be in Grand Central, and you know your track, you're just looking at the board, all right, I'm on this track, and you go into the little spot, and your train pulls up, and you just get onto the train. There's hardly anybody there, because I would do it late at night, I would always be working late. And you just get on the train and chill, it's safe, it's easy. I'd always buy a snack in the train station. I worked on Wall Street. I could afford train snacks. And of course, Grand Central is just full of great places, good food, all kinds of cool stuff in Grand Central. If you're of things I miss in the U.S., life in Manhattan is one of them. Manhattan was really cool. It really was. I'm so glad that I put in those years. It makes me sad that there's so much I don't remember from it. It makes me sad that my kids didn't really get to grow up with it enough to... They remember New York City, but they don't remember living in New York City. There is a cultural uniqueness to Manhattan that just nothing else has. And sometimes, like my kids right now are binging Friends, I've said a few times. And watching that does take me back to, I used to live there. I used to work there. And we were similar ages. And Friends to me is like a blend. I had a very Friends TV show-like existence for a while in Ithaca, New York, and then lived in Manhattan with my wife, and not with a big group of friends. And it's such a cool, unique thing. It's nothing like the rest of the United States, and not in a good or bad way. It's just different. And going to restaurants, going to little shops in Manhattan is different. It feels like big European cities. You know, it feels like Montreal or something like that for the most part. And Grand Central sticks in my mind as like, oh, a little wine shop, ooh, a little cheese shop, ooh, a little sandwich shop, and all the things it was exciting to walk around waiting for my train and do some shopping. It really was nice. And the little villages near where we lived, because we lived in on the Hudson. We lived like right on the Hudson. And all these little villages with cute little restaurants, and they're all fantastic, right? Very competitive, very expensive, but very competitive there. You know, and we thought we were going to be there for a long time. We bought our home as the first. That's where we really learned not to buy houses, and we bought our home for our eldest daughter because we were pregnant with her when we moved there, and we were sure that the Hudson Valley, that downstate New York, was going to be our home. And we had this cute little house in the rolling hills. And if anybody knows the show Facts of Life, we actually had a house on the grounds of the school from the Facts of Life. But those train rides along the river, oh, the views of the river, the views of the Bronx. You know, you spend part of the train ride going through, you know, Washington Heights and you know, seeing Manhattan and Harlem and all that. And then you go through the Bronx, and it's the gritty Bronx and Yonkers, and then the beautiful skimming along the Hudson as you go through Westchester. And then we lived in Westchester, in northern Westchester. And just what a great experience that was to have I live on the Hudson. You know, it was pretty cool. And we lived there twice. When my daughter was born, that's where she was born. We were living there, and then we moved away for a really long time, and then we moved back when they were. Well, I guess we didn't move away a really long time. She was born in 2008. We bought the place in early 2008. We lived there through 2008 and 2009. In late 2009, we moved to Texas. In late 2013, we moved back, right? About Halloween, we moved back. And it was really cool. I miss that. That is something I miss. Every so often, there's a thing back in the U.S. that hits me as, I miss that. I think we're going to be in New York City in 3 weeks from tonight. I won't get to see any of it, which is going to suck. Because I wish we were in Manhattan. I wish we were taking the train. I wish we were just zipping around town. Even though it would be a pain in the butt and waste a bunch of effort, it'd be good to see it again. In Digital says a train route from the U.S., Mexico to all of Central and South America. My gosh, that I can't even imagine how wonderful that would be. I would never stop riding the train. My channel would be Scott Allen Miller is living on a train. We'd rename it and we'd do a live stream from the train. I would never do anything else. It would be fantastic. No, but they are proposing and working on an all Central America and Mexico one, which will be amazing. And it's supposed to be done in a reasonable amount of time. I really hope it really happens because it'll be just so fantastic. That is the New York trains, the European trains. There is nothing like it. Nothing. I'm really hoping that the trains in Algeria are good. I want to experience that and really explore Algeria and try that out. So fingers crossed. And of course, you know, China has great trains. Japan has great trains. Korea. I think a lot of Southeast Asia. But, you know, like Africa and Latin America are really lacking in trains. And they would benefit so much. I know South America's geography makes it very, very difficult. But I did ride trains in Argentina. It's great. They don't have as many as they should, but the ones they have are nice. Diego says, buses are always late and racing each other. I've been forced to hold myself outside of the bus to get to my destination, grabbing for my life. I've been pickpocketed, yelled at. Yeah, that stuff sucks. They could improve that a bit. You need a lot more buses as part of it. Nika Flow, 1,000%. For about 10 years, I lived in Frisco, Texas, which is awesome. I lived in Carrollton, Texas, so right next to you. Worked in downtown Dallas. I worked by the airport. 8 of those 10, I took the DART. Oh, I used to live right by the DART in Carrollton. Anytime we went, we always took the DART into the city. Took about the same amount either by car or train, but my mental stress was so much less by train. I used to be a member of the Tower Club downtown, and we would always take the DART down to go to the Tower Club in the Thanksgiving Tower. I love doing that. I would walk from home all the way to the DART, which was far, and get on the DART either in Carrollton or in Farmers Branch, and ride the DART down. It's not nearly as good on the DART as it is on the train going along the Hudson, but the DART worked really well. That's a tram system, whereas the one in New York is a full train going up the same tracks as the Amtrak. So nice riding the DART, so easy. Now that I'm picturing it, I can picture exactly going right through the middle of Dallas on all the different train lines. We would go down there to AT&T to go. I saw Pink Martini down there. That was great. We used to go to the opera down there. I saw Aida there. That was great. It was cool. I miss that. I miss being able to ride the trains places. In digital, the Pan American. Will they allow chickens on the train there? I mean, of course. Diego says, being next to someone really smelly or pushed like a sardine. A bus driver almost killed me because he was raving with another one and accelerated before I stepped out. Oh, geez. Yeah. Trains sound fun, though. Trains are fun. They're not fun because they're fast or anything. They're fun because they are so chill and so safe and so easy, so comfortable. It's funny how many people, once you've been in good trains, everybody who's been on good trains just raves about trains. We all want to be on trains all the time. It is what we want to do. I've done the train between Dallas and Oklahoma for work. That was good. I used to take the train between New York and Ohio to go see my family. A couple times I've lived in American places that actually had functional trains. Sometimes I would take the train to see my wife's family. She would be visiting her family, and so she'd have the car. And I would just take the train out of Rochester. And it's not very far, right? Just Rochester to Utica, which is like 2 cities. So there's maybe 4 stops tops along that route. Very, very short, very cheap, very easy. But it was great. You get on the Amtrak at Rochester, beautiful train station. You stand outside, so easy. There's 10 people out there, hardly anybody. Get on it, grab a beer. It's about 2-3 hours out to Utica. Just beautiful scenery, smooth as can be. Get to Utica, get off, and you're in a beautiful train station in downtown Utica. Right there with, in both cases, restaurants and all kinds of things. I've actually ridden out of the Rochester station a lot. We used to make a point of taking the train anytime we could. We wanted to support Amtrak. We wanted to, we carried Amtrak frequent travel miles and all kinds of stuff. It was good. I hate that Amtrak blocks the website here. They're just jerks about it. They're like, no, we're not going to let people in Nicaragua, even Americans in Nicaragua, don't get to see what the schedules are or anything. It's completely ridiculous. Like, guys, I can log into a computer somewhere else and see it. Like, you're not actually hiding it from me. You're just being jerks about it. What did I miss? Brookville Live from Catskill, New York. The area is magical. Oh, it is. It's really nice down there. And Digital says it could be a good move too, right? DC's system works. Yeah, Washington, D.C. has a pretty decent train system. Theirs is an above-ground subway. It's not like a train system, but yeah, it's pretty good. But the Amtrak comes through. I think it would be a fantastic move for the region. I think good trains would completely revitalize Central America across the board. I think people would. It would change. It would change tourism. It would change business. It would really, really make a completely different region. I'm going to see if Amtrak works from Belize. Oh, it does. Oh, I see how it is. Diego says, I wanted to take the Bright Line from Miami to Orlando, but surprisingly, flying was cheaper and faster. So it's not really surprisingly, it's just sad. The U.S. does a lot to ensure that trains don't do well because it doesn't support the American vision for people. So unfortunately, they don't make it too easy. I'm checking out the New York City to Rochester line just to see what the options are. I'm so glad you don't have to do round trip on Amtrak. Nika Flo, dude, I'm now living in Addison. Ha! What are the odds? We now have a silver line from Grapevine to DFW Airport. I was there when the silver line was built. I watched them build that, so I was aware of it. I feel like I've ridden it. But that's pretty cool. So I lived really close to Addison, close enough that I used to walk there. Brian Watson, who's often on the live stream, I think he left now, but B. Watson, who's on, he and I used to go out drinking in Addison all the time. That's hilarious. I've gone flying out of Addison Airport. Boy, who do we know as an... Man, I used to do so much stuff in Addison. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, Addison's nice. I like the Addison area. We talked about moving there from Carrollton. We kicked around the idea, but we would be there quite a bit. Oh, they've experienced an unknown error. They cannot look up rail travel because they're Amtrak. Basically, their systems just don't work. That is the crux of the issue. With oil issues, trains will get some push. I don't think so. That is not how America works. Diego says, I'm not eager for a Central American train system. What? Would it have any border control? Of course it has border. Well, remember, there's no need for border control in the CA4. You're already inside the border. But when it comes in and out of Mexico, of course there's border control. When it goes into Costa Rica, of course there's border control. You have to have border control. How does it work? Planes have border control. I don't really want the MS-13 to have easy access to the country. You think trains? So this is one of those weird things, right? This is like, in the U.S., you get this argument, oh, we don't want the poor to have access to the city centers, so we don't put in public transportation. Public transportation does not move the people like that. So how do you think MS-13 could gain any additional access to Nicaragua by having a train? Right? That makes zero sense. Trains would make it so that you could have business. In fact, it would keep MS-13 less likely to have access to the country by encouraging economy. It would help get MS-13 out of the region. Not very much, but crippling your economies are exactly the last thing you do if you want to discourage cartels. Right, because if MS-13 could get on a train, they can also get on a bus. They can also just drive across the border. They could also take a flight. Right? The controls are the same. So where's the logic here, right? We want Nicaragua to suffer so that MS-13 has no additional ability to get in the country. So how does it work? Do all the people need to come out and then go in again? So it varies by how they do it, but if you're at the Romania to Bulgaria border, yeah, everyone gets off the train and you do a full train switch. If you're doing it like they do from Romania to Moldova, then border control comes on the train and they go row by row and do your inspections there. U.S. to Canada is done like that on the train, or was in the past. Every place is different as to how they do it, but it's a very universal system. They do it everywhere in the world, and it's a standard border control, right? Say the same thing. What do you do with buses, right? wow, they're just going to go over the board. No, of course. Either they come on the bus and they inspect you, which can happen here, or they make everyone get off and go through the building. That's normally what they do, and then the bus just pulls up and picks you up there. Either way, super, super, super simple. Right. Now, is it annoying that you have to do that? Yeah. Are there other options? Yes, there are. So what some places do is that you go through a border control before you get onto the train, and then the train area that you're in is locked, meaning so you can, let's say you had a train in Managua, let's say you had a train in Chinandega, and you have border control at Chinandega because it's the last stop, right, in Nicaragua, and it's heading northbound, so it's going to go to Honduras, but it's going to go west into El Salvador as well. Okay, so you're just going to go up and get on the train, and when you do, you go through border control there. This is an option. So if you go through and you're heading to Honduras, you go into a Honduran car. If you're going to El Salvador, you go into an El Salvador car. And so if you're on the train and you're going through Honduras, the people who are going to Honduras can get off at the probably 2 or 3 Honduran stops that are along that path. The other cars don't open. You can't get on, you can't get off. Now, there would be new cars that as you're coming along that would be for El Salvador for Hondurans, right? Normally, Nicaraguans would exit into Honduras and there'd be an empty car, and then that would become a Honduras to El Salvador car. They'd scan people in. And then when you get to El Salvador, all the places that had scanned for El Salvador would open up and those people could get off. There's a number of ways that you can do it. That's generally pretty complex. Normally you do that if you're passing through like one country with a lot of people, but I've seen that done as well. Europe used to have a lot of controls for this. They got rid of them when they went to the Schengen zone, which has made it that they don't have to do any of that. We also don't need to do any of that because you don't have to go through border control between those countries. So even if you are MS-13, you do have the right to move between all of those freely because you're already inside the border, assuming you're MS-13 inside the border. MS-13 does exist in Nicaragua. They just don't operate as MS-13, right? When you're in Nicaragua, they can't operate as a cartel. They are just individual people. Right, but if they pass through to Costa Rica, they become MS-13 again. That is how it works here. So there's actually a bit of protection, much more so than keeping them out. That's not actually what the thing is that Nicaragua does. It actually does not allow cartel activity in the country, and so the behavior is very different. If you're sneaking in from El Salvador, which they do, they hunt you down, and it's pretty effective. But if you're coming in formally and legally, then they're able to move around like anyone else. He says, oh, in that case, it's okay. I thought it would be just like a free-for-all. Why would trains become a free-for-all and not buses, cars, walking over the border, or planes? The whole world does not lose its mind just because there's trains. Oh, Scott, I wanted to share with everyone that the translation software these days is incredible. Which translation software? Europe based on trains. Yes. Diego says the cart system makes a lot of sense. I thought they wanted to do something like the Schengen zone. So it is a Schengen zone, right? We already have done that. We did it long ago. That's why we can't do our border resets up at Honduras because it's not a full border control. There is a security check at the border currently, but it's a very soft one. The border official can deny you entry here, and you need to pass the control. You can. It's a little bit different than the Schengen, but they're really restricted on how much they're supposed to be allowed to stop you from moving in. It's supposed to be just a check that you are allowed to be where you already were because you're already inside the zone. There's no visa stamp. There's no passport stamp for moving between the countries because you are legally already within your country. So it is a bit different, but they do still have that security check. But that, honestly, I don't think that check is doing very much, right? The ability to walk over the border is unlimited, right? There is absolutely no border control between Nicaragua and Honduras. That border is insanely long and mostly unmonitored. So people who are trying to sneak in just do. Same thing with Costa Rica. People are crossing that border all the time in both directions. And it's a ton. It's very, very hard to patrol. That's why they have so much patrols out on the roads that go along because the distances are really long. So if you're not doing highway travel, it'll take you forever to get anywhere. But it's not, you know, if your fear is cartels, the cartels have access, right? But it's not getting them anywhere. They're not able to establish anything for other reasons, right? It says all of them. Oh, just in general, translation software has improved so much. I know Apple's has gotten pretty good. Google's has gotten better. It used to be pretty bad not that long ago. Trying to get Amtrak to work. Trying to figure out, is it just intentionally blocking Central America? It blocks completely even viewing it from Nicaragua. From Belize, it doesn't work. Oh no, even from the US, it doesn't work. Amtrak just doesn't work. But that's not surprising. That has been an overall problem with with Amtrak for forever. There's a NICA specific by region translation. Oh, that's cool. I'm trying to go from NYP to ROC, which I've done so many times. Is it that there are no trains anymore? Have they just given up on train travel? Has the U.S. collapsed to that degree, or do they just not have working computer systems? They claim that there's a route. The Maple Leaf, depart Moynihan. There we go. Departs at 7:15 a.m., 10:20 a.m., 1:20 p.m., and 3:40 p.m. Oh, there's such inconvenient times. There's no way your flight's going to get in and be able to make that train on the Lakeshore Limited. And the train takes 7 hours, which is a little bit long. It's not completely unreasonable, but it's a bit. Diego says, talking about blocking, I'm enjoying using Claude. Yeah, I have it loaded up, but I haven't really started using it yet. How fast are you burning through your credits? I'm guessing that you just killed everything in like minutes. We got a solid, I mean, it's only 22 people, but 22 people on right now, and we're up to 776 views. We're in a completely different category of views. Last time we were almost at 600, but now we're almost at 800. Okie dokie, I've spent $250 this month on Anthropic. Okie dokie. So you didn't just, wait, you got 2.5 times their largest plan? Is that, because it's their big monthly plan is just $100 a month. $250 in 2 days, 3 days. Greg says, "Hey Scott, everyone, first time I've been on the live chat. Hey, welcome. I'm from Campbell River on Vancouver Island. I'm a few weeks away from moving to Nicaragua. Wow, and have been watching the videos for months. Well, welcome. That's awesome. Welcome, Greg." It's cool. We're getting new people or new to the chat this late in the evening. I have a Git repository that is not happy. What is going on here? Oh, I see. That makes no sense. All right. There we go. Sorry, just had to fix something there. Let me go check my tickets. I don't think anything new has happened, but just in case. Nope, nothing going on. That's great. Very nice. Nicola, talking about New York, a while back made me want to go back and check on the street I grew up on there. Greenpoint, literally off the Pulaski Berg. Wild how much it's changed. Oh, I bet. Steve says, not to sponsor ChatGPT, but it's $100 a month and it doesn't overcharge like Anthropic. It's more efficient. ChatGPT here is $200 a month. Are you sure it's 100? We're definitely seeing 200 here. Diego says, we get the opposite, that Claude goes to 100, ChatGPT is 200. At least last I looked, I'm there pretty often. I have both. Diego says, I love that I do the thinking part and Claude does I love that I do the thinking part and Claude does the coding bit. Diego says, no, this month, okay. Remember, I was on Cursor, so no subsidized. Oh. Okay, it's the Opus 4.7 model, probably. Yeah. I haven't installed Claude Code. Oh, that's why you're going through so much. My gosh, Claude Code tops out at 100. Like, damn. So plus here. Oh, no, he's totally right. So I'm not sure what's happened, but I am positive it was 200. But you're right, it is 100 now on ChatGPT. That is far lower than it was. When did that happen? Yeah. At least this place I'm looking at, the April 2026 pricing was 200. So ChatGPT has been cut in half for their Pro model within the last few days. Nika Flo, good luck, Greg. Hope it's a positive experience and a smooth transition. My move date is the 20th of June. Indigenous says, do not trust Claude. Richard says, are you originally from Costa Rica, Greg? Greg says, I've been here for 12 years, originally from Alberta. Richard Johansson says, I'm pretty sure I'm related to at least half the people from Costa Rica, but left long ago now. Greg says, Scott, I have a whole bunch of questions. Well, shoot them over. And wondering what is the best way to connect with you. Email, video. Video is awesome. Love it when you do that. Email's fine if you need to, but definitely video. If we can put it on the show, that'd be great. Greg says, oh, nice, Richard. Are you in Nicaragua now? He is. Steve says, Codex app or Codex agent is ridiculously good for 100. It is ridiculously good for 100. That is half the price that it was. I was like 200. No, I can't justify that, but 100 probably can. Richard says, yes, most of my family is still in Costa Rica, but I left in 2011. Greg says, thanks, Nika Flo. Diego says, why Claude specifically? I don't really trust any LLM. Richard says, actually left in 2008. Why does Pro say 10 or 20 times more codex usage? 10 or 20? Which is it? I'll go with 20. Oh, maybe it's 10 times Go? I don't know. Pro reasoning with 5.5 Pro. What's Pro reasoning? Is that above the super high or whatever? It is nice that it's unlimited GPT 5.3. That's cool. Not that it's big, but at 100, because I'm already paying 20, right? So it's not like it's $100; it's $80 difference. We're carrying signs now. Greg, hey, fellow PNWer. I'm in Oregon. Pacific Northwester is what it is. I'm in Oregon with similar plans. What are you looking? Best of luck. Steve says, the $20 plan is okay for codex if you are careful with usage. I'm very careful with usage, and it's not okay. Diego says, I need to try the codex as well, but man, the OOEN API models stuck at front-end design. There's nothing like Opus or Sonnet with the front-end design skill. It is true. The front-end design of that is really good. But overall, I get really good results from Codex. I'm very happy with it. Steve says, you like rounded boxes, don't you, Diego? There is a bit of that. That is true. Greg says, okay, Scott, my biggest dilemma. You have talked a bit about bringing pets. I have a 2-year-old German short-haired pointer. I think I will be driving to Colorado to see friends, then to Nicaragua. Okay, it's doable. Diego says, the amount of times I've said to Opus to not use pills. Greg says, what is the best way to get my best buddy down there? I've seen the videos about horror stories. I mean, driving down from Colorado is one option. There are pet flights. Those can be good. If you talk to Gigi from Teamea Pets, she has some resources for flying animals down. That may be the best way to do it. Charter is what we did. Super expensive, but we chartered. The nice thing about a charter, we brought 2 animals with us. We all had seats, right? I had a seat. My wife had a seat. Both of my daughters had seats. The dogs flew in our laps. My big one that's over here laid in the aisle. Like, who cares? And they're like, it's your plane. Pack as much luggage you can get into it. So everything we wanted to bring to Nicaragua, we just kept shoving in the plane, right? And then we had unlimited whiskey and expensive Ferrero Rocher chocolates and stuff as we flew down. The whole thing was it was fantastic, right? It was a very, very good overall experience. So it was very expensive, but in 2 hours from Miami, and that was a secret, right? We drove to Miami to the nearest airport to minimize the time in the air because that's where the money comes from. So we drove our dogs to the airport. We had a private executive airport to wait with the dogs. It was all so chill. They didn't have to be in carriers. They didn't have to do anything. It was their plane. We just got on the plane and flew. And the whole thing was great. Yeah, expensive, but super luxury, perfect for the dogs. Got off. They were with us the whole time, came right through, no problems on any end. And the last thing that Nicaragua wants to do is mess with people coming in on private planes. Right? That is a general rule anywhere. We get, first of all, there's no line because you're not coming in with an airliner full of people. So everything was just us. Everything was minutes. And of course, they know you just paid outrageous amounts of money to fly down. So they know you're going to be spending money. They know that you're here for real. You're not someone who's like heard about this and is backpacking for the weekend. And so you really do get treated differently, and your pets get treated differently. So that works. But it's very expensive. Driving down, a number of people have done that, and pet services do have some protections that might do it. So those are kind of the options. Oh, excuse me. I have been on for 7 hours and 45 minutes. Diego says, I like purple gradients, Steve. I get all that with Codex. You don't need to go to Claude to get all the purple gradients and stuff. Trust me, Codex will do it. Diego says, ha ha ha. And Greg says, horror stories regarding having pets in the cargo, so I won't be doing that. Pet transfer charter, yep. Janet says, hey, you Pacific Northwesters, if you want sun and accept that with sunshine comes heat, especially at low elevations, Leon has totally improved my sad problems from living so long in Portland. Nico Flo says, I took my wiener dog to Nicaragua 2 weeks ago, flew through United, the whole vaccination health certificate, a pain, but through their DFW IAH airport, it was all a breeze, no issues when landing in Nicaragua either. Wiener dogs. I grew up with a little wiener dog. She was very sweet. She did not like kids, so it wasn't not the absolute best, but but she was my childhood dog, so I have a special place for the wiener dogs. Here we go. Pro plans from ChatGPT Pro. Pro $100, Pro $200. There are two plans. The Pro 100 is brand new. The Pro 200 is what we've had. So Pro 100 built for real projects for those who use advanced tools and models throughout the week with 5 times higher limits than Plus and 10 times Codex usage versus Plus for a limited time. And Pro 200, so it's only 5 times Plus, so you don't get any advantage. You're just paying for Plus 5 times over. If you don't use 100% of it, you're losing on a per task basis. Pro 200 for heavy lifting, run your most demanding workflows continuously, even across parallel projects, with 20 times higher limits than Plus and 25 times higher Codex 5-hour limits for a limited time. I hate the limited time stuff because it's like, okay, but that only counts for a little bit now. Yeah, if you want to get the really, really big benefits, you have to go to the 20, the 200. You can switch between the $100 and $200 Pro tier plans at any time. That's nice, but yeah, all right. I get it. Greg says, okay, thanks, Scott. I've seen the videos to not drive if you have a bit of a flashy vehicle and the stories of what to do with the car once down there. How long do you have to get the car out of Nicaragua? 30 days. You can do a tip renewal, but it's a pain in the butt, and then you get another 30 days, but one renewal is about the limits to what you'd want to consider doing. Did you see Goblin's issue? I was. Lol. I don't know what that's about. Richard says, I believe it's every 21 days you need to take your vehicle out. I think it's every 30. I don't think it's 21. That would be really crazy. Richard says, if you need to rent a vehicle, there's a ton of places just people renting their cars. Well, that doesn't help him. He's not bringing it to be a vehicle. He's bringing it to bring the dog. So it's a bit of a different problem. Having a car rented here doesn't solve getting the animals to and from. We're over 800 views now, so that's amazing. Why didn't you... Hasbar says, why didn't you pave the road? I don't know what the Goblin's issues refers to. I also don't know why I didn't pave the road. I don't know what that means. I'm checking the real-time numbers on the show. It's doing really well. Definitely a very solid live stream night. All right, he just sent me a link for this Goblins thing. I don't know what this is. Never talk about goblins. What? Starting with GPT 5.1, our models began developing a strange habit. They increasingly mention goblins, gremlins, and other creatures in their metaphors. Unlike modeled bugs that show up throughout a tanking eval or a spiking train metric and point back to a specific change, this one crept in subtly. A single little goblin in an answer could be harmless, even charming. Across model generations, though, the habit became hard to miss. The goblins kept multiplying, and we needed to figure out where they came from. The short answer is that model behavior is shaped by many small incentives. In this case, one of those incentives came from the training of the model for the personality customization feature, in particular the nerdy personality. We unknowingly gave particularly high rewards to metaphors with creatures. From there, the goblins spread. The goblins were funny at first, but the increasing number of employee reports became concerning. And interesting... At some point, someone got a goblin image when asking for something. Okay, that's really funny. In 5.4, it's... And so I don't use nerdy. I use efficient. And so if you look at efficient, it doesn't get the goblins. But if you're using nerdy, it's huge. Okay, that's funny. What a weird thing. I did not know about that. I'm so on the outside of those things. We were carrying signs now. I just refreshed to recount the likes. Does that add a view? I've always wondered about that. I don't know. If you just refresh, I think it figures out what's going on. If it does add a view, then it does it at the cost of view duration. And so that... that's actually more negative. Fewer views, a longer duration, I think is better, but it's kind of a draw. ChatGPT 5.5 just started turning every conversation into a reference of goblins and gremlin. It's so weird because I use 5.5 constantly. Both I use it in Windsurf and I use Codex directly. I have Windsurf, Junie, Codex, and Claude now. So I have 4 that I'm using with regularity, and and now obviously Claude is not that, but the others all use 5.5, and I've never had the word goblin or gremlin or anything of the sort ever appear, ever. So that's just news to me. So what was the comment about paving the road? There's a mosquito in here. I like never get mosquitoes. I get little gnats, but a mosquito, that's a change of pace. Richard says, this conversation is starting to remind me of when I would stay up till too late watching TV as a kid and all the weirder stuff would come on. That's how we roll. All right. Wiki's not open. I'm still wondering about that road. Does anyone know what they meant by the paving the road? Sometimes I feel like I just completely miss the context of what's being talked about. It's often a joke that just goes over my head. I'm just... if I sell a SaaS online and European Union people buy it just because it's on the internet, I mean, beholden to EU laws just because some rando bought it. Kind of. So the EU kind of operates like a global terrorist organization and does threaten companies around the world. So they'll threaten the Nicaraguan government with sanctions and stuff if they don't force you to do things that they want. It's absolutely awful. It's one of the reasons why I don't want to live there. They work very hard to extend their laws beyond their borders. They're very much like the U.S. It's colonialism, straight up, pure, unadulterated European colonialism in the tech space, and they don't have the ability to directly come after you, but they can do an awful lot. They can do things to cause problems. Jan says, I don't know about that paving the road thing either. Nico Flo says, like 6, 7, it was at that point I knew I was getting old. Ha! Diego says, the paving the road comment came out of nowhere. Yeah, it seems pretty haphazard. We're carrying signs now. I'd be driving down with one friend and 3 dogs, need to visit, check out where we live, then pack up and sell my house and make my way down, hopefully moving before October. If someone would... not 6, 7, like 67. So we're carrying signs now, and who was it? Greg. You guys should communicate, because maybe you want to drive down together, sharing a drive, bringing lots of dogs, if all the dogs could be together, could make it a lot more doable than trying to do it alone. The 67 thing, I don't get that as well. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused. Greg says, we're carrying signs. Yes, let's connect. I'm leaving British Columbia end of this month, heading to Colorado Springs, going to figure out how to get Otto down safely, as that is my biggest priority. Oh, the puppies. Oh, Nika Flo says, LMAO, Richard, I meant what the kids are saying nowadays, 6'7", not the age 67. I don't mean to insult anyone in regards to age. That's right. People say 6'7". I forget, because that's not done here. We have no one knows what that means. It's weird. So this, useless. In short, 6'7" is a viral, nonsensical Gen Alpha meme that means nothing, which is precisely the point. Building another server because the last one didn't work. My gosh, these companies are bad. Still got a lot of people on. This is awesome. Now, if I could understand Gen Alpha, I would be ahead. I just know I'm a boomer age without boomer characteristics, unless this is one of them. Oh, we're carrying signs now. Are you moving at that time? I'm a ways away as of now. My home will be on the cheaper end of the spectrum, so should sell quickly. Oh, Nika Flo says, well, if that's the case, it would be pretty funny to have a little kid and Nika come up to me and say, "Se siete." Diego says, they say it in English. They say 6-7. Oh, they actually say it. I've never heard it said here. So weird. So weird. All right, we are currently working our way up the ranks in views now. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We are currently the 12th most viewed live stream we've ever done. 2.5 years of weekly live streams. And we're the 12th busiest already. That's awesome. That is a solid night right there. And keep in mind, most of those have had a year or two to gain more views, so it's not like we won't get there. This will get a lot more views over time as well. They would actually say 6, 7, like they say, "Oh my God," and they have great intonation. I'm waiting for my kids to tell me when they're going to be ready to hang out. And then I will suddenly disappear, but they have not decided they are. We're going to make French fries tonight. So quite often, I cook for my kids at night, and we'll do things like actually fire up a fryer and make huge batches of French fries and have fresh, real French fries at night, which is pretty cool. Diego says, this is just part of American culture hegemony. Even our memes are in English. That is one of the most depressing statements ever. Greg says, yes, house is sold down to only my couch and TV here and ready to move. I've been watching Scott's videos for a long time, so need to buy him many coffees. That is true. You need to buy me many coffees. That's good thinking. Nico Flo says, well, quick question. Is Aventon not used very often in Nicaragua, or do they have advertised locally because they got money to burn in advertisements? Aventon? What is that? I only find bicycles. What is Aventon? Janet says, oh, Ramon sends me a lot of stuff in Spanish too, honestly. Diego says, I learned 911 as an emergency number from movies before I did 128. I just woke up. Hello. Did Liesel give us a time yet? Oh, I missed it. What, Oh, I see. Okay. Larry says, I just woke up. Can't wait until you sign out so I can watch the complete show again. Nika Flo says, I recommend Immense Coffee. I don't know if they sell locally, though, unfortunately. They do not. They don't sell in Nicaragua. What is Aventon? Strange results for Nicaragua. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Diego says, Aventon is not really that used. Piop Canusa, InDrive, Fancy People. Oh, is Aventon some kind of app? Aventon app sucked for a while, so everyone uninstalled it. Oh, yeah, I don't know it. InDrive and Ray are the ones I know. It's an InDrive and Ray alternative. Okay, I searched on it. That is not what came up at all. The whole first page. Go to the second page. Let's see. Nope, it's 100% bicycles. 100%. All right, that explains why I was confused. Nick, yeah, I watched them as well. Great compliment to Scott's channel as they are more in the Highlands. Oh, you're talking about the show. Would love to buy their coffee, but heard it's only sold locally in San Juan del Sur. Yeah, I didn't even know it was sold there. It's very hard to get locally grown coffee and tobacco and stuff in country. Not a thing you can normally do. Nico Flo says, like Uber, Lyft service, Evanton's got a bunch of billboards in Managua? Seriously? I'm in Managua all the time. I haven't noticed that. That's pretty wild. My kids just came in and said it's time for me to get off the live stream and go hang out with them. We're at 846 views. I do wish we could have gotten a few more views in before calling it a night because that's doing so well. It would be cool to have seen it hit the top 5 or something before because we're... So if we hit 871, we would shoot up to 10th place, and we're at 847, and I just got lightheaded. Woo! Just moved my head a little bit too much, and everything kind of swooned just a tiny bit. Doing all right there. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to charge my laptop. I'm an idiot. Nico Flo, Scott, good stream. Have a good weekend, man. Thank you so much. Thanks everyone for being on. It has been a really good evening. I'm glad we got started early. That was really nice. Diego says Ray is better, to be honest. I've heard Ray is really nice because it's very much a Uber style where you kind of just get a price. But I kind of like InDrive. I've been very happy with InDrive. Now I'm comfortable with it. I kind of don't want to switch. So that's the laziness in me, I guess. We're carrying signs now. Says, Greg, have you narrowed your area search? I've been to and checked out Puerto Vallarta to 100 meters north on the Pacific, and most of the Costa Pacific will be my first Nicaraguan search. Diego says, Nika Flo, are you Nicaraguan? Greg says, Scott, can we post our emails in here if I wanted to connect with... We're carrying signs now. You cannot, and there's no way for me to allow it. It's not like I'm blocking it in any way. YouTube completely blocks phone numbers and email addresses and websites. Anything that can be linked to, like, connect, they specifically block. The best thing for you guys to do is go connect. You thought Immense Coffee was moving? Moving, like, what do you mean moving to where? I think they're moving away from their little country place. Sign up in the... Oh, I do like being able to pay with your card. That is a big deal. Sign up at expats.nicarumba.com, and that'll let you connect with each other on there. You guys should always be on the expats group. That's really a big deal. And then you'll be all set. That's super easy, and you should be on there anyway. So We're at 852. We are 18 views away. And then the next one's 890, then the next one's 892. Like, had we had just 30 more minutes, we would have made it into the top 5? No, not quite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'd have made it to number 8, I think, in just the tiniest bit. But we will shoot for number 1 another night. Miles Joey at Hot. I think he means mail.com. He probably put mail.com and that won't come up. We're number 1. We're number 1. Well, everybody, thanks so much for being on this evening. I really appreciate everyone. I thought Immense Coffee was closing shop or moving for family reasons. Only saw their show title. Always be careful with those, but I don't actually know. Is that really true? I don't think that's true. Hold on. Four days ago, they did their travel show to Ometepe. They did videos. 11 days ago, they did left USA for Nicaragua. I don't see anything. I don't see anything that suggests that they moved or anything like that. I don't know why, and I missed them because of that. Oh, I don't get notified of your streams anymore. Make sure you've got the bell clicked. That's the only thing I can guess. I'm trying to watch their videos and see if there's anything like... So they're talking about the house that they built out there. I know that they moved away from that because they need to be near a hospital. Acatal, the city that they lived in, has a major hospital, so that's easy. All right, yeah, I don't know, but I don't think there's anything going on with Elton. I think they just moved into Acatal to be near the hospital. So anyway, thanks, everyone. Have a good night. Remember to join up at the Expats group. If you need web hosting, hit up hostadillo.com. It's kind of late in the evening to be mentioning that, but we did mention it earlier. Do your Duolingo before the end of the night. Go enjoy time with your family. Give us a thumbs up if you haven't already on the video. boy, all those kinds of things. Don't forget Greg to buy me a bunch of coffee. Apparently, that's a big thing. We're carrying signs. I'll let you know when I'm coming down. We'll bring myrtle wood or Tillamook Umpqua non-refrigerated products for your fellow Oregano Nicaraguans. With that, thanks everyone. I will see all of you tomorrow.